Hello, everybody, and potentially welcome back to the international part of King of the Sea 12. We're going to see who is going to be the best team of all the servers, at least in this tournament. My name is Chrysanthus, and with me here is, of course, Mr. Conway, pushing all of the buttons in the background and making sure this broadcast is running super smoothly, together with the tournament. Hello.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. I am super excited. We've spent a lot of time getting to where we are today. Our teams have spent a lot of time, and I'm looking forward to some truly epic matches. We are going to be a little bit biased towards probably our home teams, but I truly believe everybody in this bracket has what it takes to win. Yes. Cool.
Tiny bit. We'll try to minimize the EU bias here as much as we can, but sometimes it might shine through. Indeed. So if you're new to this broadcast, first of all, there's the info that we're running on a 5-minute delay to make sure that all of this is not going to give any advantage to any team watching potentially this stream, right? So that the teams are all on equal footing. So we're trying to be as engaging as we can, sometimes in chat, but sometimes, you know, it's just a matter of like, we live 5 minutes in the future for you guys and you live 5 minutes in the past. So we'll try to do our very best to make sure that this doesn't impact the broadcast. Okay. And of course, with King of the Sea, we're now in the 12th season by now. It's been a very, very long time. And the international part is one of my personal favorites, to see the different servers clash with each other. But we have the 3 best teams that we figured out over the last few weeks who that is, to play against each other and get the bragging rights for their home server.
Yes. Let's talk a little bit about what we're actually going to be broadcasting and showing you guys today. So first of all, like 1 or 2 words about how the international works. So what we do for international is we take the top 3 teams from all 4 regions and we put them together in a 2-day knockout tournament, whereby the first place teams from the regions don't have to play the first round. So you can see to my right there, the second and third teams always face off against each other. We're mixing regions immediately, and then they face a first place team. So even a third place team has the option to win it all this weekend. It's completely new. On this stream today, you can expect to see OHBOY play versus NFG in the first round. Second round is going to be VOR, our first place in Asia, against the winners of the first round Smile versus Shaft game. Then we're going to be showing the NA first place team, SCCC, versus OHBOY or NFG, depending on who makes it through. And then in the final round, it'll be Rain versus either BONKS or FH. We will potentially be jumping around into other games that are running in parallel if we have like 2 zeros and time allows. And if you would like to catch any of the other games today, you can find a comprehensive list of casters who's streaming what, either linked on the World of Warships portal or on the King of the Sea Discord server, which I strongly encourage you to join if you are interested in World of Warships competitive, because that's where all the magic happens. So yeah, if you want to see, if you have a specific team or a specific matchup you would like to see, all you need to do is head there and you'll find a link to the schedule.
Cool. Indeed. And as I'm sure that you have questions about, like, oh, what happens with, for example, Twitch drops? All of the channels that are eligible are listed in the Twitch drop section for the King of the Sea campaign. So you can just take a look that your streamer that you want to watch on there is included. It's not just on the official channel. We try to support as many people as possible with this special drop. And how does it work? It's straightforward. Once you have your linked account, right, you only need to watch 90 minutes of today's broadcast to get a mission, to get 1 King of the Sea container as the reward for fulfilling that mission. And then tomorrow, there's a new mission for day 2 of the international finals, where it's going to work exactly the same way. Watch 90 minutes, claim the drop, log into the game, and then play it, get the reward. And hopefully, you're soon going to be able to finish your King of the Sea collection. I actually managed to finish mine last week, because even though I'm here for every single King of the Sea, because I'm here, I usually don't get to, watch it from my side. So by now I actually managed to get at least some here left and right and through the missions to get my tier 7 container, which gives you a premium ship. And if you already have all of the tier 7 premium ships that can drop from this container, then you get the compensation in doubloons. So yes, it should be nice and enable you to buy whatever you want to buy in the game.
Yes. In addition, if you're asking about what else can I as a viewer get today, we are running a couple of different predictions. So first of all, what you can do is you can follow the link that you'll see us posting a lot in stream right now, and you can get a set of these beautiful King of the Sea camouflages. For every correct team that you predict that will make it to the grand finals tomorrow, you'll get camouflages, and the more you get right, the more you'll get. So you get 1 for 1, you get 3 for 2 right ones, you get 5 for 3 right ones, or 8 if you get all 4 finalists right. So go ahead and fill those out and go and predict them.
Definitely worth it, especially with this camouflage. Has a ridiculous bonus to free XP, so
yes,
go grab it.
In addition to those of you watching on the official World of Warships Twitch channel, there are, of course, our usual channel point prediction shenanigans going on, courtesy of our amazing moderator Snipchat. So you can wager your channel points on which team you think will win, which map, and you can potentially walk out with a lot of channel points today, which don't do much yet, but sometime in the future, I'm sure we can find something fun that you can make us do with your channel points. So good time to accumulate them today. Now let's talk about what teams can get, right? So going back, the regional finals have already passed. They were last weekend, right? So teams already have the King of the Sea flag secured. They have their doubloons, their steel, etc. But now we're getting into the nitty-gritty into international. The international prize pool is going to be purely cash. There are $30,000 up for grabs in total. 15,000 for the first place, 7,500 for the second place. Third place gets $5,000 and $2,500 for the fourth place. So this is going to be split equally amongst all the players in the respective team. So it can be quite nice. Yeah. I think it's quite a cool prize that we were able to put together there. There is also, if you would like to have some memories of King of the Sea in future, until the weekend is over, you can still buy the King of the Sea shirt in our Teespring store. If you just scroll down on either Twitch or YouTube, you'll find a link there, and you can pick it up if you want. Chrysanthus has one. He's still not wearing it.
Look, because I forgot to take it home to wash it, so I'm going to take it home tonight, and I'll be wearing it tomorrow.
You don't have to wash it. It hasn't been worn. It's brand new. It hasn't been worn.
Look, my mom brought me up this way that I have to wash it. If it's
okay. Fair enough.
Blame
Chrysanthus' mum.
Please don't.
And then I think that's most of the stuff that we needed to talk about. And I think it's probably time to introduce the first of our broadcasting team. So last weekend, we had our post-game commentary team, PrivatePinguin and Painzor. And in-game, we had a
long time ago.
Long time ago.
For Conway, that's basically already out of his mind.
Yes. So we had StatsBlock and Maltese Knight doing the commentary in-game. Today, we're mixing up a little bit. PrivatePinguin is going to remain with us. However, we are bringing in from the United States of America, BONKS, who you might know from the World of Warships podcast he runs, or from his Twitch channel, and Sea Raptor, a absolute COTS veteran, is going to be joining StatsBlock for the in-game commentary. But let's go and say hello to BONKS.
Good morning.
Very early morning. How you doing, Chrysanthus?
Very, very good. How are you doing? For those who don't know you, first of all, what time is it at your place? I know where you live, but probably viewers won't know where you live. The background might give it away, where you're roughly from. But yeah, introduce yourself and tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, so hi, everybody. My name is BONKS. I live in Los Angeles, California, so it is currently 6 a.m. However, we were up far earlier than that, getting everything set up and nice and clean and situated for the cast. So I'm a streamer and a community contributor for North America. I run and produce and host a podcast called Get to Know World of Warships, along with my co-host Borla. I'm one of the 3 leaders of Clan TNG, and I stream and I try to do fun things, and recently had a hot tub jacuzzi installed in my stream so that when we're doing giveaways and stuff like that, we can do so from the comfort of a jacuzzi.
Maybe some viewers are going to be now disappointed that you're not broadcasting live from a jacuzzi now to talk about King of the Sea, but who knows what the future will bring. Yeah, so the great thing is having BONKS here on board. He is very, very experienced with the NA competitive scene, so we can get also some insights from his point of view, especially against the NA teams that we might be seeing later. And then, of course, let's start with talking about the tournament in itself. If you're new to World of Warships, and especially the competitive scene with King of the Sea, you might be a bit confused with the kind of setup that you will be seeing here. Boxy, let's talk a little bit about the tiers and the kind of format that players will see here.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, the King of the Sea format is going to be 9v9 at tier 10. It's going to be a maximum of 2 battleships and 0 aircraft carriers. There was a global ban that was chosen at the beginning of the tournament, which ended up, I believe, overwhelmingly as the Petropavlovsk. For those of you who might not be as familiar with the Petropavlovsk as some others, part of the reason why this ship was so overwhelmingly chosen to be banned was because of its armor layout. It's extraordinarily tanky for a thin cruiser, and its citadel sits very, very low in the water. So it sort of punches above its weight in terms of tankiness, I think, is the sentiment that a lot of competitive players have. And it was resoundingly voted off the island. So no Petropavlovsk. But in addition to that, each team is going to have the opportunity to ban another ship of their choice. It's a blind ban at the beginning of each series. So one of the fun things about that is that because it's a blind ban, there are opportunities that have happened and will happen in the future where both teams will choose the same ship, in which case just that ship gets banned.
Yeah, that's already what we saw on the first weekend, that 2 teams actually picked the same ship to be banned. So that's a little bit, for some teams, maybe like a wasted opportunity. But then again, it's their choice, right? And they definitely don't want to see this. On top of that, you might be missing some of the ships you would expect to see in Tier 10. But we have a few special rules for which ships the teams are able to bring. We don't want to be in a situation where teams are fielding, one side of the team would be fielding ships that another team would not have access to just because they didn't play the game, let's say, a few months ago. So ships that are currently not available to players, as for example the Thunderer or the Somers you might expect in this kind of setup, they're not available to be picked in general. So if you have any additional questions, you can always feel free to put them in chat about specific ships, why they might not show up. But usually it's the rule of, hey, either the ship was banned through the tournament or through the teams, the ship is not available through current means, or the ship is simply too new. For example, a new line has been introduced and thus might not be able to be brought right here.
You didn't see, right?
Oh, I no, I didn't see. I'm sorry.
there was
The
a
cat walked
there was a
across
cat.
the camera.
And
Apologies.
not just that, but it was a very compromising angle.
Well, she has absolutely no shame. But yeah, like Chrysanthos was saying, there are a few ships that have been taken out of rotation due to the fact they're no longer available to be purchased or to be earned through resources of the Research Bureau. And I think the 3 that really, really matter in this scenario are the Thunderer, with its very, very high damage dealing HE shells and high fire chance, and especially its really, really good rudder shift for a battleship, but also the 2 destroyers, the Somers and the Småland. And each of them brings something unique to the table. The Somers, of course, having lots and lots of long-range torpedoes, and the Småland being a monster brawler with a radar, a heel, and a very, very powerful speed boost on top of good DPM. All 3 of those were seen pretty frequently in the last COTS, and they're gone. So it's actually opened up a whole bunch of very interesting new compositions that we didn't see last time around.
Yeah, exactly. And this rule will probably stick around. Cool. Taking a look at the map pool, we see 7 maps are available for this King of the Sea: Crash Zone, Alpha, Warriors Path, Trap, Northern Waters, North Loop, and Land of Fire. But teams are actually able to have a map banned if they don't want to play on it, and they get to pick a map. The matches you will see today are all going to be played in a best-of-3 setup. So a team needs to score 2 points to move further to the next stage, and they can basically select a map that they want to play. Then the enemy team gets to pick the spawning point. The same happens vice versa. The last map is going to be drawn randomly. The same thing applies to the spawns. And before all of this starts, each team can actually ban a map. Whew. Okay, so we hope we covered everything here for the tournament and roughly how things work. If anything is unclear, feel free to either ask in chat or join the King of the Sea Discord. There are many, many people who are happy to help you and explain how things are working, or introduce you to the competitive scene if you're interested in playing yourself. The first match we'll broadcast today is going to be OHBOY versus NFG. But before we talk about the first match, let's introduce the guys that will be actually bringing the in-game action to you from their homes, which is Statsbloke and C-Raptor. Hello, both of you. And C-Raptor, of course, the absolute hero as well, just like Boxy, being up very, very early on to be able to bring you the North American perspective of this to this broadcast. So good morning, C-Raptor. How are you doing?
Good morning. It's not quite as early where I am as where Bogsy is, but yeah, it's an early call time for a Saturday.
Great, I can imagine. Thank you so much for joining us, C-Raptor. I hope you know him by now, absolute veteran when it comes to the competitive scene, especially for the North American cluster. And this is always like one of the points of feedback that we got for the official broadcast. This is usually done by Conway and me either from Europe or from St. Petersburg if there's no coronavirus and we can actually travel, to also bring in some like cross-Atlantic, knowledge to be able to have as unbiased as possible broadcast. And this is now, I think, a good mix that we managed to bring up here. And then, of course, we have Statsbloke. Statsbloke, hello. How are you doing?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, it's not quite as unsocial for me. It's a lovely 2 p.m., which is perfect for us. So yeah, really glad to be European today. So and apparently I'm from a volcano, if the backgrounds are anything to go by.
The future of your homeland. I don't know.
I really hope not. So no, super excited to be here. I was privileged to bring the EU tournament last weekend. So super excited to bring the internationals this weekend. And we've got 4 fantastic matches lined up today. And the bringing together of the different servers is always really interesting because they bring different tactics, and not massively different, but definitely there is a difference. And so watching how these teams deal with that maybe slightly different play style is always really interesting. So super excited.
Great. Yeah. Do you have any special expectations for today? Like anything super crazy you expect, or you'll just sit here and let teams surprise you?
So, I mean, last time we saw, and during Verizon as well, we saw quite aggressive tactics from the Russians. But I mean, Bogsy was saying, actually described really nicely about why Petro is currently banned by the player community. And I think a lot of that aggression actually came from the ability to field Petropavlovsk. So we'll see how that translates into other ships and whether perhaps the Russian teams, the CIS teams in this tournament, are going to use different ships to do that tactic, or whether they'll maybe play a little bit more European style, stay back a little bit. And then the NA teams tend to play more or less like the European teams. The Asia teams vary quite a lot, maybe a little bit more standoffish. So we'll see. The rules say I'm not allowed to be biased, but go EU.
C-Raptor, how's your bias meter roughly?
It's pegged. We're firmly in the NAK. I'm as homer as it comes when it comes to these international events. So I mean, we'll be calling the game, but secretly down, I'm rooting for my guys, right? I'm going to be like Stats. I'm very curious to see how the RU teams adapt to kind of some of the bans and the changes, the ship pools that are allowed. We saw a lot of that, as he mentioned, in Verizon. And yet, even with that on the table, or taken off the table, I should say, I feel like they have a very different lens and approach that they take to competitive play as some of the EU and the NA and even the Asian teams that we see. So I'm really curious to see kind of how they come to the field today, what they take, what tact they take. We saw some from my perspective were just really innovative tactics when we saw those guys at Verizon, and I'm excited to see more of that. As the NA Homer guy, I'm actually really excited to see what SCCC and BONKS bring to the table. We're used to seeing 07 at this level of play. This is their, probably 5th or 6th, if not more, international kind of cross-server event. But for SCCC and BONKS, this is, as near as I can remember, probably their first kick at the can playing teams at this level outside of clan battles. And I'm, where you've got cross server. And I'm really excited to see kind of what they do and how they adapt and everything. It's gonna be fun.
Absolutely. So, as you can see, we're all very excited to bring this to you. And the first match is almost ready to go. So we'll say thank you to C-Raptor and Statsbloke. You will be able to, of course, listen to them throughout the matches. And if you want to see them outside of King of the Sea, you can just follow the links that will be displayed during the stream and check them out and give them a follow. So, guys, we'll see you on the other side. Thank you very much for joining us. And then we'll hand over to you in a few minutes. Thank you so much. Yeah. So the first match that we're going to see is actually OHBOY versus NFG. And we now have the ship bans, with OHBOY banning the Alexander Nevsky and NFG banning the Kleber. Two very popular ships that we've seen through the tournament. And what would you read into this, Boxy? Anything specific they don't want to see?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the reasons why the Nevsky, at least from the games that I cast during the NA tournament, one of the reasons why you ban the Nevsky is because the Nevsky is one of the best flame-throwing, HE spamming, kiting cruisers that still has a decent length 12-kilometer radar. The Nevsky is particularly able to help blunt any kind of smoke pushes that you might use several destroyers to smoke up other light cruisers. To push your advantage forward, the Nevsky is exceptionally good at stopping that from happening. On some of these maps, even Warrior's Path, a good smoke push up a flank can be your win condition in a lot of cases, and the Nevsky is one of the best ways to stop a push like that. So if Nevsky is being banned, I expect to see maybe a smoke strat come in from that team. Whereas with the Kleber, of course, the Kleber is so fast at repositioning. It's so strong with its torpedoes. And if it catches a lone DD by itself, it can gun it down extraordinarily quick with its reload booster. These are both boats that have specific roles and really, really excel at them. So it's possible that instead of a Kleber, we might see a Marceau to try and make up some of that really, really quick repositioning. But I expect to see the Nevsky banned multiple times throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I would expect the same. The first map they're going to be playing on is Warrior's Path. And if you wonder about the teams, we asked the teams to send us like a little bit of an information about them. And we'll talk a bit about this after the match, because I just got the signal that the teams are ready to go. They're slowly but steadily jumping into this match. So, Boxy, your first pick for today. Who's going to take the first map? Is it OHBOY or is it going to be NFG?
I have a feeling it's going to be OHBOY, just based off of the ban choices. I have a strong feeling that OHBOY knows what's coming.
Okay, this is also OHBOY's map pick, chat. So just handing that information to you. Let's see what they can convert this into a win. I also have my money currently on OHBOY because I haven't seen NFG too much. But let us know, chat. Who do you think is going to win? Of course, we do have a prediction campaign running right now in chat, and you can also use it on Twitch. Let us know who you think is going to win, and we'll be handing over to the casters. Enjoy the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome to day one of the international playoffs here of King of the Sea 12. Bringing you this match here on Warrior's Path between NFG and OHBOY. Stats. Talk to me about the NFG lineup.
Hello, Sea Raptor. Yes, NFG are, of course, the Asia number 3 team, and they are bringing Ohio, a Kremlin, Des Moines, Goliath, double Moskva, Stalingrad, Daring, and a Marceau. And I believe down the red end, you have the OHBOY lineup.
Indeed, opposing them from the south spawn here on Warrior's Path, we have Republic and Shikishima, fronted by Des Moines, double Moskva, and Stalingrad. Lots of Russian radar in that lineup. And out in front of those, Gearing and double Marceau.
And OHBOY here today are the EU number 2, and I believe they're going on to face, the winner of this match will go on to face the Seal Cub Clubbing Club. Is that right?
That is correct. SCCC winning the NA bracket last weekend for the first time, knocking off, well, they didn't defeat 07, but 07 fell earlier in the tournament and did manage to fight their way back into third place. So we'll see them later in the day, I think. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we're seeing kind of a familiar, for those of EU who've been watching the EU tournament, we're seeing kind of familiar move here by the double Marceaus from OHBOY. This has been a fairly common tactic on EU this season. They will be using the speed of those Marceaus to dip into A really quickly before any of the radars can arrive or the opposing destroyers can arrive, grab the cap, and then either retire or spot or start shelling. So we'll see what they do with that.
NFG.
B.
Yeah, NFG going for a bit more of a heavier seaside deployment here. Goliath, Kremlin, Stalin, Daring headed out that way. There, Marceau, Aqua 920 into B. We'll grab that up very quickly. Backed up by a Moskva to see where they position that Marceau after he decides what to do with that cap now that it's done.
Yeah, it's pretty common to dip these French destroyers in, use their speed, and then get out. They don't do well sitting still, so they're probably going to want to get that Marceau out, especially if they realize that there's nothing coming in to contest, because of course OHBOY actually don't have a destroyer on B, so they can't really currently get in there. So those points will start ticking, although of course OHBOY have A as well.
Indeed, both teams on a cap here very quickly on the backs of those Marceau, and there's the speed that they bring to a match. Over here today, we've got NFG still kind of jockeying for position, obviously setting up for maybe a bit of a kite, although Kozue's Des Moines coming into some early fire. They're taking some big hits.
Yeah,
Shikishima and Republic. Ooh.
That was Moskva, Shiki, and Republic all firing there. Moskva's got some more AP, but Kozue has managed to just nose in. But you don't want to be on 20k at this point in the match. That's not good for a Des Moines. Salem maybe better, but Des Moines doesn't have that massive super heal. So ooh, yeah, even sub 20 now.
Yeah.
But
no, his teammates north of him seemed like they were kind of set up to do a little bit of kiting and kind of make this a weak flank and just try to slow down any advance that OHBOY might push from this flank. But he seems to have gone kind of full in here and maybe a bit caught out early.
Yeah, I think once he's behind the island, that island is reasonably good. You can potentially drop shots from the middle of the map, but actually OHBOY don't have a central battleship. They've brought the Shiki and the Republic both over to the side, so they can't actually lob that island. So he should be safe for now. Let's take a quick look down at the sea end, shall we?
Indeed. At the opposite end of the map, despite being down a destroyer, NFG has grabbed the sea cap away very early, so they will start slowly building up a points advantage.
So they've got the Moskva, so OHBOY have Horny Wookiee here sitting ready to radar. Should anything, present itself as a target for the Gearing and the Des Moines. The Gearing, I suspect, is there to smoke that Des Moines, so Enden will be there to smoke totally balanced. Gearing has a very long smoke screen, and in fact, there goes the smoke. So you've got double radar to cover this Daring, potentially. So this Daring, Usuke from NFG is going to have to watch out.
Indeed, he took a pot shot just a moment ago at the Moskva with his gun, so they probably have an idea that he's over there. He is just edging inside the Des Moines radar. There it comes from totally balanced.
Okay, let's watch these shells go in. Usuke is actually speed duking. You will see some incredibly skillful play this weekend from the destroyers for sure. They are calm under pressure. You have to be. And they'll be dodging like crazy as lots of focus fire comes in. And this isn't like random battles where you end up with maybe 1 or 2 ships shooting at you. In King of the Sea, everyone shoots at you. So they need to be super flexible.
It takes special nerves to play a destroyer at this level of competitive play with all of the radar and as good a shots as many of these players are. Yeah, it can lead to very exciting moments and very exciting ends as well.
Okay, the Marceau in B is actually being fairly aggressively positioned here, fighting with Marcello Pello. But kind of losing that trade and potentially beaching here. Aqua. Yep, Aqua is going to beach. That's not good for Aqua, as Marcello lands more shots on the island. We've also got shots coming in from across the map as well. Can he? Yep, so doing a little 3-point turn there to get off the rocks. Will Aqua be able to get to safety? The spotting on Marceau is not as bad as Kleber, but it's still pretty large.
They did put up Horny Wookiee's radar from the bottom end of the sea cap to make sure they kept eyes on Aqua for the maximum amount of time possible, but probably expiring here soon.
You can actually kind of feel the turret turn of the ships over A as they've turned their turrets now. There's more shells arriving.
There it goes. Aqua does finally go dark there, but not before he gives up a tremendous amount of his health.
I thought for a second he was going to turn across those torpedoes, but they didn't quite have the range. Okay, so that means the NFG actually hold on to B, and they actually keep their Marceau, despite him being in a very dangerous situation there. Shots out from Moskva over towards Shikishima. That's not going to have too much impact, I don't think. Nope. Also, the other Marceau from OHBOY is pushing up the 1 line, or had pushed up the 1 line, trying to push torps out onto both the Des Moines and the Moskva.
NFG with an early lead here. 7 minutes gone, about 150 point lead, but their board position, I feel like, is almost too aggressive. They're giving up tons of HP as their Kremlin in C takes another torpedo. He took one earlier, and he's also in a position where Pepe Gaga's Shikishima from the bottom end of kind of over here in between A and B can get shots on him, and Pepe has been taking those shots. Here comes another one.
Yeah, you have to watch out on this map with the gap between B and C, because both, obviously, ships can go down there, but also shells can go down there. So if you're in that Kremlin's position, that's actually very dangerous, and I suspect that this Shikishima's position was designed specifically to take that shot.
Indeed. I'm forced to wonder what the plan was for Okashika's Kremlin this early, right? They shoved him into the cap. He went well deep into the cap. Now he's reversing out of it. And it feels like he just wasn't, he's given up 70, 80,000 points of health. It wasn't necessary. They owned the cap. This didn't get them anything.
Yeah, this Kremlin is going to be able to reverse far enough that the Shikishima can no longer shoot, but obviously there's also still the Des Moines there with the gearing spotting, so this Kremlin is going to be taking a lot of, currently AP, but I suspect Totally Balanced will switch to HE as the Kremlin noses in. Yep, there's the HE. Kremlin does have the quick cooldown DCP, which you just saw pop there, but it has a limited number of them, so eventually it will run out of damage control parties and will burn. There are also gearing torpedoes coming.
9 minutes gone as now OHBOY steps onto the B cap, bringing Marcelo Pello's Marceau in to contest. The timer was starting to work against them. I mean, we're barely, we're not even the halfway mark of this game, and NFG is almost at 800 points because OHBOY has played kind of back off the caps. But NFG's given up a tremendous amount of health collectively as a team to achieve this score.
Yeah, so OHBOY actually currently on total health, if you look, is 320-ish to 417.
Oh.
So, yeah, OHBOY currently do have a more than 100k health advantage. Marcelo is juking like crazy here with the throttle going backwards and forwards, trying to cap B under fire from Aqua. It looks like Marcelo will get that cap.
He is finally going to get there as 2 quick kills from OHBOY between that and the cap. We're about to have our first lead change of the game. And there it is, right there. OHBOY moves out to a lead now on the back of the kill on the Des Moines over here north of A, and some beautiful torpedo work. We got to shout out the gearing, the OHBOY gearing over here that's been working the 10 line. He just landed consistent torpedoes, constantly harassing that Kremlin in the C cap, and now that guy's gone.
That's the other danger of being a nose-in large ship against something like a gearing, is that you have the range on those torpedoes that you don't really have to risk yourself, and you can just, every now and again, you can pop torpedoes on that corner, and chances are you'll land one. So very, very risky position from that NFG Kremlin. It's very interesting at this point to step back a bit and look at the deployments of the teams in terms of map control. If you draw a line between the two teams, you can see that OHBOY definitely control more of the map.
Yeah. Ohio over here north of A getting hammered on the broadside by Pepe Gaga's Shikishima. More shells coming in from reunited Stalingrad. I think one of the things we haven't really talked about as much, we've been kind of looking at C quite a bit, but I really like the OHBOY Republique positioning over here on the A line. It allows you to use and angle Repub's, use her speed and angle her armor in such a way she can be really effective over here.
So Republic is actually one of my favorite ships. It's not a very common thing to like, to be honest, but it can be very effective when it's used in certain ways. And as you said, its gun angles, it kind of needs to be on the flank because it's got one turret fore and one turret aft. It doesn't play very well in the middle of the map, but where they've got it positioned, where you can use the speed, push up, turn around, and then use its spaced armor to potentially make dangerous turns if you have to. It can be used very, very effectively, and it works extremely well against cruisers with its fast reload and hard-hitting AP.
Pink camouflages Marceau over here north of A, going in for the kill, open watering, getting all those shells in to take the Ohio out, and just like that, NFG's battleships are off the board. They're down 3 ships. It looks like they're going to pick the B cap back up, but they're down 160 points. 8 minutes to play here in game 1.
Yeah, poor Yukizuki here in the Moskva is all alone, and I don't know whether Pink Camouflage is contemplating a run. I doubt it, because it's a long way to go, but no, he's just gonna fire and then duck back behind the island. But yeah, Yukizuki is definitely in trouble. The rest of the map actually is more even, because you've got the Moskva, the Republic, and the Marceau of OHBOY over on the A cap. The rest of the map is actually more evenly balanced, so NFG do have an opportunity if they can take a couple of ships out in the middle somewhere.
Can start to see OHBOY smelling a little bit of blood in the water as they're really focusing Mizukaze's Moskva here in the middle of the map, north of B. Marceau, Stalin, Shiki, and the Moskva. That's Pod Nike's Moskva way over at A, all taking shots at this guy. If they can bag that kill, that'll put them very, very close to victory here.
Yeah, one kill won't quite bring it to 1,000 points, but it will definitely bring it very close. There's less than 2 minutes on the points clock, and we've got 6.5 minutes on the game clock here. So Kohei will probably go down, and once we hit about 9:50, that's going to lead to an instant victory.
They can still see Kohei. It looks like he's going to try and move up and look for different cover. I don't like this play. It feels like he's exposing himself. They do bag the Moskva, and there it is.
That cross-map AP to finish it off. So, OHBOY taking that first game pretty convincingly. It felt pretty even at the beginning, but then OHBOY very quickly taking map control. So this is a best-of-3 series, so there will be 2 more games potentially. But if OHBOY win the next one, they will be going through to face SCCC. So, C-Raptor, do you think we should pass it back to the studio for some more analysis?
Absolutely. Let's hand it back to Chris and crew. See you in a minute.
Congratulations to OHBOY for taking the first map, their own pick from NFG, and putting NFG in the position of, well, they have to win it all now if they want to advance to the next stage. Now let's discuss this match together with PrivatePinguin and with BONKS and see where NFG went wrong in this match. Hello everybody, and Pingu, since we haven't talked to you today, hello, and maybe introduce yourself for those who don't know you yet, despite your amazing fame already.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Hi, my name is PrivatePinguin, or short Pingu. I'm a German CC since 2017. I'm casting battles and tournaments in World of Warships since 2016, and I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
And Pingu has, of course, also a cat. Now, I'm a bit sad that I don't have a cat here to be able to compete with the two of you, because you might see, you know, wild cat appearances to improve the quality of the stream. Of course, it's all in the plan.
Sure.
Yeah, so really well played by OHBOY here versus NFG. OHBOY, of course, as the EU clan, and NFG as the third placed team from the Asia King of the Sea branch. Boxy, what was let's maybe talk from the beginning. Like, what do you think was the initial mistake in the deployment of NFG?
Well, you know, that's a good question. To me, it almost wasn't an initial mistake by NFG, but it was just a really bold strategy by OHBOY, which was to send a double pairing of Marceau up the west side of the map, up the one line, with Pingu and I were talking about it. We think they were trying to catch one of the DDs of NFG right out of the gate and kill it and sink it. And instead, they ran into a Des Moines, which it really shocked the both of us, because really good coordination shown by OHBOY, where as soon as the two Marceau found that Des Moines, the Stalingrad, the Shikishima, they were on it. And over half the HP of that Des Moines disappeared. I believe, Pingu, maybe you can back me up on this. I think was it the Shikishima that landed the shot, or was it the Stalingrad?
I think there was at least one Citadel hit of the Shikishima, and as you know, with the big caliber, there is 20k HP lost if you got hit once. So I think it was one Citadel there, and the Stalingrad hit for a few pen hits as well. So there was half of the Des Moines gone right in the beginning, and that forced the Des Moines to hide behind the island. And I don't think it was an initial mistake to not send a DD on this flank, because they had 2 radar ships. But in the end, there was no DD, so outspotting the Marceaus was not a thing on this flank. So OHBOY took the cap, of course. They took the flank. They had their ships to support them. What I think was a big mistake of NFG was to push on the other side, on the other flank, with the Kremlin inside of the cap. I've seen this in last weekend in another match. I can't remember what teams played there, but there was a Kremlin going inside the sea cap in between these two islands, having a DD as well on the flank, an enemy DD. And as we have seen, the gearing just were able to torp the Kremlin. She took massive amount of damage, had to retreat, and just died before he could hide behind the island. So I think it was a little bit too aggressive, the play of NFG there. What do you think, Bugsy?
Yeah, we actually saw two deployments made by NFG that kind of left us scratching our heads. One was the Marceau in the B cap, sort of making a movement forward, and we couldn't quite figure out what his goal was, whether he was trying to light something up. But NFG was sitting on two caps solidly, and they had those caps really without any real way of losing them, which sort of, at least in my mentality, I sort of go, well, these are your caps to lose. This is your game to lose, because the pressure is now on to OHBOY to try to dig you out of those caps. But if you move your ships sort of arbitrarily forward without a really good reason, you're sort of saying, here's something to shoot at. And that's exactly what happened. The Marceau got chunked for, I think, about 2/3 of his health, which he's never getting back. And then moving the Kremlin up, like Pingu said, sort of opened it up to side shots from the Shikishima. It opened itself up to rack after rack of torpedo from the gearing. And OHBOY was very, very, very diligent about exploiting that and starting to wear down the enemies. You could watch the HP bars just shrink and shrink and shrink for NFG. So well played to OHBOY for knowing how to isolate a ship at a time and focus it down.
Absolutely. I usually take some notes during the match just when something catches my eye. And what I found really interesting, I mean, we saw like two different team deployments, and one team bringing 2 DDs versus OHBOY bringing 3 DDs. So OHBOY starts off with an HP disadvantage, right? And kind of usually you want to trade that in for a better map control and using these DDs to be able to win the match for you. But after like at minute 12, so after 8 minutes had passed, there was an 80k HP advantage in HP pool for OHBOY, and 8 minutes, so 12 minutes after the game started, at 8-minute countdown, they were 220k HP in advantage, which just shows you that OHBOY, they didn't go for super early cap control. They went for A, right, and then they positioned themselves on C. And I love this position. We've seen this last weekend, at least for me. I've seen it for like one of the first times. Just putting there like a Des Moines or a Salem, just with one smoke, with the gearing smoke, and just using the great concealment and the DPM, and just farm down whatever wants to come there. The Moskva provides the second radar in case a DD wants to kind of crash that party, but a daring will not be able to get into that range, into the smoke, torping it and getting away with it alive. So being able to kind of hold this against superior forces, I found it just very, very, very well played by OHBOY. Kind of always having answers with the Shikishima positioning, being able to punish if a larger ship would like to actually push that Moskva out of its position, and just punishing whenever the enemy made a mistake. I think OHBOY had a really, really good strategy here and took the win. Very well played here, and I think it's going to be now interesting to see how NFG might want to take it back from OHBOY on their own map. If we take a look at the next map, which is going to be North, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Conway, thank you. Yeah, Trap. The next match is going to be on Trap, and OHBOY is the team that got to actually pick the spawn. So what would you expect NFG to potentially change? Do you think they are going to stick with 2 DDs or maybe bring a 3 DD setup at least, Pingu?
I think on this big map, it won't be a mistake to bring another DD in, just because there's so much water in between the caps, and so much free space to move around. I guess we will see. I hope they won't be as aggressive as they did right now, because OHBOY is a strong opponent there, being really, really, really secure, even with the positions and focusing down enemy targets. I think we'll have to see. Maybe OHBOY will surprise us as well. Take another DD in the setup. I guess we have to see.
Yeah, for me, that's a question for me for Bogsy. Like, I've watched some of the NA broadcast for King of the Sea, and I've seen many teams deploying at least 3 DDs, if not on average even 4 DDs. Exactly. What do you think would be the benefit of bringing a stronger DD setup compared to like the double DD setup?
Sure. So while I was casting NA COTS, Trap came up repeatedly, and it was almost like clockwork. A team that brought 3 or even 4 DDs had a distinct advantage on the 2 maps that have the diagonal elongated cap arrangement. So this one is Trap, obviously, that's what we're going to be playing right now, but the other one is Crash Zone Alpha. And exactly what Pingu said, there's a lot of water in between the caps. And what that means is you need to be able to manipulate the map positions quickly and effectively, and you do that with destroyers. So a big part about Trap 2 is that the A cap is actually the cap that you really need to win in order to take a strong point lead and a strong position lead on the map Trap. The C cap up in the top right corner is actually very easy to contest without too much risk. So generally speaking, B cap and C cap sort of remain static where the fight happens at A. So I think that honestly, having the proper balance of gunboat DDs like Marceau's, since the Kleber has been it's been banned during this series, Marceau's real strong gunboat DDs, and then those torp boats, the Gearings and the Shimikazes that can just start throwing fishies across the water, hoping to connect. They're really powerful on this map, and I'm hoping, for the sake of NFG, that we see them make good use of that in this map.
Great. Yeah, this is something you have to keep in mind, right? These teams, they play on their own servers, and each server has like a slightly different meta. And whenever they get to play other teams, they might face strategies that are not super popular on their hometown turf, and they might not expect certain movements unless they paid very close attention to what you, for example, can see with the different King of the Sea tournaments in the different regions. So this is something to always keep in mind, that while the teams are usually training, they train with teams from their own clusters to be able to be prepared for the regional tournament, and then the international stage hits, and it's a completely different game. But looking at chat, we do have, of course, prediction campaigns running, and right now, in terms of the channel point prediction, on our channel, it looks like a very like slight bias here towards OHBOY for who will win on Trap. Currently, we're standing at 1.5 million channel points versus 115K for NFG, and now it's on NFG to prove them wrong and hand the channel points to those who actually believe in NFG. While we wait for the teams to be ready, what we hope we can show you later is, we showed you for the very first time last weekend already, one of the tools that allows you to run a replay from both teams and see what each of the teams have been doing. And it has already been improved by the fantastic creator of the tool, not your father. Big shout out to the guy. It's a fantastic tool. It really is. You can use it yourself as well. We'll showcase it a bit later. We will be able to show how the different teams moved based on the replay that was generated. Mr. Conway, has it ready? So I saw that it was a little bit delayed because it takes, just for your understanding, what it does is, if you need to have a Discord server that supports this bot, but then you basically give it the 2 replay files and will generate this replay out of it. And let me just quickly get the link for you guys so we can click on it. But it's a fantastic little tool. So let me just jump into the COTS Discord, and you can just see what's happening here in the background by a full replay of the match.
It's okay. I'm controlling it for you.
Yeah, it's just need to quickly open it here. So, and the great thing is, by now, Not Your Father actually added the option that several people can actually play around with this. So I just stopped this here, right? And you can now, for example, ping here on the map, or you can also draw, for example, and show certain areas. What we've been talking about here before, right, was the amazing positioning of OHBOY, for example, on this map with the Shikishima here, being able to lob shells here and just counter this position. Or, for example, these 2 ships being able to farm this area, with the Moskva providing the cross radar for the Daring to not be able to do anything. And now you can actually control this replay by just letting it keep playing. Isn't this fantastic? And so we'll be using this after the next match, hopefully, depending on how quickly the teams can send us over the replays, because we need the replays from them to be able to run this. But I hope it's a cool tool that you will enjoy using also for yourself in the future. Now, the match is starting, so I need your predictions. Boxy, who's going to take this one?
I'm going to go with Oh Boy on this one. They had a really, really strong showing in the last match, and I expect them to stay true to character.
Okay, Private.
I think Oh Boy will take this win, but I won the third match, so I hope NFG can come back
Okay.
and win this
I'm
battle.
saying Oh Boy, and I'll hand it over to the casters. Enjoy.
Hello, welcome back to this best of 3 series between NFG in green and Oh Boy in red. NFG the Asia 3rd place and Oh Boy the EU 2s, and it is 1-0 to Oh Boy, and C-Raptor is with me and he has the green team's lineups.
Absolutely. Taking a look to see what changes NFG has made in between games. Coming to the dance with a couple of Kremlins, fronted by Des Moines, Venezia, Moskva, and Stalingrad. A nice variety and mix of cruisers there. And in front of them, they seem to have taken a page out of Oh Boy's playbook, putting up gearing and double Marceau.
Down the other end of the map, we have Oh Boy bringing Bourgogne, Slava, which is a very interesting pick. We actually saw that last weekend. Des Moines, Hindenburg, again a very interesting pick. Venezia, Stalingrad, gearing, and again with the double Marceaus. The difference here is that Oh Boy are sending the double Marceaus together, but I see that NFG are sending the Marceaus in opposite directions. Yeah, to B and C.
They are indeed. Now, Stats, you say you've seen Slava. This is not a ship that I saw at any point during the NA bracket. So did you see Oh Boy fielding this ship or a different team on EU?
I think it was, yeah, and it was the same position as well. I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, I think it was Oh Boy, but it was definitely the same position. And I honestly don't remember it being... It wasn't ineffective. I don't remember it being, like, super devastating. But it does have that possibility, sitting in the middle like this, looking over at those broadsiding cruisers, the Venezia and the Moskva currently. It does have the ability, if they are spotted, to do significant damage to those ships if it can land the shells. But on the flip side, Slava's armor scheme doesn't really lend itself to bow tanking like you would do maybe normally in a battleship in King of the Sea. So it has to be very careful how it comes under focus fire. So it's a very interesting pick for sure.
A lot of early hate here. Oh Boy taking lots of long-range shots at Kazue's Moskva here as he tries to make his way down the 1 and 2 line towards the A cap. He's taking some damage, nothing catastrophic, but they've definitely been focusing him hard early here.
And that's the interesting thing about that Slava position, and the Stalingrad as well, because obviously that has decent range on it and very good AP, is that it's not just the potential damage, it's just the psychological threat. So Kozue does not want to take that fire, and so has had to turn a long way out.
Indeed.
And maybe into a position that they didn't actually want this Moskva to be in.
Now, we don't talk about this a whole lot in King of the Sea, but what's allowing them to do that is Pink Camouflage's incredibly aggressive Marceau position at the bottom end of B, and they're just using him as a forward spotter.
Yeah, and he's paying for it. So that was some
he is now.
SAP from Venezia, which is super effective against destroyers, especially if they're slightly turned in. So Pink Camouflage is going to have to be very careful being spotted there by Yukizuki. Marceau...
Camo does... Go ahead.
He's going to go into B, so that was originally capped by Yukizuki, and so now Pink Camouflage will flip that back to Oh Boy's favor, because NFG currently ahead on points because of that initial cap.
Indeed, NFG moved out to a small early cap. They backed B very quickly, then pulled their Marceau back. Now Pink Camouflage's Marceau into the bottom end of B doing his work, as the other Marceau from Yo Boy, that's Marcelo Pello, has grabbed A very handily. Not really money, but contesting him down there. It's noteworthy to me that NFG started sending 5 ships to A, Stats, and yet here we are. They seem to be turning around like they're going to surrender this cap completely.
Yeah, so although on the map it looks like it's 3v5, it's actually not, because you've got that Slava and the Stalingrad position, like I was saying before, and they are supporting A. So actually, really, it's a bit more even than it looks, I think. And this crossfire position, where you've got these wide positions from OHBOY between the Bourgogne and the Venezia and the Stalingrad here, allows them to get cross shots into those NFG positions, and that's very, very dangerous if you're the Moskva or the Venezia.
OHBOY on all the caps now, picking up B, solidly in control of A, will soon be on control of C as they're rotating. The Slava originally came in and was down here kind of paired up with the Stalingrad, looking for shots across the 1-2 line at those cruisers, has now turned around, moved up into this gap along the edge of the B cap, and now he's kind of looking for other shots to the north.
Yeah, indeed, and it's the Kremlin and the Des Moines of NFG that he's probably looking for. Des Moines currently trying to get to that top corner island to maybe make a push around. Doing that it's a bit of a two-sided coin, because it does give you potentially good control of Charlie, but the flip side is that you are way out of the battle. You can't really even support Bravo cap. And as you're seeing right here, it's kind of dangerous to get to, because you've got to cross this little gap, and potentially you're going to be spotted going in there.
5 minutes gone. It's all coming up OHBOY at the moment. They own all the caps, although C is contested. And what's noteworthy to me is I look at things from the KFG NFG perspective. Thank you. Their vision is really not very good right now. The only ship that they can see is Youngshacker's Venezia way down at the A cap. Every other OHBOY ship is invisible. Like their spotting is just not very good at the moment. They're having to push Kiryu's gearing back up closer to the A just to keep any vision on the OHBOY ships down at that cap.
Indeed. Let me just, while there's not a huge amount of action going on, let me just very quickly explain the training room spectator mode. So currently, most of the time I'm spending in this mode, which enables me to see everything, so you can see everything, but I can actually switch it between, say, the green team's point of view and the red team's point of view, and I will do that occasionally. But just bear in mind that most of the time, although you are seeing all the ships, the teams can't see all the ships. So just bear that in mind as you're watching things happening. Okay, Stalingrad of Mizukaze is just reversing, taking a little bit of fire there from Horny Wookie. That Hindenburg HE will add up over time if you are the Stalingrad, and of course Stalingrad now cannot run fire prevention with the commander skill rework, so those fires stick much worse than they did before, so you have to be a little bit more careful with these heavy cruisers sitting against these islands.
Yukizuki's Marceau crash diving the Caldera Island here in the middle of B. Feels like a desperation play here from NFG a bit, as they're down over 250 points here. He doesn't really have any support, although they are turning the Kremlin kind of into the cap behind him.
Yeah, the Kremlin is pushing into B. Their other Kremlin has just gone around the corner with the Des Moines. They're trying to block all three caps. They've got the gearing reversing into the A cap to try and stop all the points, which they have actually managed to do just about once that gearing gets in. But Hartka here is in trouble. Lots of shells incoming. There's some torps coming as well. Hartka would really like to get to the island, but I don't think that's going to be possible. As he turns left, Des Moines is going to get some lovely AP if that torpedo doesn't kill him, which it did. So Kremlin is going to be pushing alone here.
First blood going to OHBOY here, way up at the top end of the map, along the 10 line, really.
And Oka, let's call him Oka. Oka is going to push up to the island here and nose off against Horny Wookie, who's started to kite away. This Kremlin, although it has the Marceau in support and potentially the Stalingrad over in the middle of the map, I suspect they're actually going to find it quite difficult to hang on to Charlie here.
9 minutes gone. NFG kind of on the back foot here, making some aggressive plays, sort of been pushed into it. Upside down over 300 points, but at the moment they are ticking up C, and they are the only ones gaining points. Now, Unlike a little bit unlike last game, it feels like they're trading a little better. The health between the two teams is actually fairly even. They've done a better job of focus firing some of the OHBOY ships as they can spot them from time to time. Certainly down at the A cap, which in my mind, with that Moskva and that Venezia down there, Marcelo Pello has to be a little careful because like that's probably the one place they have a really good opportunity to bag a kill.
Torps here heading towards Yukizuki in the Marceau. I don't think the first set are going to strike. The second set is going to be close. No, he's okay. He's right hand down. Going to be reversing just fine out of that, but taking quite a lot of damage traded with pink camouflage there. Yeah, NFG have responded much better this time to OHBOY's map control. They've actually managed to grab Charlie back. They're actually blocking Bravo and Alpha right now. But how long can they hang on to it? That's the question.
NFG is also doing something really smart at A. They're taking advantage of the total and complete lack of OHBOY radar at this cap, as Kiryus has laid out a really nice smoke screen for the Venezia and the Moskva to work from behind. They're spotted now from the middle of the map, but if they were to duck in there, they'd have nice cover for a bit.
Okay, Venezia SAP, I think that was out against the Bourgogne. Little chunk there. Bourgogne actually lost a lot of health early in the match and has managed to stay around about 30-40k for the duration. Venezia just hiding behind the smoke screen, but don't forget these big cruisers have very long, very big smoke blooms. So as this Venezia fires inside the smoke, it's probably spotted by that Marceau.
Kajue's Moskva moving up aggressively with his radar active, trying to catch Marcelo and get some damage into him. Venezia SAP went down range, didn't get a whole lot. At a minimum, they're going to push him off the cap, at least for a time.
And NFG actually beginning to catch up on points, but it's a long lead to catch up. They've got to catch up 200 points. They do not have the ship advantage with one ship down, but it's still reasonably close, actually. When you look at the map control, I would say right now NFG actually have better map control.
At the moment, I would agree with you. They've sort of pushed up. They solidly are sitting in B. In fact, there they go. They capped B, and they're at least denying A at the moment. So we're going to start narrowing that gap a little closer. 8.5 minutes to play here in game 2.
Okay, there's an interesting situation brewing up at Charlie. We've got the Kremlin and the Marceau of NFG pushing on Totally Balanced Des Moines and Enden's gearing. Enden is coming round to potentially throw torps through that gap. Probably not going to be quick enough to catch the Marceau, but the Kremlin is slowed down. Gearing's going to get torps out against Aqua. Will Aqua torp the gearing, or will he continue with the rush as planned? Oh, Aqua choosing to turn in there. I think perhaps the caller might have preferred Aqua to actually continue and do the rush, but they do take the gearing down. Does gearing trade? No.
It does not.
Will NFG get the ram off here?
Now he needs to go for the ram. Is he going to get it? He doesn't.
Slava.
Slava seals the deal, and now the Marceau. This is Aqua's got to try and get his port torpedoes into the game.
I think Totally Balanced actually would have managed to avoid the ram anyway, so lovely little play there from OHBOY. Marceau throwing torpedoes over towards Totally Balanced. More AP coming in cross map.
Big Stalingrad hit from the middle of the board on Totally Balanced. I think Totally's going to take one of these in the stern.
I think he's okay.
No, he manages to not do it. Aqua
Running
having
a
to rely
heel.
on his stern turrets.
I'm also in the background trying to keep an eye on Mizukaze and Eternal Titan, who are nose to nose around that corner. Aqua goes down. AP on Totally Balanced, he's fine.
Oh my.
OHBOY now will have control over Charlie once they turn Totally Balanced around. Also, while that was going on, Eternal Titan versus the Stalingrad. I'm not sure who actually took out the Stalingrad, but the Stalingrad is now a burning Hulk. So OHBOY winning that little standoff as well. Okay, so 3 green caps, but not many ships to control them. So let's see how OHBOY take this.
3 green caps, but not for very long. OHBOY down 3 ships, 6 minutes to play as Eternal Titan Slava is now going to be turning into the top end of the B cap. That's going to make life very uncomfortable for NFG's Kremlin there, as well as Yukizuki's Marceau. I'm having a look here to see who NFG can spot at the moment. They can see the Slava. They can see Pod Stalingrad. Oh my god, what a hit on the Kremlin.
Yeah, this Kremlin's in a very difficult position. It had to choose who to nose into, basically, and was between a rock and a hard place.
No.
So both of those ships going down very quickly.
Yep. All over but the crying here. NFG simply doesn't have the forces left on the board to maintain this game. I really liked their aggressive push into all the caps stats, but Oh Boy bent a little bit, did lose some ships. I think, for me, I think the decisive play was the gearing torps on the Kremlin way up at sea, because taking that ship out, if you allow him to come around the corner and punch out the Des Moines, now they have a nice commanding position on that flank, and you're in trouble. But they managed to punch him out with the well-timed gearing torps, and that push ended.
And the thing with these diagonal maps is that they are very long. I mean, if you imagine turning those caps horizontal so that they're all in a row, it's going to go off the ends of the map. And that just shows like how big these maps are. And it takes a long time. If you take one of these end caps, it takes a very long time for the other team to actually react and move and take it if they can. And so if you manage to take, say, like where Totally Balanced is right now in the Des Moines, if you manage to take that sea cap, it's going to be very difficult for the other team to actually redeploy their destroyers, their cruisers, their battleships, and go and take it back. Okay, Puyuka is just kiting on the border here. This tactic you'll quite often see used. I mean, it's fair, to be honest, because both teams are able to do it. But it's certainly annoying when you're trying to shoot someone who's doing this, but in competitive, this is totally normal, totally fine, and both teams will take the opportunity to use the border to their advantage. It is a level playing field in that sense. So, as you said, not much left to do here. 2 minutes 24 on the points clock, 3 minutes 45 on the game clock. There is a possibility that the gearing in the Venezia can do something, although the gearing is heading towards these torpedoes. Nope, they stop. That's Kiryu is safe. Kiryu throwing torpedoes into the gap.
2 minutes on the timer. Pricks to be fairly well over here. NFG only has 2 ships left to defend the entire board. Down 4 ships. They just don't have the firepower. So you can start to see, I mean, Oh Boy at this point kind of in cleanup mode, but not wanting to take too many risks. I mean, they do have a couple of low ships there. That's Max's Burgonia, Pink Camouflage's Marceau, that did a really, really good job holding at A and not managing to not get dead. You can see now the Slava, and then Podnike's Stalingrad from the middle of the board kind of starting to turn south. But in the end, what's
really interesting is watching these teams, very, very, very experienced, skillful teams. You'll notice that they're not just blob pushing the A cap. They're just sitting there. They're just sitting on the 2 caps. They don't need to push into these 2 ships and risk taking torpedoes, risk any kind of accidents happening. They're just sitting where they can shoot, waiting for the gearing in the Venezia to appear so they can shoot them from all angles. The sign of a very, very experienced team, I think.
Buyuka spotted briefly here, a Slava salvo coming in. This might actually be the Slava's chance to really, really hurt this guy. And he does. At least one good citadel in there.
Venezia, very, very difficult to citadel, but Slava from that range can definitely do it. Venezia down to 2-4, smoking. They are not giving up. The Venezia is smoking to conceal itself.
Nope. Kudos to Good FG for not just surrendering at this stage. But
okay, there we go.
Points are up, and there it is.
So I think the first match we saw was pretty much decisively Oh Boys. In that match, I would say that NFG put up a much better fight. They responded very well to Oh Boys' initial control of the caps by pushing back into all 3. But ultimately, NFG couldn't quite hold on to it with the ships that they had. And after a nice exchange at Charlie, Oh Boy taking that 2-0. And I believe Sea Raptor, they'll go on to face SCCC, is that correct?
That is correct. Oh Boy with a 2-0 win earns the right to face North American champion SCCC in the next round. I believe we'll be showing that match a little later in the cast. But for now, let's head back to the studio, back over to Chris and crew.
Next up on the stream, Oh Boy versus NFG, and then we go to Vor versus Smile or Shaft.
So,
Now we can
hello.
hear you, yes.
Yeah, sorry, it's like Mr. Conway forgot to push the unmute button. So, congratulations to Oh Boy. Very well played here. And moving on to the next stage of the international part of King of the Sea, they will be facing off SCCC from the NA cluster, the NA King of the Sea. And now we will have to see who's going to make it that far. But first, of course, let's talk about this match, which was very interesting to see from both teams. And let's discuss it together with Bogsy and PrivatePinguin. Hello, guys. And there was an interesting back and forth we saw here with interesting ships also in the lineup. So let's maybe discuss, maybe I'll start with Penguin, the Slava pick by Oh Boy. We've seen this last weekend already, and we're kind of not dumbfounded, but surprised to see it. And it worked here very nicely.
I think this is part of the strategy they played in the beginning. As we've seen, there was 2 Marceaux going for the A cap. One Marceau was going through the south of the island, the little volcano island. Sorry, my English is pretty okay today. The other Marceau was going in between the A and the B cap, and therefore providing spots on the enemy approach on A, especially the Moskva. And I think that's the reason why they had a Slava on their side, just because of the accuracy on long range shots. And it didn't work out as well as I think they thought it would, because the Moskva took only little damage. But she was forced to fall back, to push away from the cap, so she wasn't able to be there and give radar support for their ships. And therefore, Oh Boy just took the A cap in the early stage. And the Marceau in the middle just stayed there and retook the Bravo cap after NFG took it in the beginning. It was a really, really great play of Oh Boy there. Especially the spotting on the enemy ships was really, really good. It was not that good on the part of NFG, and maybe Boxy can us tell more about that.
Yeah, well, Penguin and I were watching it and making note that there were 2 instances specifically where NFG they failed to utilize the destroyer properly to protect the cruiser. And what I mean by that was we saw it most distinctly at A, where the gearing of NFG was squared off in the A cap against the Marceau of Oh Boy. Now, the Marceau, even at its best, I think can still has a 7-kilometer detection circle, which is huge compared to the 5.8 or even potentially 5.6 or 5.5 that a gearing can have, which means that the gearing at any point could have been constantly reversing, as he was doing, by the way, which was good. Yeah, you'll see it here. This is so great.
Perfect. Yes, because we got the replay. Thank you also, by the way, to the teams for providing these replays that quickly, so we can render this. Thank you very much. So sorry. Let's go.
No. It's great. I'm going to see if I can actually get this. Okay. So yeah, you'll see here where the gearing and the Marceau, right down in this area, they conflict a little bit, but then they separate. Now at this point, the gearing has all the ability in the world to force an engagement with the Marceau. So what it can do, and he will do this as time goes on, he'll sort of make his way back into the cap. Now he's going to spot the Marceau first. And when he does, the Moskva and the Venezia are able to just shoot that Marceau all they want. But then eventually coming up here, he gets a little nervous and he avoids making contact with the Marceau again. And see here, you can see he's so far away that the Marceau is able to stay in the cap for a very, very long time until it's basically too late and the game is essentially over by that point. And then Penguin made a note of the same thing up in the C cap with regards to the Des Moines and the DD that was escorting it there.
Exactly. The thing is, I don't really know why the Des Moines was pushing, like, she was pushing alone on the C cap, or she started the push and the Kremlin was so far behind. I think they should have taken the Kremlin together with the Des Moines on the push, and of course the DD a little bit closer, so the DD can spot the enemy gearing that was just sending torps towards the Des Moines. They lost their really good cruiser on that flank. What I really liked though is the aggressive play of NFG there. It provided really good entertainment, I say, at least. It was a great aggressive move there together with the Kremlin and the DD, the Marceau. I think the Kremlin and the Marceau just got surprised by the enemy gearing being as aggressive as they were, because the gearing just moved around the island. I mean, we can move it like that. We see there the Des Moines just got obliterated, getting salvos from 4 ships. Like, there were sitting 4 ships. And then after that, the Kremlin just kept pushing. We see this in the middle as well. So they were in the middle, ships pushing inside of the cap. They had to, because they needed the points. And they tried to make some cross shots there on the Des Moines. And after that didn't work really well, they decided to just push. And now there is the situation. Right now, the gearing just moved around this corner and surprised both of them. And I think the Marceau tried to rush the Des Moines, but she just saw the gearing coming there, and then she turned inside, and then it happened.
Beached there, unfortunately.
Such a ballsy move by the gearing. I think it was Agent Endern. I was just like, Conway and me were sitting here, is like, that's such a ballsy move, and it's so easy to just fuck it up. It's so easy, right? Like, it's all of these ships can accelerate pretty quickly, right? You're right next to a Marceau. You know, this is like a one-way trip. There's no way you're going to survive this against the Kremlin, against the Marceau, even though you're full HP in the gearing. You know, I have to make this count, and I have to get that Kremlin out without losing my ship, because the Des Moines and the gearing knew that, okay, against the Marceau and the almost full HP Kremlin, this is going to be very hard to pull off, and we have to move out of our positions, right? We're probably going to be killed, so we have to get the most out of our ships and kind of stop them here. And that gearing move was so nice, being able to torp out the Kremlin almost. I mean, it almost didn't work if it wouldn't have been for the Slava finishing the Kremlin before it was able to ram the Des Moines. And then I think the Marceau, Aqua, he was... I mean, it's not like a huge mistake, but he wasn't able to launch the torpedoes immediately, and giving the Des Moines the time to angle away. The Des Moines still almost died because of great crossfire with the Stalingrad, taking out most of its HP. But still, like, landing one additional torpedo would have probably sealed the fate of the Des Moines there. And that might have given them a little bit more chance on that flank. But overall, great fun to see. This is what you want to see, right? These plays, even though these teams play very methodically and very very carefully to be able to not make any mistakes and hand it to the enemy team, that was super fun to see, and really well played by both teams. And with the better ending for OHBOY on the C cap. Something I wanted to highlight from my side is you don't really see that very often. The caps flipping so much that both teams at one point in the match had a triple cap situation. Completely putting it on the enemy team to say, like, hey, we have the caps now show us how you want to get them back. But with this move on C, unfortunately, NFG lost most of its HP pool to OHBOY, and then sitting at like 90k HP versus 200k HP, just being in a situation where you don't have the ships, you don't have the HP pool to kind of keep the push going, because the enemy team can just farm you down, and then you don't have the angles. Yeah. Well played.
We did see that happen several times, though, where, NFG sort of, it almost felt like they went, we're not sure what to do now, push. And they'd sort of move up, and they'd take a corner, which appears, like, on the outset, appears to be a very strong choice to put a Kremlin here, put a Kremlin there. But again, we saw it in both games where OHBOY was keen enough to just sort of go, okay, great, kill it.
Yeah, I think the big advantage that OHBOY had here, what actually made them win the game, is having better answers to what the enemy team did. Because in mid game, it looked like, NFG having like triple caps, they sit on kind of better positions. What is OHBOY going to do? But they never panicked. They knew how they're going to be able to contest it, and then make the right pushes with the right ships at the right time to get the most out of the HP they're going to lose. Because that's exactly what they did in the beginning. They did have like a 90k HP disadvantage initially, because they had to get the 3 caps back. So whenever you push into caps, you're going to have to lose HP in most cases, unless the enemy team makes a mistake. But they always traded the HP very well in terms of like getting something out of it. I'm very eager to see OHBOY take on SCCC as the NA winner and to see how these two different teams are going to clash. But first up, if Mr. Conway doesn't have it ready yet, but we are going to jump into another match before we're going to see these two teams, because this match now ended 2-0, right? It's a best of 3, which means the team that gets 2 points first does get into the next stage. And so we'll probably get a game that I'm very, very eager to see, because of course 07 as usually like the one team from the NA cluster that beats the EU teams. And Mr. Conway jumping.
Let me just briefly say hi, everyone.
Hi.
We will be watching only game 1 of FPM versus 07, but Smile versus Shaft is still ongoing, and the teams will need a little bit of a break. So that's why we're hopping.
In general, guys, just keep in mind that when we run this tournament, all of these teams sit at home, and at home means something very different for other clusters, right? We're currently playing kind of like EU primetime and CIS primetime, which is very good for Central European teams. But if you come from North America or from the Asian region, you play at very, very weird times. So we're trying to keep the time window as tight as possible and make it as nice as we can for the teams, while still being able to do this all at once. So if you see these players, also give them a little bit of love. Like for example, NFG. I don't even want to know what time it is for them right now, playing here on the EU server, putting up a good show, but with the better ending for OHBOY. Now FPM and 07 are going to be the next teams. Boxy, 07 was a bit of a surprise. Not dropout, because the way it works on the NA cluster with the regional tournament is a little bit different compared to what you've seen on the EU broadcast. But they basically lost one series against GGWP to then be able to take it back at the very end and get into this and kicking them out of this stage. So maybe explain a little bit how it works for the NA cluster and how the teams managed to get here.
Sure. Well, so at least on the NA cluster, and forgive me, I may not have done my homework properly with the other servers, but there were a number of obviously there were a number of double elimination opportunities where teams who had lost their bracket actually had the chance to come back and continue to progress. And 07, who walked into this tournament a heavy favorite, having won COTS before, having won COTS Internationals before, having won the Verizon tournament before. Again, very, very heavily weighted to perform well, if not win, the NA COTS. And they ended up getting beaten by a clan named GGWP, who ended up coming in 4th. And it was a little bit of a surprise. No offense to GGWP, of course, but they're sort of the upstarts in that matchup. And 07 did have to work extraordinarily hard to overcome several other teams in order to take 3rd place and come along to internationals. That being said, I will say that having gone up against 07 in clan battles and in COTS in previous seasons, if there's any way to describe 07, it is consistent, methodical, and efficient. They're really, really, really good at making better trades than you do. And even if they lose all the caps in the beginning and seem to be losing in the beginning, they frequently will come back and win, even in the last 60 to 90 seconds of the match, which if their performance in the regional tournament is any indication, that could be exactly how they do this year.
Yes, I have to say that I really enjoy watching 07 as well. They did already win 3 internationals, I think 7, 9, and 10. They did win. And a very, very strong contender. And I watched the matches last weekend, and my favorite one was, I think, on Crash Zone Alpha, with a fantastic comeback. And of course, William the Dank and his Montana slapping things left and right. Still my favorite name in this tournament. Players, I do challenge you to come up with equally decent names. So we have the schedule here just as a little bit of a reminder how teams actually progress. You can already see certain gaps were already filled here. So we saw the EU second OHBOY fight against the Asia third placed NFG. OHBOY won, we just saw this. In the match that ran in parallel, Shaft as the EU third played against the CIS super heavyweight Smile Gaming. And Smile Gaming, not actually being the winner of the CIS bracket, as you might have potentially expected, just like O7 being one of the like longest standing contenders for this tournament. They managed to come out 2-1 against Shaft and are now going to be playing against the Asia King of the Sea, Vor, that I'm sure many of you know from previous King of the Sea. Yep. On the other hand, we will be broadcasting now NA versus Asia. FPM is the second place team, and O7, as we just said, is the third place team, and they fight for the chance to play against then the number 1 team. Cool. Okay. Do we have the shipments ready, Mr. Conway? If so, please show me. I probably have them here for myself. Give me just 1 second. We have. Perfect. Thank you. But I had it here open. I just had something else. So FPM banning the Harugumo. Interesting choice. And O7 banning the Des Moines. And I think they've been very consistent, actually, with banning the Des Moines, if I recall correctly. The Harugumo ban, for me, is very interesting. What do you guys read into this?
I think I've seen the Harugumo on EU games as a supporting role, being able to put so much pressure on enemy ships with the sheer amount of HE damage. The torpedoes are super dangerous as well. And of course, maybe with the legendary module, the long smoke she can provide to cover her light cruisers. It's a good ship overall. I think I'm not quite sure what I have to say to the Des Moines. I think it might have to do with the general tactics on NA, that there are so many DDs involved. Maybe Boxy can us tell something about that.
It could very well be. I mean, it is strange. Having kind of listened a little bit to the competitive community on A, the general consensus that I got was that the best thing you could ban would be the Nevsky. Because if you're bringing a DD heavy comp, banning the Nevsky gives your DDs a lot of breathing room and a lot of ability to pull off some shenanigans. But that being said, O7 absolutely knows that Des Moines, especially on this map, is really strong in its ability to take corners. You could take the island on the one line there. You can push a Des Moines, or even a Salem is the sort of, I guess, the off-brand Des Moines. They can take really strong flanking positions and essentially deny an entire cap. Because they're able to put out so much DPM at close range, they can essentially outduel any other cruiser, at medium distances. So my suspicion is that they're doing this specifically for the ability to deny FPM the ability to move up, take strong positions. What they want to do is keep things wide, focus their targets. That's what O7 does. They keep things spread out and wide specifically for the purpose of letting their really, really renowned battleship players, like you just mentioned, William the Dank, Potato Quality, John. Sorry, I may have called out John the Ruthless as well out of turn, but they have some of the best battleship players in the North American server, and that's what they want to do. They want to spread things out so they can get those cross shots that they're famous for.
Exactly, and the match is just about to start, so we will hand it over to our casters, StatsBloke and C-Raptor, who will bring you this game. Let us know in chat who you think will take this. Don't forget, FPM is the second place from the Asia cluster, so not to underestimate. Enjoy the match.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Continuing our international playoffs here in King of the Sea 12. We're excited to bring you this match between the Asia second place team, that's FPM, and the North American third place team, that is O7. Spawning on the north side here of Northern Waters, O7 brings a Shikishima and an Ohio, fronted by Double Nevsky, Venezia, and Stalingrad, and out playing all the way in front, Daring, Gearing, and Shimakaze. Stats, what about the FPM lineup?
FPM, the Asian number 2s, they are bringing a Montana, an Ohio, a Salem, double Venezia, Stalingrad, double Daring, and a Marceau. Montana is something I would have expected William to be playing, but William's actually in the Shikishima.
Indeed.
Now, I didn't catch much of NA this time, so is that something... I mean, William is kind of known for Montana, is that right?
Yeah, William is long associated with Montana in this event. We've seen him do ridiculous things with that ship over the years and pull it out of situations that it should have died in, and magically he finds a way to save it. So he's very, very much known for the quality of Montana play he brings to the NA bracket whenever we see 07 playing.
But today, fielding the Shikishima, the 6-barrel Japanese marvel that is Shikishima, wearing the lovely camo. I've just realized they're all wearing a lovely team camo. So yeah, we'll see what William, who's kind of known, even on EU, I think we know the name, and yeah, known for those fantastic shots and sticking battleships in places that battleships should not be going, and managing to do well. So we'll be watching William with interest, along with many other of the household names that are in this NA team. Very experienced team. And FPM, not so familiar with the Asian teams, so I'll be watching these guys with interest. First shots are out.
Looks like they're taking shots on one of the 07 Stalingrads here as he's trying to make his way over towards the ACAP. Nothing doing, a little bit of chip damage, nothing catastrophic. 07 kind of going for an even split here. Double Nevsky, Ohio, gearing headed to C. Venezia, Stalin, Shiki, and Shimakaze all going to A. You can kind of see FPM's opting for a little bit of an imbalance. They're pushing more ships to the C side. Double Venezia, Montana, Stalin, and Daring, whereas it's just Ohio, Salem, and the lone Marceau at A. As in the middle of the board, we're having a staring contest with both Darings.
Watching Word of Warships in the Marceau there, great name. Just having to duck out of A after capping it, taking a little bit of incoming. As Frice reverses back in Shimakaze into some torpedoes. Frice is going to have to do a little bit of dodging here. I think that looks fine. Yep, he's okay. So Shima will be able to back into A. Of course, it massively outspots that Marceau.
Now, if you were paying attention a few seconds ago, you might have seen William take his first shot of the game, carving a cool 25K off of Conhana's Ohio down on the H line. So clearly, William, despite being well known for Montana, very comfortable playing Shikishima today.
Yeah, and one of the things I love about casting matches that have a Shikishima in them is you always know when it's firing because you can just hear it in the background. I love the fact that they've done that with those guns.
That sound just shakes you to the core of your bones. It's really fun.
And it's genuinely one of the things I love about playing in a game with a Shiki is that if you're in a cruiser and you hear that sound, it does give you that kind of that tingly feeling of, ooh, did they shoot at me?
That is a very uncomfortable feeling whenever you hear that sound playing in a cruiser in a match with a Shikishima.
Okay, Daring of Kokonoi is just backing around the corner and pushing forward again after those shells land. And there are torpedoes coming from the gearing from 07. So hopefully this Daring is running Hydro. He's just reversing back around the corner again, so it should be fine.
5 minutes gone. 07 flipping the ACAP after surrendering it early to that quick Marceau push. Bagging C now on the strength of double Nevsky and gearing smoke, pushing Kokonye's Daring off the bottom end of the cap. So they're moving out to about a 20-point lead here early in the match.
Okay, Noob in the Montana from FPM is pushing up to that central line. That's a very unusual position for a Montana to take. You'd usually expect, if you were planning on pushing a battleship in here, you'd probably expect it to be a Kremlin. But I don't think I've ever seen a team push a battleship to this position, so we'll see what they do with this Montana. I'm not sure whether this move was designed to shoot up towards where William the Dank is, or whether it's simply to get it out of being cross-shot by the Nevskys.
I think it's intended to counter the Stalin and Shiki position that William and the Stalin have taken north of A. The Montana just took a shot at that Stalingrad, so he didn't get much out of it because the Stalin's got a pretty solid angle to both battleships right now. But I think, the next shot he takes, can they see William? They can. It'd probably be on William. William's actually trying to find an angle himself.
So Naya in the Salem on the ACAP is making that dangerous run. It's not quite as dangerous from the south side as it is from the north side, but it's still risky. Actually, he does make the island. AP from Venezia.
Oh, that was a nice
I spoke
hit.
too soon. Sorry, no, I spoke too soon. I jinxed you. But yeah, Salem now up to the island, safe from John the Ruthless, and able to cover probably most of that cap with its slightly shorter range radar than Des Moines. So yeah, Fries is definitely in range of this Salem here. And so that's going to...
I think we spend so much time talking about Venezia's SAP that we sometimes forget that her AP can be very punishing. The trick is knowing when to fire it and at what.
Yeah, the AP on Venezia is very, I would say, unreliable. In certain circumstances, like that sort of fairly close range against a reasonably broadside cruiser, you're probably going to be reasonably effective. But you do have to choose when to use it very carefully, especially as the SAP is pretty effective most of the time.
07 surrendering the B cap, kind of also surrendering the A cap again. Word of Warships being just very aggressive with the Marceau, probably a little more gutsy than I would be in that ship, if I'm honest. Especially with the Venezia on my
right there.
flank.
Yeah, exactly.
There comes the radar from the Salem.
Okay, so that's gonna... Now, Warship's guns actually aren't on target there, so he's gonna have to actually bring the whole ship around. And that's potentially gonna give John the Ruthless a really good volley with this next... Yeah, here it comes. Here is the SAP from John the Ruthless on Warships.
You let it right.
A little bit far back. Warships manages to just get out of the way.
Bryce taking some solid damage as they chase him out of the A cap. 07 out to an early lead, only about 140 points here, as FPM responds by picking up B and forcing 07 out of the A cap.
So with that Salem radar down, that gives Fries the ability to go back in and do some spotting again with that really good concealment that Shimakaze has. So Warships is this cap where you've got the alternating radar from the Salem and then the spotting from the Shima. It's going to keep flipping between FPM's advantage and 07's advantage, depending on when that Salem radar is available.
Ooh, Warships just got hammered by something.
I think that was Venezia. That's the danger of being that close to that sap as a destroyer.
You see Fries' 20-kilometer torpedoes. He shoved them through the gap, through the twins there at A, downrange on Noob CV's Montana, and now the Shiki punishes him through the stern.
Konhana just got at least a single citadel through the nose of, through the tail of John the Ruthless Venezia there. Taking him down to about 25k. SAP out on Warships again. A little chunk there. Warships is actually nose into the Venezia, which is going to mitigate most of that SAP. What happened to I Am a Noob CV?
He's been getting a lot of focus hate. He kind of turned through the middle of the board. William may have citadeled him and taken a shot at him. And then Fries had thrown torpedoes through that gap trying to chase him out. And they've pushed him so far back now that he's not going to be super effective for a while.
And Montana can play at this range, but you're going to play a battleship this far back, you do lose a little bit of map control, you know, at least psychologically. So they're going to want to get that heel through that Montana, maybe turn it around a little bit, get it back in again. Warships is in a kind of risky position here, having to duck in behind this island.
It feels overly aggressive. I'm not entirely positive why they brought him this far deep, kind of north on the top end of the A cap.
Fries just actually took one of the, I think that was Marceau's torpedoes. Yeah, it
Indeed.
Had to be. So down to 13.88. No heel on Shimakaze, so that's it for the rest of the match. 13.88.
Now, while we've been looking at A for a while, 07 has redeployed. They've got firm control of C, and FPM seems not interested in making a big challenge over there at the moment. They've brought Jones's Nevsky back to the top end of B to back up Potatoes Daring, who's on the top end of the cap, flipping it steadily as we go. Munon's Daring looks like he might be trying to get back into contest, but it's not going to come in time. 07 is going to bag this cap, holding their lead open at about 100 points here as we cross the halfway mark of the game.
So 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the points clock for an 07 victory with those two caps. The Daring of FPM will try and get back into block, which will slow that down slightly. But the ball is very much here with FPM to do something. They're going to have to make some kind of move. And looking at the minimap, I'm not sure where that's going to come from. I think the best move they can make right now is to bring the Montana and the Venezias up towards Charlie and try and start to put a little bit of pressure on potato quality in the Ohio.
A little bit of pre-radar there from the Stalingrad north of B of 07, trying to catch Munon's daring as he was, they knew he had to be coming back towards the cap, and he was. So they radared him, kind of pushed him back a little bit. That allowed him to take up some more points.
Forced Runis and the Venezia from FPM having to turn to dodge torpedoes from the gearing of 07. Managing to just slip through the gap there just fine. Munan having to smoke there, getting spotted by Potato.
07 right now, up a cap, up a ship. And we didn't talk about that, but I mean, I must have missed it, but they did manage to bag Kokone's daring earlier while we were probably looking at A.
Yeah, I think it was during the shenanigans with Warships there. Okay, Naya and Konhana holding A. I mean, so FPM have pretty good hold of A. Fries is not really able to come close to the cap anymore.
No.
Just continuing to throw those 20-kilometer torps down. Now, let's just talk about that quickly. So we're quite often seeing Shimikazes in King of the Sea being played with 20-kilometer torpedoes, which in random battles is usually not considered to be that effective. But in King of the Sea, that range, despite the fact that they're spotted from 2.5 kilometers away, actually does give you the ability to strike at some of these positions that otherwise would be very, very dangerous. Like, you can see Konhana here turning across these Shimikaze torpedoes. And that Ohio can see these coming from 2.5 kilometers, but they hit really hard because they're Shima torps.
Well, and 07 has been using Shimikazes in this fashion for many events now. And what they do, and you're going to see this out of other teams that field Shimikaze with the 20-kilometer torpedoes, is that they use them to dictate the movements of the enemy team and or attempt to hold them in certain positions. That's exactly what Fries is doing over here on the one line right now, throwing these torpedoes down on Konhana and the Salem to basically keep them honest, right? In the sense of, you're either going to be pushing into these torpedoes, or if you try to leave this position, you're going to be flirting with my torpedoes, which is exactly what happened to Konhana there as he tried to get out from behind that island and turn around. He took a torp.
The fact that they're spotted from so long away, it's almost an advantage in competitive, because as you say, it almost allows you to sort of shepherd the enemy team's ships, because they have to turn in certain directions, and so you can prevent them from getting to where they want to be, or you can turn them broadside to your big hitters.
Move and counter move here at B as Munon's daring has dived deep into the cap to the backside of the island. Radar from Rosella's Stalingrad pushing Potato 69 off the top of the cap. They're trying to buy Munon enough time to bag the cap, but I mean, even if they do get it, Potato will be back on top of it in seconds and continue to contest it to hold that 07 lead open.
That's the thing. Unless they can get Potato down, they're not going to be able to hold that cap, because Potato, as you said, will just reverse back in and keep it blocked. And so they had to make a move on the only cap that's currently held by 07, Charlie cap. But I don't see where that's going to come from. They've got forced Runis pushing up, but that Venezia is already down to 16k and coming under fire from Ohio and Pulicat and the Nevsky. So not able to be very aggressive. And the Montana we saw earlier made a kind of a dangerous push into the middle and is down to 32k, although getting good shots on Pulicat there.
Yeah, all 07 has to do now is hold what they have as they win on a single cap here in a couple of minutes. As you can see FPM kind of trying to reorient and find a way to break through here, but they don't really have any ships in a position to contest C, and at the moment, that's what they've got to do to get into this game. Either that or bag a kill.
Whilst Runis being forced here behind the island to shelter from Pulicat, whose HE is doing very consistent damage. AP coming across
all
from
kinds of shells, yeah.
Ohio and
Now,
the other Nevsky.
even the gearing now.
Yeah, 07 just want to put that nail in.
If they bag this kill, they'll be seconds from victory. There it is.
And that is 18 seconds left on the points clock for 07. The Marceau of Warships will desperately try to get to the cap to block those points. 3 ticks to go. Will he get across the line in time? 1 tick. Nope, doesn't quite cross the line. For an 0-7 victory. So,
Indeed.
that is 0-7 in this best of 3 series, taking game number 1 of 3. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the studio's plan is for the next game. We may be staying with this match, or we may be moving over to another best of 3, which is about to start. So I'll let the studio explain what their plan is. So, C-Raptor, thank you very much. I think we'll pass back to Prague for some analysis.
Very impressive showing here by 0-7. Well done, they took the first map, but we're not going to be showing you the next 2 matches because we have a very interesting lineup for you for the next match. And unfortunately, time is a little bit, a missing factor here today, so we'll not spend too much time here on the babbling and rather prepare for the next match that we'll have with Vor versus Smile, 2 of the biggest heavy-hitting forces from the CIS and the SEA cluster. Vor actually winning the Asia King of the Sea bracket, so they are starting now, and as we told you before, Smile actually won against Shaft, and that means they now have the chance to take on Vor and move on to the next stage. And welcome back, PrivatePinguin and Boxy. Unfortunately, we don't really have too much time to talk about 0-7 here and how they played against FPM, but we'll, of course, see one of these teams later on if they manage to advance. One of them will, of course, advance. One of them will drop out. That's just the life of the playoff stage. Yeah, looking at the map that is going to be played, Mr. Conway can give us a little bit of a preview already for the next set of matches. We will have Crash Zone Alpha, Trap, and Land of Fire. If you don't know these teams, 4 is short for Panzer 4, and they have been around for, the last few King of the Season, they have been very, very strong. They played on EU once, but their home cluster is actually the Asian cluster. Their own introduction is they don't need any introduction, and after being second in the Verizon Warriors Championship and second in King of the Sea 11 Internationals, I hope many of you already know them. And then, of course, we have Smile Gaming. The Smile Gaming community, a very big and long-standing community on the CIS cluster, which brought us many interesting games, even if it was just beating the second part of the Smile Gaming community, for example, in the CIS finals. What did they ban? They banned the Gearing and the Kleber, 2 ships that we have seen a lot in the past few weeks. And are you surprised to not see any cruiser ban here? No raider ban at all, Boxy?
Yeah, I am. I guess these guys, both of these teams, must have had their fair share of comps thrown at them that are heavy DDs. Because, the Kleber obviously having the ability to, I suppose, YOLO anything that's sitting on a corner and wanting to die, and then the Gearing, of course, being your prime choice for lots of torpedoes and long-lasting American smoke.
Indeed.
So. I suppose we may be seeing some DD heavy comps coming in with things like the Shimakaze or even the Marceau.
Yeah, sorry to cut you short here, but talking about seeing these lineups, they're actually already jumping into battle on the map Crash Zone Alpha. Just for info, that is the map picked by 4. So, guys, what's your short guess, Pingu?
Panzer 4 because it's a German name.
Boxy?
I'm going to go with Smile this time. I like Farms Leahy. He's been a guest on my podcast, so go get him, Tiger.
Chat, let us know who do you think is going to win, and see you on the other side.
Welcome to this different best of 3. So this was the scheduled game, but we had an opportunity to cast that last one. So this one is the first game of a best of 3 between Smile, who are the CIS second place team, and Vor, down the other end in red, who are the Asia first place team. So this is actually Vor's first game today. And we've got Smile in green here, bringing Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Minotaur, Double Nevsky, Marceau, Shima, and Yuyang. And down the other end, C-Raptor has the Vor lineup.
Opposing them from the south, Vor fields an Ohio, a Kremlin, Venezia, Double Moskva, fronted by Stalingrad, Daring, Shimakaze, and Harugamo.
The The bans for this map were Gearing and Kleber. Oh, we might actually have a restart here.
I'm thinking that.
The teams are coming to a stop. There probably was some kind of disconnect from one of the players. All the Vor guys have just stopped, so we'll just wait and see. If it is a restart, which it does look like, we will be passing back to Chrysanthos just while they reset the room. It shouldn't take too long. This does happen occasionally. Nothing to worry about.
And we're back because, yes, the teams do have a chance to call for a restart of the map within the first 2 minutes if there was, for example, a technical problem or an issue with one of the players dropping out with the disconnect. All of the players that are participating here are playing on the EU server, which means that, you know, there might be some connection issues if somebody is, for example, connecting from CIS or from Asia. Right. So yeah, we already got a little bit of a glimpse of what these teams brought here. Anything that caught your eye in particular, Boxy?
Minotaur. Yeah. The Minotaur is I want to call it like a notorious wild card. The Minotaur, I would argue, only functions on 1, maybe 2 maps in this series, and Crash Zone Alpha is one of them. There are a few specific places where you can sort of wedge a Minotaur in. It has incredible short to medium range DPM, a good radar, hydro, a super heal. All you have to do is not get blacked by a BB, and that's where the wild card effect comes in.
All you do, all you got to do is just survive.
Yep, that's it.
Pingu, what about you?
I'm interested in the way they will put the Minotaur into the battle. I've seen it moved towards the middle, so I think it is a radar Mino combination with a smoke, but yeah, I'm interested. As you know, I like Minotaurs. It's one of my favorite ships out there, and I do like to play radar Minotaur. So
yeah, it's a fantastic ship. It's also it can be a very great pick, but just as Boxy said, it also has a little bit of a issue with survivability. It does have a great heal, but on this level, if you are spotted, the enemy team will make sure to punish you, and then it's hard to get out of that position, especially if you play it with radar and you want to be very close to the action. The first map that we'll see here is Crash Zone Alpha, which is, as I said before, it's the pick from War. The next map that Smile actually picked is going to be Trap, just FY, and Land of Fire will be the third map. That, of course, is decided randomly so that none of the teams do have any advantage. Phew. So, looking at the lineup, for example, from 4, I saw they actually brought also a Shimmer and a Venezia. I'm always curious to see like how they deployed the Shimmers. We've seen this very well played by, for example, 07, how to get the most out of the Shimmer potentially. But then again, you also run into the problem of well, it's not the fastest ship. It cannot really pick any fight, so it mostly relies on its torpedoes and the ability to use the detectability, right, to kind of concealment their way out of tricky situations. How do you play against something like this?
Well, you know, one of the fun things about bringing a Minotaur, and I just want to be clear about something. I am not an advocate for bringing a Minotaur to the King of the Sea tournament.
So you heard it here first. Boxy says he would love to see more Minotaurs. It's the way to win.
There will be no Minotaurs. It's one of the nice things that the Minotaur can do, however, is in a pinch it can function as sort of a proxy DD. And as I was saying earlier, especially on these 2 maps that have the diagonal cap set up, there's a lot of open water, like Pingu pointed it out earlier, and I think in one of the earlier matches, having an extra quick, fast accelerating, relatively low detect, you know, even cruiser like the Minotaur that's got a healthy 30+ knot speed, it allows you to cover more ground. It allows you to project a little bit more force. You've got the pencil torpedoes, which oftentimes end up being, especially on this map, Crash Zone Alpha, the ability, because there are so many places where people constantly take a lane, like those sort of channel islands in the center. They'll take those lanes, they'll post up a heavy Russian cruiser there or what have you, and it'll just sit there. The ability to drop those pencil torps is a really, really serious threat against a Russian cruiser that's not paying attention.
Indeed, and at least from my experience, the longer the Minotaur manages to survive, the more important it gets. I mean, yes, it has the radar, but especially later on, you will lose DDs. And being able to use the minnow for various reasons and in various positions gives you kind of the advantage of having that sneaky cruiser being able to cap or reposition and then just farm the shit out of the enemy team if you get it into the right position. And here in Crash on Alpha, you do also get quite a lot of islands that you can use for cover.
Exactly.
Yeah. I would expect to see both teams take one of the two flanks, one of the two corners, and make a hard push around it. I don't know which one will do which. As I recall, both Vor and Smile are extremely aggressive teams from what I recall from the Verizon tournament. I don't know if I recall enough from the last COTS to speak on that, but they both used, especially Vor. Vor used really, really interesting, somewhat novel strategies of pushing ships up using smoke. I'm really interested to see if they actually utilize that on this map. It's a bit of a bigger map, so I don't know if these sort of crawling push smoke strats like that, I can't actually say whether they work as well on a larger map. But again, we were just talking about beforehand, it's exciting to see Vor versus Smile so early in international finals, or I guess semifinals, excuse me, day one. Because both of these teams have such a track record of being so excellent that I don't know, you're going to see something exciting.
I have an interesting question that Mr. Conway sent me over, and he's it's actually from Mr. Conway's hair, just to be precise.
Oh.
And he's the hair asking, what ship would you not bring into randoms but bring into COTS?
Oh.
That's an interesting question.
Because I mean,
to answer.
The thing is that, I mean, we discussed this usually when we have a bit more time, right? In terms of like the ship picks, you might see certain ships being very, very much represented here in competitive because they bring exactly what teams are looking for to be able to win a match, right? But while a ship might be very good for competitive, might not be very suited to random battles because you're looking for something very specific, or vice versa, right? You have a ship that is very good in random battles, but it doesn't really give you what you're looking for in competitive. And so it's cool to see this question being flipped around. It's like, okay, what would you definitely bring into COTS while you might not be bringing it into the random battles?
I mean, there's only one ship I haven't seen yet, I think, and this is a Wooster, if I'm correct. We haven't seen a Wooster yet, at least.
No.
At least
We saw Plymouth. But we haven't seen
yes.
we have seen a booster, yeah. But the booster's problem is that by now it has the shorter radar, right? So it needs to be in a position to be utilized with the 9-kilometer radar that it's very hard to move it there, right? So I would usually pick something else, especially also with the gun layout that usually Des Moines will do a better job. Or if you're looking for special arcs, you can. By now, you have a lot of choices in World of Warships in terms of ships on tier 10, what you want to use. And on tier 10, you have a lot of specialized ships, right? And you can just pick, like, I'm looking for this exact thing. And this is why I love the ship bans, because it kind of flips that upside down sometimes. If a team is like, oh, yeah, for this specific reason, I will bring this ship. And then it's not available because it got banned, right? And then you kind of have to have some alternatives to still be able to deploy your strategy or to at least have something similar. I saw a question. Oh, I see the teams are starting. Then I'll just bring up quickly something that I found very interesting in terms of what 4 teams will play tomorrow. So who's going to advance? And the top 4 teams were Rain, followed by 07, and then Smile and Vor, pretty much on the same level with only 2 votes difference. So I think both of them are at least perceived by our guys here on an equal footing. And we will see who's going to take the first map and then make it hard for the enemy team. It is a best of 3, so you don't want to lose anything here to make it harder for you. So we will be handing over to the casters with the second try at this. Hopefully everything will go perfectly well, and I hope you get to enjoy this match. Have fun, and we'll see you after it's over.
We are back after that little restart. The teams are allowed to call a restart within 2 minutes. I think that was Vor's restart, and they're allowed 1 each for each series. So this is a best of 3 between Smile and Vor. Smile, let's just recap the lineups very quickly. So Smile bringing Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Minotaur, Double Nevsky, Moscow, Shimakaze, and Yuyang, and Sea Raptor. Again, you have the Vor lineups.
Indeed, Vor's lineup, of course, hasn't changed. Teams not allowed to change lineups after calling a restart. Still fielding Ohio, Kremlin, Venezia, Double Moskva, Stalingrad, fronted by Daring, Shimakaze, and Harugumo. It's interesting to me to see this kind of destroyer variety. Both teams with the Shimakaze, but past that, both teams very obviously taking a different tack with their destroyer lineups.
Absolutely. This King of the Sea has definitely been one of the most varied in terms of ship choices. You're even seeing, for example, Yuyangs being used in both their radar configuration and their smoke configuration. You're seeing legendaries being used really well. So this Harugumo is almost certainly a legendary Haru because it gets that really long smoke screen. You're seeing Shimas, you're seeing Darings. It's just fantastic. The same with the battleships. You're seeing all sorts of different battleships being used. Kremlins, Ohios, Montanas, Republics. It's great. And I think that is largely down to the universal bans being standardized, and we had it on EU for the first time this season with bans being introduced when we haven't previously had them, and I think that goes a long way to increasing the ship choices.
We have enjoyed the ship ban system on NA for quite some time. I'm glad that we were able to finally kind of convince every region to go in on it, because I think it really does. Not only does it spice things up, but I think sometimes it rewards teams who spend time researching and learning their opponents, and it forces teams to have diversity in the available ship pools that they bring, and the quality and the players that they bring, right? Because some players are cruiser specialists, some players destroyer specialists, and whatnot.
Yeah, they do have to be a little bit more flexible, and EU teams understandably being a bit concerned about the introduction of that rule, but I think they've adopted it pretty nicely, and I think it does overall make the tournament much more interesting, certainly to cast and to watch. Shimakaze of Dead Kamek there, just grabbing the middle for Smile, daring straight into block. Shima of Renegade grabbing A for Vor. That one's going to remain uncontested for a little while.
At the top end of the map, Ferries Marceau will be bagging C uncontested here. Again, we talked about it in that earlier match, the French destroyers, when you see teams field those, one of the big advantages they offer, they can use that blazing speed to pick up some early caps on certain maps anyway, and start to tick up points, give you that early points advantage, which sometimes allows you to leverage into other things later on, because as we saw in the earlier series, once you're upside down on points, past a certain stage, you have to make plays. You have to do something, or the game ends so quickly that you're just out of it.
Talk quickly about this Haru. So normally when you see Harugumo used in this tournament, or certainly in this particular King of the Sea, they've been legendary because of the new legendary giving you the more puffs but shorter smoke duration, and it allows the Haru to smoke cruisers into positions with this huge long smoke train. But normally you would pair it up with something that's a bit stealthier than a Moskva. So I'm kind of interested as to what they're going to do with this Haru. And I'm actually wondering whether maybe it's not a legendary Haru. We'll see. Maybe it's here with the double radars to be a pure gunboat, just with the normal smoke. I don't know.
It feels like if they were going to use the smoke over here on the 10 line out of the Haru, they would have done it already to try and get one or both of those Moskvas up to where they wanted them. And Aruharushia just has not smoked, hasn't done anything with his consumables yet. So it doesn't feel like at the moment that's what that guy has equipped, but we'll see. He might yet surprise us.
Daring classic noun, taking a little bit of damage on B, throwing torpedoes back towards the Shimakaze of Smile. Vor currently holding 2 caps, and they will be pulling ahead very slowly on the points there. With Smile actually also going into the A cap.
Yep, Smile orienting now for a push into A. Russian Admirals Yang onto the cap, backed up by both Nevskys, WCG Ryder and Stepan.
Yeah, these two Nevskys making this push down the one line. This corner, I love this map. This corner usually gets really, really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Quite often, though, especially in the European teams, you end up with something like a Des Moines sitting underneath A at this corner. the island on the 3 line, but there is no such cruiser there, so so Smile probably going to be able to just push around that corner if they want to, once they realize that there's nothing really in opposition apart from Renegade's Shimakaze.
Smile's Minotaur, or should I say Manitar, at the B cap with his radar, pushing classic nouns, daring well off the cap for the moment, as that allows a dead Kamek Shimakaze to pick up the B, and for the moment, Smile has total control of the board.
Yep, that Shimakaze there able to provide smoke for this radar Minotaur, which it's doing right now. That smoke going up probably means that the Minotaur's radar is just coming off cooldown. So
now
we'll be reversing back to try and radar that daring as it comes back in to block. But of course, Classic Noun will be aware of that radar, and will be just trying to stay on the edge of the range.
So now as you look at C stats, you're starting to see that Harugamo smoke. They had a specific place they wanted to use it, and it's to bridge this gap along the islands as they move, as they try to cut these Moskvas through across the 9 line. They're going to run Yenyaya's Kremlin out of the smoke where he can be seen, maybe draw some fire, move the Moskvas up through there, and try to wrap them around the top end of the C cap. But by the time they've finished making this play, they're going to be upside down, well, coming up on 250 points.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to enable them to envelop the C cap, but as you say, it's a lot of time spent going around these diagonal maps. If you're not careful, you can end up a lot of time being wasted pushing around. But then again, down the other end of the map, you're seeing pretty much the mirror image thing going on, with Smile pushing around down through the bottom corner. So both teams kind of rotating around through those corners.
Vor still not on a cap. 7 minutes gone, upside down, 300 points here, as they finally do step onto C with one of the Moskvas. That's Asphodelis. There we go. I'm going to get that right eventually.
Torpedoes heading in towards this smokescreen down on the A cap as the Yu Yang smokes the Nevskis through this push. First Nevsky. Nevsky, of course, not a massive ship, but if you don't have the speed, Stepan, no, you're okay. So they're going to be pushing up towards that island. Yu Yang does not have the longest duration smokescreen, so these guys won't be covered forever. But Ohio, Venezia, Shima kiting away to let them push through.
Another Minotaur radar going up at B. A little more chip damage into Classic. Nothing catastrophic. He takes maybe 2k there as he's able to sneak away. But Farm's Minotaur position is going to become increasingly untenable, given that he's got all these Moskvas and a Kremlin on his starboard flank from the C cap. They're going to have to rotate him somewhere else.
The Shimakaze of Dead Kamek in the middle there, just taking a little chunk. I suspect that was a radar from Dark Temple. Throwing torps back in that direction. So Smile flexing away from the push from Vor through Charlie, and Vor flexing away from the push through A. And pretty much now there's a vertical north-south divide down the middle of the map between these two teams, almost completely symmetrical, as they exchange shots mainly at the north end.
Indeed, both teams having almost mirror images of each other's position, but the difference is that at the moment, Smile is on nearly a 400-point lead. That really puts some pressure on Vor to bag a kill, make a play, sit on a cap for a while, try and close this gap as we approach the halfway mark of the game.
Yeah, Vor having to push through with that points disadvantage, but they do currently have a health advantage, just about. Although the Moskva, who is at the front of this push, is not doing too well. YBB is not looking too healthy. 16k and burning.
You can kind of see that Smile has also rethought their southern push as well. They're leaving Russian Admiral and one of the Nevskys down along the J line to kind of keep these Vor guys honest. But they pulled WCG riders back up near the Ohio in the middle of the board, and it looks like they're trying to envelop the B cap with a series of radars between the Minnow, the Des Moines, and the Nevsky.
One tactic that teams do sometimes use is when they see a push like this Yu Yang double Nevsky, is they'll try and get the team that's pushing to overextend. So they'll actually run quite a long way away and the pushing force ends up overextending and then ending up basically in a crossfire, or certainly being off position. But Smile, I think, recognizing that that might be what the plan was, and actually just stopping and just holding the territory they already have, which is probably a pretty smart position. The other end of the map, we might see YBB in the Moskva go down. 7k, 4k.
Close.
5k, healing through that damage, but not going to end up on very much health here.
He's going to start to come under fire from the Minotaur as well, or the Minotaur. No, the Minotaur. He's working on the Kremlin up north.
Yeah, I don't think the Minotaur probably doesn't quite have range for that. But the Moskva's still firing, confident in its ability to bow tank against the Kremlin. It does a little chunk there. I'm not sure, that might be slightly overconfident.
Yeah.
But then again, they are up against nearly 900 points, so they do need to keep shooting.
Smile about to cross the 900 point threshold. That puts Vor in a very precarious position. They cannot afford to lose a ship for basically any reason, or that's going to put Smile seconds away from winning the match. 2 ship losses would basically be catastrophic.
Judging by the amount of fire coming into DNO Gaming, I think Vor are trying to get rid of the Des Moines in the above the A cap there. That is pretty much the only chance they have to stop those points leaking away quite so quickly. AP coming over from Kremlin. Nope, not much of a chunk there. 25.
There it is. They do finally back the Moskva way up at the C cap. YBB going off the board here, pushing Smile to less than 60 seconds away from a win here in game 1.
I don't see where Vor are going to get this kill from. DNO Gaming has backed way around that island. Only the Kremlin currently has shots, really.
They're going to struggle a bit. The Ohio, way down on the J line, has been taking shots. He's got a gap to get him over the island, but he did not land that last salvo. He's got time for one more max. And actually, they're coming in right now. But they've lost sight of Dino.
Yeah, and if the shells aren't in the air already, it's too late. 15 seconds. Nope, that's a miss. That looks like the last chance taken. Ohio is actually taking massive damage here. Maniac,
but he's
just
only has to hang on 6 more seconds, and they'll have the win. It looks like it's going to happen. There it is.
Lovely dodging there from the battleship.
Well played game by both teams, but Smile claims game 1 on the back of their strong map control early. Vor never really able to get back into the game.
Indeed, and this is the first game of a best of 3. So we will be definitely coming back for at least one more game in this best of 3 series versus the second place CIS team and the first place Asia team. Back to Prague for some analysis about what you've just seen.
Thank you, Stansblog and C-Raptor. And if you want to find out more about these two and watch their regular streams, you can just head to their channels, either C-Raptor00 or to Stansblog, and catch them play by the Warships or broadcasted very often during the week. Now, congratulations to Smile for taking Crash Zone Alpha Vor's map pick off of them and bagging the point into their score. And now they only have to win the next one and they would already advance. So making it very, very difficult for Vor to come and get into the final stage. Now let's get in PrivatePinguin and Boxy and talked about how Smile was actually able to pull this off in, at least in my opinion, no pre-bias here at all, a very convincing fashion. Boxy is nodding, so Boxy, why don't you start off?
Yeah, well, I mean, I knew ahead of time that this was going to be a great match. Smile and Vor, both, teams that placed very, very high in the past. We've seen good things from them. And about halfway through the match there, I noticed, like, they made this, both teams had made this beautiful, like, beginning of a spiral shape. If you looked at the mini-map, which maybe if we get the mini-map replay function going before too long, we might even be able to get to see that, and you guys will see that's what it looks like when 2 of the top teams in the world go at each other. And then look at that. By the end of it, only a single ship had been lost because they're so good at managing their HP. They're so good at managing their positions. And in this case, we were trying to figure out exactly sort of where it went wrong for Vor. And we sort of feel like it's possible they just took a little too long making their push up the seaside, up the northern side, where they committed a lot of resources. They put an entire extra cruiser into their push, whereas, Smile Smile put that Minotaur in the center. Worked out pretty well, didn't it?
Should bring more of these now. But that's the beauty of these teams. They like a lot of the strategies. You know, they come from fan battles and teams scrimmaging against each other and figuring out what works well. But if you can find a really good way of employing a ship like the Minotaur in a way that the enemy cannot anticipate, it might make exactly that difference. And being that, that little thorn in your side that kind of breaks your plan. And I think that Smile had a very, very good idea of how to put War on the max side and managing to actually get a 3-cap advantage, which means, of course, that War had to do anything to get back into this match, Pingu, right?
Exactly. As Boxy just said, I think the thing is, it took too long for 4 to get around the C side. In the beginning, I thought they would. They brought 2 Moskvas and a Stalingrad, Haragumo, and a Kremlin to the Charlie cap. I thought they would play it a little bit more passive. And
if you want to, sorry to rudely interrupt here, but we have the replay here, so you can just play it, and then we can see what actually happened in the match.
So if I go to the replay and start the playing, we can see that 4 is going with a big group to the Charlie cap. They took the A cap, or I reset, sorry. They took the A cap in the early stage of the match, and we have in the middle the Minotaur sitting with the Shimakaze open water. Boxy and we thought the Minotaur would go right to the middle of the cap to the big island. They didn't. They played it like in a random battle where you have just a smoke in open water. But it worked out pretty well, to be honest. And I think they did this on purpose just because they knew their DD would go right there where the daring sits. So they could try to just send some shots over there. It worked out for them. On the other side, they recaptured the cap. But let's go back to the right side. And initially, I thought that this group would be way more passive there and maybe relocate one Moskva to the B cap so they could contest a little bit better and crossfire on the Minotaur right there. No ship was able to do this, to be honest. The Stalingrad is on this position. All other ships are way, way far behind. And in the end, it was just a point lead for the other team, for Smile Gaming, that also tried then to push back on the soft side, right? So that's exactly the thing that we can see right here, what Boxy just said. The front line just moved around like this, starting like this, and that's how you can see that there are good teams playing against each other.
Absolutely. I really love the positioning of the double Nevsky. Being able to sit around, of course, these islands here, being able to move up. And the Shimmer was not able to do anything because initially, of course, the Shimmer was torpedoing into this direction, but not really in an effective fashion. So I'm, very impressed with Smile. Obviously one of the teams that we all know and love to see play here, and just a really good match, and it promises a very good second match that will be Smile's pick on the map Trap. Just as a little reminder, if you want to use this beautiful tool that we just talked about, you can actually do this. This is not something that is only available here on the official channel. No, you can use it on several Discords. For example, the Dark Lab Discord. You can just submit a replay to a bot, and the bot will just instantly give you this. And we were talking about this with, for example, Boxy in the background, and he said it's such a fantastic tool. Would be really great to use, for example, for if you want to discuss clan battle strategies. Absolutely do this. It's a great way of learning and being able to draw together and talk about strategies and tactics and so on. So big shout out to the guy who made it. Thank you very much for that. And next match is going to take place on Trap. And now, of course, the pressure is on Vor with the need to win this. How do you deal with this? I mean, Boxy and Pingu, you both played your share of clan battles and also some other more competitive things. How is the pressure if you have to there's no room for loss anymore? You just have to win this.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that Vor is going to be in a position here where they're going to have to make the bold plays. I mean, Smile, I think, knows, hey, we're one game up. We can sort of afford to take a more conservative stance if we want to. And like we've seen on Trap, this just like Crash Zone Alpha that we were just on, Trap is that other map that, again, I'm going to keep doing this, and I'm going to get made fun of later for it. But it's the diagonally oriented cap setup. And it usually comes down to who's able to out-trade and out-position at the A cap. We did see, of course, in the previous match that we were fortunate enough to look at on Trap here, that there was actually a sort of a bonsai rush pushed around the north side of C, but it ended up basically being gobbled up and swallowed by, I'm sorry, I think I forgot. It was Oh Boy. Oh Boy was that team that did that. So without the gearing and the Kleber, which have both been banned, I'm interested to see if somebody takes a Marceau to try and make use of that really, really fast relocation ability. And I suspect we'll see some Shimikazes at A to try and dump as many torpedoes into sort of area denial and push the enemies away. Again, I would also really like to continue to see Nevsky's. I think that may have been decisive. That Smile ended up bringing 2 Nevskys on the flank, whereas Vor brought 2 Moskvas. As the Nevskys are a little more maneuverable, they're a little faster, they accelerate a little better, just a little more flexible overall than the Moskvas. So we'll see if they do that same sort of setup on this map here.
Yeah, and I think that Vor is, of course, one of the teams that can absolutely pull this off and turn this around. Don't forget that Vor is the winner from the Asia King of the Sea, so they definitely want to advance to the next stage and show everybody after getting second place last time that they have what it needs to actually be first. We, of course, asked our chat who will win on the next map on Trap, and currently it's a 100k advantage for Smile with 470,000 channel points against Vor with 370. And now the match is slowly starting in the background, so Bogsy, your pick.
My pick? Oh, well, goodness gracious. I'm going to change it up, and I'm going to say Vor this time. I think that Vor is very adaptable. I've seen them do that in the past, and I think they're going to figure out exactly what they need to do.
I go with 4 again.
Okay. I have to say that even though I think Vor is very strong, I was so impressed now by Smile that I'm just going to go with Smile. They might just sweep it off. It's their map pick. But Vor proved me wrong. I love to see third matches. You know this. So, yeah, let's head over to Statsblock and see Raptor and have a very, very great match. Enjoy it. And we'll talk about it, of course, afterwards.
Welcome back to Game 2 of this best-of-3 set between Asia champion Panzer Vor and Russian CIS second-place team Smile as we head to Trap. Vor coming to the dance with Ohio Kremlin, Triple Moskva, Stalingrad, fronted by Daring Marceau and Shimikaze. Stats, what has Smile brought?
Smile going with a slightly more mobile team. They've got Montana, Ohio, Triple Nevsky instead of Triple Moscow with the Daring, Marceau, a Kaba, and a Yuyang. So quite different lineups here. So we've got the Ohio and the Kremlin, maybe a little bit more brawly. Montana, Ohio, maybe a little bit more ranged. Nevsky, a bit more mobile. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams face up against each other with those lineups.
If I strain really hard, I feel like I can hear the Soviet anthem in the background, Stats.
It's starting to feel a little bit like
There
that.
is a whole lot of Russian cruiser in this game. Let me tell you, every cruiser on the field, a product of Russia. Well, yeah, looking at the kind of early spawns here, of course, we've got the Marceau ducking into B. He'll be opposed by Smiles Daring here in just a moment. Vor opting for a bit of an even split. Kind of sending 4 ships south, 3 north, and 2 center.
Unlike Smile, who have the 3 Nevskys in formation with that Smoke Yuyang. I'm assuming it's a Smoke Yuyang. So you've got that triple radar, ultra good DPM of the Nevskys and the Yuyang. That's going to be... Right, so let's move over to see who's going to die in the face of that. It's Renegade. So I wouldn't want to be Renegade right now in about 2 minutes' time.
Smile just very much opting for a massive A push. You're sending both battleships down that flank as well. You generally don't see teams do this on Trap.
No, and like I was saying on the last map, with these diagonal maps, which are very, very long, if you decide to do this and you take all of your like heavy team to one cap, you then have the rest of your team, which in this case will be 1 Daring, 1 Kaba, and 1 Marceau, facing off against the entirety of the rest of their team. So you have pretty much no map control of the rest of the map. So you have to be very quick pushing through that heavy cap, the A cap here in this case, if you're Smile, and then getting on towards the rest of the map. But the problem is they're facing a Kremlin and 2 Moskvas. So while they may win that gunfight, it's going to take them quite a long time.
Something else I want to talk about briefly before we get too far into the action. Have you ever seen a Khabarovsk in King of the Sea until today?
Yeah, we did see, I think, a couple during EU. They're certainly not very common, and if I remember correctly, certainly haven't been very effective so far. I'm kind of struggling to think why you would bring a Kaba instead of Marceau, perhaps? I mean, Kleber is banned for this series, so that might explain something. But yeah, I mean, presumably it's a heal Kaba and not a smoke Kaba, so it does have that going for it. It's got the great Russian guns, but honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see it. We'll see what they do with it.
I am very curious to see what they're intending to get out of that ship. Now, looking at them that's from Vor's perspective, they're just now catching sight of the Nevskys down on the J line. They don't know what's opposing them at the A spawn just yet. They're, like I said, they've just caught a glimpse of a couple of the ships. The smoke, Yang smoke, now going up, starting to block some of that vision.
So I've switched over quickly to the Vor view here, so you can see what they can see of Smile, which is not a whole lot. They can see Stepan and Max here. They can't see the other Nevsky, and they certainly can't see the Yuyang. So we'll see how they deal with this. The Nevsky's turning to kite against the border. So they will be using that border just to make it a little bit more difficult for Vor to aim as they return fire and focus on what looks like the Kremlin so far.
Well, critically to me, the other thing is that at the moment, Vor does not know that both battleships are down there as well. They haven't pulled the trigger. They haven't been spotted.
Yeah, that's true. These battleships may well be holding their shots until they essentially lull one of these Moskvas, probably YBB, into a full sense of security. The Moskva gives a little bit too much angle, and then both battleships unleash their devastating AP on its broadside. So let's watch out for that. Ohio's certainly aiming in that direction.
Now, of course, with all that said, when you look at things from Smile's perspective, at the moment, because the Yuyang had to turn around, lay smoke, and is now reversing backwards, they don't really have good vision either. They can't see any of those ships at the A-cap.
Having said that the Ohio is aiming at the Moskva, actually the Ohio has switched its aim to the Stalingrad above B. And now back again. It looks like they're kind of trying to decide who to actually put these shots in at.
I think as I'm watching this A flank unfold stats, they've turned the Nevskys around, they've turned the Montana around. It's almost like they mean for this to be a kiting flank. Like they expect a massive push through A, and they're set up to just punish it as it materializes. But it doesn't look like, I mean, Vor's obviously not going for that right now.
No, I think you're right with Smile holding the shots on these battleships. It was almost like, hey, you know, we'll wait until one of you guys pushes what you think is a light flank, and then we'll just annihilate you as we all suddenly fire on you. And that just didn't happen. So they've now turned them around again. So you've got Max and Ryder and Stepan here all turned around again. Maybe they'll actually try a push. Yeah, the Ohio is just starting to move forward. I think John
seems like that might be the play.
But whatever it is, they need to do it quickly because there's 3 green caps right now.
Yeah. Both Smile battleships haven't opened up on Dark Temple Stalingrad, so Vor's now well aware of where those ships are. They should be able then, if I'm looking at things from the Vor perspective, they know now all of these ships are down at the A cap. You should be focusing on bringing that Ohio and that Moskva right through the C cap as quick as you can, because Vor owns all the caps. Smile needs to, start. I mean, it's not a huge gap. There's only 7 minutes gone, but still, you don't want to let this game run away from you. We saw what happened last time when Smile pulled the exact same trick in reverse and did it to Vor. You really put Vor on the opposing team on the back foot when you've got that kind of a lead.
Okay, so we just saw some focus on Yanea in the Kremlin there, but over on the B cap, we've got the Daring and the Kaba pushing classic Nouns Marceau. But Dead is absolutely paying for that, down to 9-1 there, although, of course, Daring does have a heal. which is
Now-
just running now.
Classic knows where the daring is, but I don't think he knows where the Habarovsk is. And I think he's about to find himself pincered by a daring at his stern and a Kaba on his starboard side.
Yeah, and it's only the Stalingrad there to support, really, so there's no other ships really within effective range. And Dark Temple's guns are actually on the wrong side to shoot the Kaba, so pretty much a green light here to pincer Classic Noun.
Indeed, a very bold destroyer push here at B. Looks like it might pay off for Smile. It hasn't yet, but it's shaping up that way.
So Dead throwing torpedoes towards Classic Noun to push him out, and then the Kaba catching, essentially.
Yep.
But the Marceau can still put out some shells, so...
Right. Now, see, the one thing that this hasn't gone exactly like Smile wanted is that Noun has been able to get a one-on-one engagement with the Kaba. This is not a two-on-one. And Noun firing the AP into the Kaba's broadside, he's doing a noteworthy amount of damage. He's still going to go out here, I think.
Yeah, and the Kaba, as long as it survives, will be able to... No,
Oh my
didn't.
goodness! He wins the duel.
It didn't
He wins
even...
the duel on 15 health.
Wow, Classic Noun, GG's for that little engagement. That was pretty impressive shooting.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think Smile will be very happy with that exchange for sure.
That did not go at all like they planned. Now, they haven't killed Classic, but he is effectively out of the game. They're going to have to pull him off of this cap or surrender the point change of losing the ship completely. So Marceau doing what Marceau so often does that we see when they get low. If you can't finish him off, he's just going to run to the back of the map and hold those points on the board.
Yeah, Marceau does have 9-kilometer torpedoes, so he may be able to be used at some point to throw torpedoes at something that's pushing. But yeah, pretty much going to be out of the game. But that, of course, leaves Dead in the daring on its own. You know, to push 2 destroyers into a cap and not kill the destroyer that you went in to kill and lose one of your own, that's tough.
I mean, kudos to Classic Noun for managing that engagement as well as he did, and it feels bad that Smile was unable to. You know, they obviously were angling for that 2v1 and didn't get it.
Okay, back down at the A cap, the Yu Yang is smoking up the Nevsky triple again, so they are starting to lay down some really good DPM on the Moskva and the Kremlin. I do feel like they need to, maybe it's just the shots they have, but they do need to focus a little bit on one ship. They are currently shooting both the Kremlin and the Moskva. But that may simply be down to which ones the Nevskys actually have vision of. There are torps coming towards that smoke screen, so they're going to have to be careful.
Game half over. Vor on a 360-point lead here on the strength of their early cap advantage and the early kill. But Smile not out of it. Like, their position today is very commanding, but they're all the way in the corner of the map. It's going to take them time to be relevant. And, I mean, they do hold the center of the board at the moment, so I don't know. You can see that Vor has repositioned. They brought the Moskva and the Ohio down and the daring from the sea cap. So it's all going to happen. All the interesting action at this point is going to happen towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be dead Kamek right now. You've got the Moskva, the Daring, the Ohio, the Marceau, and the Stalingrad all coming towards you. So we'll keep an eye on Dead in the background. But I'm just watching the damage that these Nevskys are putting out against the Kremlin. They've got the Kremlin down to half health. The Moskva is down to went down to 2.5. Ohio in the background there. Best Nomi just took a torpedo from Daring. As Smile continue to hold this A cap here.
Ooh. Yeah, they're really pushing Dead Kamek here in this cap.
Daring smoking up.
They can still see him.
Yep. HE is probably going to finish Dead Kamek off.
I think they're going to get him. Yep. There he is.
So that leaves only John Sheridan there to actually defend. Although I've just noticed the Marceau of Farm is actually going up around the back. Behind the Moskva of Vor. So the Moskva will be able to radar him. But that's going to be annoying for Vor because they're going to have to turn around.
They'll be able to back cap C, and that guy will be able to shell and get some free damage. But I mean, they've got a 400-point lead, a 2-ship lead. It's not a massive health advantage, but they have a very commanding board position. I mean, if I'm Smile, I'm not comfortable with this game right now. It feels like it's taken them too long to get this Nevsky push to kind of come together, and they have yet to achieve what they wanted out of it, which was overwhelming force to get a ship kill. They're still farming damage off this Vor Kremlin, and they haven't gotten him off the board yet.
Yeah, whether that initial turnaround was, as you say, planned and they were expecting Vor to overextend into them and then they trapped them in their little sort of funnel spider web, or whether that was just overly cautious, either way, it didn't really work. And if they'd just pushed through, they would have been probably back through and they would have killed most of the stuff that was at A from the Vor side, and they would be in B by now.
Excellent team play here from Renegade Shimakaze, smoking up Yenyaya's Kremlin as he runs up the extreme edge of the map here. As long as Yenyaya holds his fire, he'll be able to kind of hide in there for a little bit and preserve his health. They only need 60 more seconds for a Vor win here in Game 2.
Yenyaya is running a double fire, although Kremlin's DCP will probably come off cooldown pretty quickly if he hasn't burned through them all already under that Nevsky fire.
Nevsky's do finally bag a kill there, stealing, getting the Moskva off the board. He kind of was in a position where he could not be salvaged. It was just a matter of time, I suppose.
The Moskva and the Daring have gone back up to try and find farm in the Mosso at the top, which does actually open up a little opportunity for Maniac Pro here to
and the Moskva's
push.
about to not have a great day. Taking 3 big French torpedoes on the broadside.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
They can see farm now. They're basically selling this Marceau to buy time. They know exactly. they can't keep him, but the longer he sits there, the more time he buys this southern push to work. But the Stalingrad bags one of the Nevskys, and once again, Vor's starting to get a little uncomfortably close to victory. If you're Smile.
Yeah, 130-ish on the points clock there, 940 points. Farm will make it as difficult as possible for these two to take the kill. Ohio,
the longer he sits in there, the more time he buys, as now they're onto both caps.
Yeah, indeed.
Maniac Pros Ohio.
That actually stops the point income for Vor, so you can't win if you don't have, even if you're on 999, if you don't have any points income, you have to get kills to win. So they're going to have to go up and get farm, and there's no way that farm is going to come out.
Oh, and the Montana bags the Stalingrad, tying things up at 3 kills apiece. Vor bleeding health really badly. They do bag yet another Nevsky. So they have a ship. They retain that 1-ship lead.
Okay, Classic Noun here has a potential opportunity to put torpedoes against John Sheridan's Montana or the Ohio of Maniac Pro as it pushes. But they do not want to lose those points that are held up in that Mosso either.
This destroyer duel at sea may not go Vor's way either. It doesn't. They lose the Daring, and now Asphodelis is going to have to try and deal with this Marceau by himself. That's going to be a challenge.
Now, Maniac, I think, going for the ram. It looks like he's turning it in.
I don't like this play. Why would you trade when you're down on points?
I mean, it kind of makes sense because then the Montana can easily push and kill that Marceau.
That's true.
And then they would hold the cap because that Ohio is the main thing holding that cap. Because Classic Noun only has 15 hit points, and against any battleship secondaries at close range, that's not a good position to be in.
Now, admittedly, Vor is in a very precarious position. They've led most of the game, but their surviving ships are basically well off the caps, with the exception of Asphodel's Moskva.
Montana's AP from B is on the way to the Moskva.
He's all right.
No, he's okay. Farm playing Benny Hill around this island here.
Cue Benny Hill theme.
Exactly. But the problem is that Farm has no way of spotting that Moskva unless he's spotted otherwise. So gonna have to.
Well, it's a very dangerous. Yeah, it's a very dangerous game he's playing. Right, he has to wonder where the Moskva is, but the Moskva only literally needs 1 shot. If he gets spotted and the Moskva can get 2 shells into him, he's out.
But this play here from Farm is absolutely critical if Smile wants to be in with a chance of winning. I'm kind of surprised that the Moskva is just I suppose he's waiting for his radar to come off cooldown. so he can push. Like
Presumably.
they're both basically just going like forwards, backwards, just
Yeah.
waiting for one of them to get spotted.
With 2.5 minutes left in the game, Smile has recovered. They are only 130 points down and gaining because they own the A cap and both other caps are contested. Vor's points games are
Asphodelis
frozen.
is pushing forward into torpedoes, takes farm down. There are torpedoes coming. I think Asphodelis should
He's
be
going to
fine.
take one.
Yep, that's
All
okay.
right, he's going to live there. It's the Montana
AP
salvo
coming.
coming in. That's the question. Can he survive the Montana salvo?
Yes.
He does.
Okay.
That's
and
huge.
Marceau, classic noun, finally goes down in A to the Yu Yang. So we have.
Wow. Both
we have-
teams just sucking wind here at the end.
Absolutely. There's only 3 ships left on each team. This is very unusual for King of the Sea. So we've got 5 minutes left on the points clock for Vor, who currently hold 1 cap and the points advantage.
But there's only 90 seconds left in the game timer.
In the game,
and if,
absolutely.
And if Smile can't bag a kill, B is contested. Both teams are taking a cap. Vor has a 120-point lead. That's where this game's going to end in basically 90 seconds and nothing changes.
Yeah, this Shima needs to get out of B very, very quickly and get behind the island.
There's no need for them to hold this cap back. They'll still win even if they let them tick up B for a while. He's got to get out of there.
So he throws
He knows
torps.
it too. He's bailing.
Yep, absolutely. Throws torps back towards John Sheridan, and will go. I don't think it matters which way he turns. Just needs to get round behind the island here somehow, just to make sure.
They caught a brief glimpse of him, but he's got cover now. It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like Renegade is safe. Russian Admiral desperately chasing this Shimakaze. Shimakaze even cheekily taking a little shot there.
Oh, look at that! That is gutsy.
He's got their health, and hopefully he's running a detonation signal.
I would not invite those Nevsky shells to change my
No.
game. Let me tell you.
Well, that's
but
true.
He's doing it anyway.
Yep, that's pretty cheeky from Renegade there. I'd imagine the caller is probably shouting at him right now not to do that.
Indeed. 30 seconds to go, and Vor looks like they are going to hang on by their fingernails to claim Game 2 and force a Game 3 in this match.
18 seconds left on the game clock. It's easy to lose track of that game clock when you're looking at the points clocks. That's 12, 10. It's looking
it's over.
like it's for Vor, and that's going to equal it up. So we're currently 1-0 to Smile. It's going to bring it to 1-1. So we will be going into a decider round here for Vor versus Smile. And the next map is going to be Land of Fire, chosen by the bot. So we will see when we come back for this decider who is going to go through. Is it going to be Vor, or is it going to be Smile? And with that, we'll go back to Chrysanthos for the analysis.
Very, very interesting match here, and well done to Vor taking Smile's map off of them, just as Smile did to them, and now it's on. It's a draw, 1-1, and whoever's going to win the next map is going to advance to the next stage. So, Bogsy and PrivatePinguin, please help me dissect this match, because a lot of interesting things actually happened here, and we should look at it together, especially with, like, I was very surprised to see what Smile did there. I was sitting here like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And I would love to hear your opinion on their kind of like betting everything on one card approach with the triple Nevsky smoke choo-choo train to the A cap.
I mean, it was really, really interesting to see so many ships going for one cap, having 2 DDs on the right side on the Charlie cap, only 1 DD in the middle to try to block it. And I'm not quite sure what they did in the beginning there. The smoke, every ship there, like if the 3 Nevskys, they went into the border. They almost messed up the smoke. It looked like a question mark, to be honest. And I'm not quite sure what they did there. I think they tried to figure out how many ships there are, and they didn't want to go full in to commit full on this cap that early in the game. But yeah, I think only the Wally can tell us what they just did there.
That's true.
An interesting point is they brought the Khabarovsk to the battle.
And it almost worked until they. I was a bit mad at looking how that ended up. Not because I wanted Smile to win, but it's just very interesting to see like how this match developed and how certain assets were used. From my perspective, maybe Smile was hoping for a different DD to come to the A cap, with the Shimmer, of course, having like a huge just concealment advantage and potentially spotting the Nevskys earlier without being able to kind of get their hands on it than they expected. I don't know, maybe this, but I was just, for me, it never seemed to work out. Like the combined firepower they had, they could only use to farm down a Kremlin. And that's not something that's going to go down very quickly. They couldn't catch the Shimmer, they couldn't catch the Moskva. And then whenever something happened on B, I felt like, can't you just take one of the Nevskys and just shove it over to B? Just redeploy, because it could have made a huge difference. But what do you think, Boxy? What went wrong there?
I'm still trying to figure out, like Penguin was saying, I'm still trying to figure out if that southern turn into the wall with smoke was a mistake, whether it was a reaction, or whether that was the plan. Either way, I think that, I think that cost him. That was probably 1.5 to 2 minutes worth of readjustment to get back on the path. And as we saw, that was a really close match. Smile came back from an exceptionally high point deficit and nearly won it. I think that, boy, yeah, it's just so strange because, there's so many things happened there. Like, there were 2 different DD situations where, Penguin and I were just sitting there like going like, what is happening? The Marceau versus the Daring up in the northern cap up in C. The Daring ended up shooting AP, and even though it has those advanced AP penetration angles, they were all bouncing off the side of Smiles Marceau, which gave it, suddenly it wasn't a 2-on-1 anymore; it's a 1-on-1. And then the same thing in the center when the Kaba and the Daring attempted to pincer that Marceau in the center. The Khabarovsk, which, the Khabarovsk did a fine job for what it was worth, but he sat broadside to the Marceau, who very wisely goes, "You have a 50mm belt? That's cool. I have AP." And he just chunk 3 to 4 grand out of the Khabarovsk every time. And Penguin and I were trying to figure out why was he sitting so flat, and our only guess could be that he just didn't know where that Stalingrad was in terms of line of sight, and he was more afraid of taking a full broadside from the Stalingrad than he was from getting chunked by the Marceau. But again, anybody who doesn't know how the French destroyers work, damage saturation, you just saw it right there.
Yeah, and that's what I found so bizarre as well. This is, of course, hindsight is 2020, and we have spectator mode, so we get to, zoom around the map and look at things. And actually, Stats was zooming in on the Stalingrad, and we knew the Stalingrad's turrets are actually towards the A cap, right? They were not even remotely where they needed to be able to help, even if they pushed the radar button, as soon as potentially RPF flips around. So initially, I was like, oh, that Kaba can just go in, like zoom down the Marceau, because the Marceau was definitely not expecting it. But then just stopping short and just showing full broadside and making it as easy as potentially possible, the King of the Sea, to get farmed down by the enemy destroyer by just sitting still. So I guess he was caught by surprise and then couldn't adjust that quickly with the Kaba to get out of it. So really well played by that Marceau, like trying to wiggle his way out of it between those two. And I see we have the replay, so we can actually watch this. So let's take a look at it and just kick it off, Mr. Combo. If you can just press the start button while we open it. So yeah,
after all, it's the map trap, right? We had a lot of traps on this map.
I would love to have like 20 minutes to just talk about all of the different things that happened here, because you didn't really expect it, and this is also something I love to see. You think you kind of know what teams are going to do, and then they just say, you know what? Nope, we're doing something differently. And yeah, overall, really well played by Vor, and at the end also not making the mistake, because I was a bit afraid that, okay, Vor kind of has this game on the point advantage. The time is ticking down. Then they're sending in the Shimmer into B and potentially putting their game here at risk instead of just playing it out safely, because that's something you just have to realize at some point. What is the actual game clock doing? Not just the timers that we have here with one of the mods.
Kavarov's just she was just gone right there in the middle. And look at the
Yes.
Marceau, 15 HP.
Yeah, 15 HP, and then doing the right moves and staying there. What I found really interesting and well played by Smile here was redeploying the Marceau to C, as we see here, and kind of drawing that entire curtain they tried to build here around the B cap to kind of shield it off. They didn't do this part, allowing the Marceau to get in here and taking out the enemy daring when we just let it play. This was so well played by that Marceau, just back and forth, and then abusing the Moskva's inability to shoot him, and then almost taking him down. I mean, you're at a huge disadvantage at this point, right? If you're sitting there in your Marceau with 1k health, the enemy Moskva has the radar, will definitely be able to spot you. And you just kind of have to hope that if he does come around, that you might hit more than one torpedo, of course. And yeah, well played here, well played. So I think this one.
I also have a little surprise for you.
Oh.
FPM after that first game, which I mean 07 really won clearly. Managed to win the next 2 games and make it through.
Very interesting. See, guys, I told you when we were, handing off that, FPM was the second place team from the Asia cluster, and not to be underestimated. And I would be very happy to see their replays later on. But unfortunately, we cannot cast, of course, all of the games at the same time. But that sounds like a very interesting matchup. And now FPM will be playing against KISS. KISS is the team that beat Smile and is the king of the CIS cluster. And judging by what Smile is doing here, and except for the triple Nevsky push that didn't really work out that well as they thought, you can expect a very, very fun match there. Now, the last map is going to be Land of Fire for War versus Smile. This map, of course, was picked by a randomizer, by a bot, so that none of the teams would have an advantage, right? And the same thing applies to the spawns. So this is a map where you could get away with less DDs than on other maps. Do you expect the teams to do that, especially War with lower DD count earlier, or do you expect them to do something crazy potentially?
It is really hard to predict how they will play on this map, because I have to admit I haven't seen a single game with these teams on this map yet. And every map is different. Every map needs another tactic. So, wow, it's a hard to answer question. Maybe there will be some nice picks we don't think about yet, but like the cover risk we just had, which was really fun to look at.
Yeah, I
don't know.
What we have to keep in mind is that, of course, both teams can draw from the entire cruiser pool here. So if they want to deploy Des Moines, or Nevskys, or Salems, they can definitely do this. And, well, this map is one of the few maps where you might, for example, see like something like a Goliath or maybe Hindenburg. We'll have to see. Like, teams usually try to, have very specific ships for specific flanks and duties in King of the Sea. And, of course, they played this in, like, dozens and dozens and dozens of times against other very decent clans. In terms of like how you prepare for King of the Sea, Boxy, I know your clan TNG is also quite competitive, and you do scrimmages, I guess, as well. So how do you prepare for these kind of matches?
Oh, how do we prepare for them?
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing about the I don't know how it is on other servers, fellas. I'm sorry, but on the NA server, there's a pretty nice, relatively tight-knit group, or not group, community of the competitive teams, and people are generally pretty open about scrimming each other. Although the nice thing is that you're never going to get quite there. They're never going to give you their A game ahead of time, because they don't want to reveal too much. But one of the things that we found was very effective on Land of Fire is that whether you're on the 1 line or the 10 line, a single Salem or a single Goliath, sometimes even a single kiting Venezia, can hold off 2, even 3 ships trying to push around those corners. Goliaths, especially because they have the added torpedo threat of 10-kilometer single-fire torpedoes on some of those really, really thin lanes, like there is over on the 10 line, for example. A Goliath, man, unless you're coming at it with big guns like an Ohio or something, Goliaths will not die. And people tend to sleep on Goliaths. I don't think we've seen a single one today, have we, gentlemen? But
not today yet, but it is a quite underestimated ship in general, I would say.
Yeah.
And just the amount of tankiness you can get out of the ship just with the heel is fantastic. It's fantastic. I've seen it, I think, actually deployed more often on the NA King of the Sea part than on the EU part. Usually, like, it's in very specific positions where EU teams would deploy it. And I'm really curious to see whether, like, how popular it is on the CIS cluster. So we'll have to see, but it can make a huge difference, and it also the amount of damage it can put out, especially when it comes down to like farming down like a stationary target. That HE is brutal.
yeah, it doesn't quite have the same DPM as say something like a Hindenburg, but it's got the fire chance, it's got the HE penetration, it's got huge HE alpha for a cruiser, but it's I would say it's more it's differently armored than a Hindenburg, but I would argue that overall it's more tanky in terms of its armor layout. The Goliath, specifically for folks who don't know at home, the Goliath has a 40-millimeter deck, which is unusual for a heavy cruiser that's not Russian, which means the deck itself can bounce even 18-inch shells from Yamatos, from Ohios, from Thunderers. No Thunderers, of course, in this, but it does have a 30-millimeter upper hull, which means if the shells hit the deck, they bounce off. If they hit the upper hull, they go right through. It's such a strange boat, but at the same time, because you can sometimes get really hard punished, but other times you'll troll the Ohios and the Yamatos with those bounces. But if you're up against cruisers, man, it's never gonna die.
Yeah, so let's see what the teams will deploy here. There's I'm looking at, because over here is Mr. Conway's production screen, and I see the training room, and the teams are slowly but steadily getting ready. And Mr. Conway's actually dancing. Do you want to join us here? You seem bored.
No, I'm not.
Now you have to do the dance.
I've got like a million different chats and screens and things happening, because I have to also keep the flow of the tournament going for parallel games and for other streamers and stuff. So I'm busy, but we are counting down. So
while we have Mr. Conway here on camera, I have to do a big shout out for Mr. Conway, who has been doing a fantastic job with running King of the Sea. He's by now the master of all the seas, and he would love all of you to call it Kings of the Sea, because obviously, it's like teams made out of several guys, so it's kings. And actually, it's not just one sea; it's all the seas, right?
And
so it's kind of like Kings of the Ocean.
Unfortunately, with that, it is time to hand over to the game. Good luck.
Here we go. We are 1-1. Smile versus Vor Smile, the CIS second place team. Vor, the Asia first place team. The last game I was on the edge of my seat. That was fantastic. If this one's anything like that, it's going to be a great match. We have got for Smile in green, Ohio, Republic, Minotaur, Goliath, Venezia, Nevsky, Marceau, Shima, and Grozhvoy. No duplicates on their team. Unlike Vor. What have we got down there?
Opposing them from the south spawn, Vor is fielding Ohio Kremlin, fronted by double Des Moines, Moskva, Stalingrad, and at the tip of the spear, triple Marceau.
Yeah,
I smell a wolf pack, sir.
Exactly. They are sticking together like glue. Three Marceaus, that's going to be tricky to deal with. Just a reminder that for this series, Kleber is banned by Smile. So Vor maybe would have used 3 Klebers for this formation, but they've substituted that out for Marceaus, if that was their plan. Marceau, not exactly the same, but can fulfill a kind of a similar role. Certainly with this initial speed to get to the cap, and then carry on pushing if necessary. We'll watch what they do with these Marceaus. They're facing a Minotaur that's not going to be, and a Venezia actually, so that's not going to be a walkover for them for sure.
No, and Smile seems to have intuited correctly where those Marceaus are going initially, because that's where the Minotaur and the Venezia are. I am intrigued and excited to see Smile's lineup stats, because we keep seeing different looks from these guys, right? Last time we saw kind of the smoke train, spammy, triple Nevsky comp that they almost clawed their way back into that game. And now we're seeing Goliath and what I assume is another Minotaur build mixed in with, you know, a Republique, which we have not seen them field yet.
Yeah, I think they're playing the maps. You know, this map is obviously horizontal caps, and so it's a bit shorter in sense of the distance between the caps. So they don't quite need the same composition. So I think that is not only to respond to the enemy team, I think it's also to respond to the map. The Marceaus are... it's really funny. It's like watching some ducklings or something. They've pushed into the cap, and now they're like, right, we've done. Let's next. And they're going to go around and head towards B, I think. They're
just moving like a school of fish as they quickly cap C, which will not be answered by Smile from the north. They don't have any ships in a position to do anything about that. And it looks like the Marceau Wolfpack is going to head to B, and there's not really anything to oppose them there at the moment either.
But Smile, I mean, this is 9v9, and Smile have 7 of their ships.
Oh
7
my gosh.
over at A.
Did you see Classic was dumping torpedoes into the C cap? He accidentally torpedoed his teammate.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's unfortunate.
Aruha took one in the bow. And it's like, that's man.
Unfortunate. Well, hopefully Aruha is using Adrenaline Rush and will actually get something out of that. But that's going to cause some arguments. I mean, you've got to remember, in these international finals, there is potentially a cash prize on the table. And so little mistakes like that, that's probably going to cause... Hopefully these teams are experienced enough that probably won't get discussed during the match. No. But that's definitely something that they will talk about afterwards for sure.
Oh, I think so. Well, Vor's Wolfpack headed to B, might be met by Ferry's Marceau. The Shimakaze position, that's Dead Kamek, is very aggressive as well. Like, you don't generally see opposing DDs pushing across the midline of the map this early in a game, but here we are. Stalingrad radar going up from B, and they'll find out where Dead Kamek is right now.
Yeah, Dark Temple's actually going to nose around to try and get a shot on the Shima, I think, which means that the Nevsky and everyone else is going to be able to pile in on Dark Temple. But yeah, Dead is going to have to do some good dodging here. Just slamming on the brakes for that first volley. Accelerating away. I think just on the edge of radar range. Yeah, just going outside radar range now. The triple Marceau is heading in towards Bravo. Look at the Moskva position of YBB, like way down in J1. Vor are probably going to want to turn that Moskva all the way around and start kiting it away, or jam it up behind this island so that it's a pain to get rid of.
5 minutes gone. The triple Marceau Wolfpack doing its job. 2 quick caps here as Vor will start to open their 40-point lead a little wider. Renegade is... No, those torpedoes don't quite make it to him. I was like, oh, those look a little dodgy there for a minute.
Although the map is quite different, we're actually seeing something quite similar to last time. So you've got Smile really, really heavy on one cap and trying to push through, but they've got to capitalize on that pretty quickly. But of course, triple Marceau is able to move around the map really quickly. And they are actually being sent over to counter this push, and they already hold BC. And they can equally turn around and go and respond to anything that Smile do on B or C. So this triple Marceau division is going to be super important to Vor's game plan here.
Yenya's Kremlin coming under fire now from Maniacs Ohio to the north as... We see smoke going up for the Goliath and the Nevsky over here. The Nevsky's lagging a bit, so he probably won't open fire. But Grozovoy smoke going downrange, and Yenya is about to find himself on the receiving end of a very unfortunate torpedo salvo if you're Vor.
Shima talks 1, 2, third one just misses the aft end, and 3 is, oof, that's more than half health. AP coming from Ohio. Ooh, that was actually a little bit low. But Yenya is going to be wanting to turn out here. More torpedoes coming. I think
very quickly, Yenya under a tremendous amount of threat between the Nevsky, the Grozovoy, the Goliath. He does manage to dodge the Grozovoy torpedoes at least.
Yeah, it does manage to make the turn, but oof, that's an awful lot of ships behind you.
Yeah.
And Shima actually putting in another set, chasing.
Moscow radar going up. Go ahead.
Kremlin doesn't really have the problem with, you know, having to run a flood for a long time because of its quick cooldown DCP. But oof, that's not a health pool that you want to see on a Kremlin at this point in the match.
No, it's a little early.
Yeah, YBB choosing to stay nose in. I did wonder whether they would kite it away. This Mossfire is going to take a while to get rid of, but with Ohio, a Goliath, a Nevsky, a Grozhevoy shooting at it, it's not going to last that long.
Dead. Hammock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, caught by the Marceau Wolfpack here. They're blind firing him in that smoke. It only takes a handful of shells to kill him at this point. They get him. That's a big kill for Vor.
Yeah, and don't forget, that's on Smile's what was their strong flank.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Vor responding fantastically with those 3 Marceaus, and they are paying a little bit in return, but they are just going to turn around.
Still worth it.
Yep, turn around and waddle off in the other direction.
Well, and they can... If I'm Vor, I'm now at a point where I'm seriously considering breaking up the Wolfpack, right? There's nobody in A. They could easily go grab A right now, if they wished. And I'm not sure why you wouldn't, although they're getting the Goliath quite low at this point, and there he goes.
Yeah. It does look like they're doing that. Renegade is now facing in the opposite direction, and may be sent either to go and torpedo the Republic. It looks like the other 2 are actually being sent back in. Maybe now that there's, with that Goliath gone, there's a bit less of a threat. You've got the Mossfire and the Kremlin turning around as well. Maybe they will actually be super aggressive and actually push on A here.
Oh, they're going to use Renegade to keep Sheridan's Repub reset in the B cap while he gets spotted by Dark Temple Stalingrad, would seem.
Taking a quick look over at the 10 line, you've got Max in the Venezia for Smile, pushing past the island here and going towards Asphodelis' Des Moines. Of course, Venezia has torpedoes, Des Moines does not have torpedoes. So, not much that Asphodelis can do to stop Venezia rushing here, apart from potentially trade with a ram. Ohio AP into Venezia only does 5k. Max potentially turning for the first set of torpedoes, but with Des Moines' improved AP penetration angles, Venezia does still have to be very careful.
2 of the Vor Marceaus over here at A. Classic now into the A cap, backed up by Aruha. They have just been mercilessly farming WCG Rider because WCG's guns were looking somewhere else. They were trying to bag the kill on one of the ships to the south, and they do finally get WCG.
Sorry, Naomi just smacked the Venezia on the 10 line.
Oh
like
my
lobbing
God.
the island. Yeah, no, that was a pretty big play there from best Naomi, saving Asphodelis' Des Moines, just taking 1 torpedo there on the nose. Nice shot there from Naomi. Okay, Naomi immediately turning around and shooting John Sheridan with no doubt a big smile on the player's face.
10 minutes gone. It is all Vor at the moment. They're up 3 ships. They hold a commanding lead in terms of points, board position, caps, pretty much everything.
Renegade is coming under a lot of fire here in the middle.
Yeah.
From the Minotaur and from the Marceau. You definitely don't want to be broadside to a Minotaur in a destroyer.
The Minnow's going to end his game very quickly here, I think.
That AP, if you nose in, is pretty much ineffective, but at that angle is devastating.
Yeah. As soon as you show a Minotaur any angle, he's biting him in and you're in trouble. But they still retain control of all the caps.
Yeah, Farm paying for that, going down to almost 10k there. Des Moines AP, yep, that's Farm ran the heel, got up to about 20, and then immediately back down to 10. Yep, Des Moines still hitting.
Oh,
there we go.
Was Stalingrad right through the stern. Stalingrad can pen a Minotaur from literally any angle, just like that. They get that kill right back, and Vor is seconds from winning this game. 30 seconds from winning this game.
9:54 on the points clock. Vor just starting to tighten the noose here. Mossfire pushing up from the 1 line, and you've got the double Marceaus just kiting away there while shooting. And Vor don't need to take any kills. They obviously don't need to take any more caps. They can, as long as they don't lose any ships, they can just sit. Smile absolutely need a kill, but it's hard to see where they're going to get that from in the next 6 seconds.
They have 5 seconds to get a kill. It's not going to happen.
They might even lose the Grozhevoy. No.
Vor's going to win this game and claim the match 2-1. They will be moving on to face, who are they facing? Let's see. I got to look at the schedule.
So that takes them through to tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Where,
Oh,
yep.
yeah, look at that. It is tomorrow.
So they will be facing so that's the semis, and they will be facing the SCCC OHBOY winner, which I think we're going to be casting a little bit later.
I do believe so.
Why don't we pass it back to Chrysantos to talk a bit more about that match?
Wow, what a display here by Vor with a very interesting lineup. And I think the Quark choo-choo train managed to swing this around for Vor and actually take it home. So let's get in Boxy and Pingu. I've been listening on what they said for the last minute. It was very interesting here because I think this was indeed one of the fastest wins that we've seen today and last weekend. So let's discuss a bit what the strategy here was and yeah, let's talk about it together. So Pingu, what do you think besides the positioning of the Massos might have made the difference here for Vor to just take it completely off of Smile?
The biggest point right there, you just said it, it was one of the fastest games we just had. The triple Marceau was really enjoyable to watch. They started moving towards the Charlie cap and took the early cap. And Boxy and I, we were discussing how the Minotaur and the Venezia on the other side would be able to block this push. And I say push because they actually didn't make it quite far, the Marceaus. They turned around and they made use of their super fast speed. They moved together towards the A cap, where the push just started on the other side. The Goliath just tried to push. What isn't the best choice, to be honest, to push with the Goliath. But the interesting part is they just got caught off guard, kind of. The Shimakaze was there, the push, it looked really, really good. The enemy Nevsky and the Kremlin were down to, I don't know, 30% of their HP. But then the Marceaus came into the battle. They entered, they got the Shimakaze. They had no vision on the Shimakaze, she just smoked itself, but you don't need vision if you have enough shells in the air to just spam into the smoke, and there the Shimakaze just got obliterated. And I think that was the point where everything broke apart for the enemy team there. Yeah, it was really, really great, the play by the Team 4 there.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at the replay, right? And if we started off, we can see the triple Marceau kind of division, right? Just going instantly to see, capping it as soon as possible, and then saying, okay, we did our job here. Let's move around, do the ring around the rosy, and move towards the B cap. So that's just the initial deployment. And we saw that Smile was so strong on the A side, but they couldn't really turn that very strong deployment over there into any kind of advantage, right? Besides just getting the A cap. Boxy, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm just even watching this replay now. I'm sorry, I've in all my excitement, I've forgotten how to restart the replay.
Just pressing W.
Oh,
if you press it S, it will reset the replay.
S resets it. Okay. Well, so if you watch this Shimakaze right here, I mean, he's sort of just meandering around. I feel like a big problem with dealing with. Sorry, let me start over. Penguin and I were trying to talk about, well, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this Marceau death ball? You know, like these guys are so powerful. They have such critical mass when it comes to raw DPM. You know, and like we're gonna see here in a second, they don't even have to see the Shimakaze. They just come in like a bus and they just run him over. And, we were sort of thinking about, well, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with 3 Marceaus? You know, it used to be the Kleber was the way that people would sort of abuse these French DDs in groups. But if you recall, Smile brought 3 DDs and they sent 2 of them. They sent all 3 to 1 cap. They sent them all to the A cap. They sort of flirted with the idea of sending the Shimakaze into B, but they didn't. And then they sent, they sent a Minotaur and a Venezia to sort of just play play defense on C. But if they had even sent one DD into C, not even all the way, just enough to spot so that they could spot those Marceaus, then suddenly the Minotaur and the Venezia open up, they take a little bit of damage, they start weakening the ability of that Marceau ball to just sort of run rampant and do whatever they want and laugh it off whenever they get hit. I think that as soon as they realized that Marceau ball went to C, went to B, clearly where are they going next? Well, they're going to A. I don't think they reacted well, quite frankly. I think that they should have realized, oh, we can't continue to push this Moskva and Kremlin into the corner because these three Marceaus are just going to pick the best possible spot that they can be in, and they're just going to wrap us up, and that's exactly what ended up happening. So, you know, it's difficult to know. I mean, one might almost call a Marceau death ball a cheese strat. I don't really want to call it a cheese strat because I don't know. It was great. It worked out really well, and it was fun to watch. So I don't want to call it that. But
yeah, but what I also loved about Vor, because it's not just the triple Marceau, right? Usually, if you would say like, okay, we have a triple DD setup, and I mean, I'm just going to reset the replay here for a second. Actually, let me open it here. If I reset it and just let it start from the beginning, what's very interesting to see is how basically this group interacts with this group, and what they're doing is they push in the muscles to cap early on, and they redeploy the muscles, but they're not forgetting about C. No, what they're actually doing is they're blocking it off completely with even superior forces compared to Smile up there, right? They put there 2 Des Moines and an Ohio, neglecting, basically just telling to their own team, it's like, okay, we have C, and we're not going to give it back because the double Des Moines are not going to allow that. And then they can even push into B if necessary and just take out what they want. It's not just like the 3 Marceaus just winning it all, but it's kind of like they do the initial push, but the rest of the team deploys very well to kind of fill that vacuum that the Marceaus had left behind. So yeah, I think Smile didn't expect this. They probably expected the triple Marceaus to actually split up, each go into one cap, try to get like early pressure on all of the caps, and try to play it slow, but couldn't react or didn't have any idea how to react to this. So really well played to Vor. I think it was a very, very interesting match, and we love to see that here with King of the Sea. And that means, of course, that Vor is moving on to the next stage, and it has a realistic chance of actually becoming King of the Sea of all the seas internationally. And that means we will be moving over to the next game, and if Mr. Conway could bring up the schedule or already jump to the next game. It's going to be a super interesting game because we have SCCC against OHBOY, and hello there, Ella, the beautiful cat in the background. So we have the first place from the North American King of the Sea tournament against the second from the European one, and we already saw OHBOY play, and so for those who haven't seen anything from the North American broadcast, what can you tell us about SCCC, Bogsy?
Yeah, so SCCC, I really, what I watched from them, I watched the finals where they went up against BONKS, who's also competing. I have seldom seen a more fluid, efficient game of World of Warships played by both teams. It was an absolute joy to watch. SCCC made very, very good use of multiple destroyers. They used, I believe, at all times, at least 3 destroyers, sometimes 4, depending on the map. Yeah. If it looks like our maps are Northern Waters, Warriors Path, and North in this. So I wouldn't exactly count on seeing 4 destroyers, but we might see 3, especially on Northern Waters. And I might count on seeing a Z40, sorry, not Z46, a Z52. Also, I think Penguin was talking earlier about how he doesn't expect to see a Wooster. You might see a Wooster. That might happen. Okay. They made good use of their smoke strats, both with Des Moines and with Wooster, depending on the map and the lineup. So yeah, SCCC is really efficient, and they're really, really ruthless.
Indeed. I mean, they, as far as I know, that's at least what I caught last week on the broadcast, is they only lost 1 match, and that was in the finals, the 1-3. So that's a very, very impressive score from the North American cluster. And looking at the ship bans that both of the teams had, and of course we have the global ban with the Petropavlovsk, you won't see this ship, but we see a ban for long-range radars. There is no Moskva allowed, and there is no Alexander Nevsky allowed, which kind of limits what you can bring if you want to have a 12-kilometer radar, right? You can only bring the Stalingrad now, and otherwise you will have to bring a shorter radar So that might be interesting. And of course, that also means the Klebears would be back on the table. So I'm curious to see whether OHBOY is going to potentially dip into that. I haven't seen very like super focused Klebear strats from the North American teams unless it happened in earlier stages. Is that like a popular pick on the North American cluster with like a lot of Klebears or not that much?
We never saw, or at least I don't recall ever seeing multiple Klebears. And even when we did see Klebears, I never saw them Wolfpack. Certainly not to the degree that we just watched with Vor, obviously. But one thing I can recall, I recently had all the top 4 from NA on my podcast to talk about, the meta and whatnot. And Everett, the fellow who's running SCCC, said they banned Nevsky every single time they got an option to ban something. And this time, they banned the Moskva. And I almost wonder if it's because they knew that the Nevsky was coming. But I would absolutely expect to see DDs. I would expect to see either Marceaus and Klebers. But they made really good use of the long-range torpedoes. Gearing, especially, as the Gearing has the longer smoke than the Shimakaze. So I would expect to see several Gearings, and I would expect to see them backed up by either a Kleber, a Marceau, or if our first map, I think, is Northern Waters, you might see the Z52.
Yes, I was not positively surprised, but I love variety in setups and in strategies. Like the more different ships per map, you get to see the more interesting, at least for me. And I love to see the variety in DDs in general for King of the Sea, but especially on the North American teams or in the North American cluster, teams are quite happy to bring, of course, again, on specific maps where you can leverage the benefits you get from a set 52, but actually being fielded quite often compared to, for example, the European cluster. So this will be very, very interesting to see that. In terms of the teams, all of the teams, Convoy wants to jump in.
Calling Bogsy. They're
Hello.
missing you in the training room.
Oh, God. Of course.
Yeah.
Here I am talking about this. I'm talking about the Seal Cub Clubbing Club. I'm not paying attention to the training room. My apologies, everybody.
No worries. So each of the teams, of course, sends a little bit of a blurb of their team, right? And SCCC said it's a long-standing member of the North American competitive scene, made of players from SCCC itself and some friends from Roxy, who are themselves a significant component of the NA competitive scene. And they have many clan battle victories under their belt. And these players combined for a thorough sweeping of King of the Sea 12 NA with only 1 defeat in the event. So that's their part. And if you want to know more about OHBOY, it's actually a completely German team. So all players are from the OHBOY Yeah Boy community. Pingu has the buys. I like them. Thumbs up.
Totally unbiased. Unbiased.
But it's great to see, like, where these teams are coming from. I hope that at one point in the future we'll be able to just have like the full lineups where everybody's coming from and so on, to just show the variety in certain teams, because of course communication can be more difficult if not everybody has the same native language. But then again, it's gaming, so English or whatever language they prefer to talk about the game in is still good enough. But it's just cool to see where these teams are coming from. And they said they want to play in the knockout phase and become one of the 3 best EU clans. So they already achieved that goal, and now I'm sure they're hungry for more. And they'll have to take it off the King of the Sea from the North American cluster and kind of defend the honor of the EU cluster, because the EU cluster in the last few meetings that we had with the North American cluster was not as strong as they wanted to be. For example, in the Verizon Warriors Championship, where 07 took it away. So we'll have to see how they deal with this entire setup. Also with the ship bans. Chat, what I would love to know from you is, like, how do you feel about the chat bans? Oh, the chat bans. God, the ship bans. But the teams are ready. So very quickly, Boxy, who's going to win?
SCCC.
Pingu?
OHBOY, of course.
Okay, and I will say, you know what? OHBOY impressed me. And it's actually it's SCC's pick. You know what, SCC? OHBOY will have it, but chat, let us know, and we'll hand over to the casters. Enjoy this match. It's going to be fantastic.
Hello, welcome back. We are here for SCCC versus OHBOY. This is the NA number 1s versus the EU number 2s. And because C Raptor is from NA, I will give C-Raptor the honor of going through the SCCC lineup.
Why, thank you, sir. These are the newly crowned NA champions, SCCC, first-time winners for King of the Sea on NA. Coming to the dance with Ohio and Yamato, fronted by Triple Des Moines. That's their cruiser lineup, just Triple Des Moines. And then 4 destroyers, double gearing Kleber and Fuzzballs in a Z52.
Interestingly, OHBOY also taking 4 destroyers. So we've got Republique, Shikishima, Des Moines, double Stalingrads, also going with the 3 radars, but with a bit more reach with the Stalingrads. And then we've also got 4 destroyers, so gearing, and then triple Kleber. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys face off against each other with that difference in the radar range. I think that's going to be interesting to see where they position these Des Moines.
We saw SCCC doing this a little bit on the NA bracket, at least the games that I was fortunate enough to see them. It was very commonly try to take as much 12-kilometer radar out of the lineup as they could. And so they've done that here, but then rather than put up a Stalingrad, they've put up Triple Des Moines. I'm going to be curious like you to see if the not bringing a Stalingrad of their own will make a difference. On this particular map, I don't really think it will. But it has the potential to impact them later in the match.
Certainly, so Dark Angel's position, for example, above the B cap, that's going to be fine. That Des Moines can cover the whole of that cap. But it's, I don't know, like, so the battleship Differ is going to have to push to the corner above the cap, which teams haven't really been doing in my experience as King of the Sea. They've been preferring to take the cruiser over to the 1-2 line island, because that Des Moines island can be a little bit risky from drop shots from the middle, particularly if you're nose into the cap. I'm guessing they'll turn the Des Moines nose in towards Bravo. And then over on the Charlie cap, that Des Moines is being smoked rather than using an island. But of course that smoke is not always going to be there.
Fuzzball's doing what you bring a Z52 4 on this map, grabbing B completely uncontested. You see here that OHBOY has opted for basically an AC split, not sending a single ship to the middle of the board. Most of their firepower going over to the A cap, as Sats was talking about. Des Moines, Stalin, Shiki, Kleber, and Gearing. Some early radars going up across the A cap here. Lots of angry shells soon to be falling, I think.
Absolutely. The gearing of SCCC having to just kite away there from totally balanced from OHBOY, while Endon actually reverse jukes. You've got to have some spine to be able to play a destroyer and do that with a broken engine as well.
I like this play from SCCC. Stats. They battleship difference radared with his Des Moines. And they're instead of using the Des Moines to get the resets on the gearing, they're using Fuzzball's Z52 in the middle of the board to get those resets.
Yeah, that is pretty crafty there. The Z52 is pretty much safe to fire. There's nothing really. The Kleber is just coming around the bottom of the corner there. Martello coming around to have a look at Bravo, but Fuzzball's totally free right now to fire until... I think that was that Shikishima or Podnike from
I think
Stalingrad?
Pretty sure that was the Shiki. They finally, maybe not, no, because there's the Shiki sub. So it was the Stalingrad. But they did finally land some shells on Fuzzballs. He got a good chunk of Endern's health for free, basically, right there.
Yeah, I think paying with 3k for more than half of Endern's health, I think that's definitely worth it.
That's a pretty good trade if you're SCCC.
So yeah, the Des Moines here from SCCC is going to have to be super, super careful reversing, because the Stalingrad of Reunited over in the middle between B and C can potentially get into a position to shoot. So it needs to be super cautious.
5 minutes gone as OHBOY on their cap advantage starts to build up a small lead, 10 points and growing here. They have bagged A. They've had control of C for a while. It's interesting to me they've backed off of C, and SCCC has been very kind of, I'd go so far as to say, very timid about trying to get back in there.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember, once again, we can see all the ships, but of course the teams can't quite see everything all the time. So SCCC maybe just making sure that it is actually safe to send Everett back in there. But it looks like Everett is going to get into a reversing position here. And just reverse gently back into the cap. And it's going to be just inside Reunited's radar range by the time Everett actually reaches the edge of the cap. So there will definitely be shells coming towards this gearing. But Reunited actually coming under a lot of pressure. SCCC, I think, trying to apply pressure to that radar ship to make sure it's busy while it's trying to radar Everett. Okay.
Fuzzball's a little bit of a gunfight there with Marcelo across the B cap, pushes him back.
Yeah,
Everett now on to C. Go ahead.
Reunited actually being forced to reverse here, which is going to give Everett just a little bit of breathing room. If we look at, try and get the range here. Yeah, just outside radar range for Everett. Reunited would be wanting to reverse back as soon as possible, but I think the gearing's going to get the cap.
I think he is, just because they don't have a way to stop it. Now, what's interesting to me, you can kind of look back at the A flank. You can see Endern's gearing and totally balanced Des Moines. They've reoriented. They seem to be interested in coming back to the middle of the board. Look like they're going to try and contest Fuzzballs and Dark Angels Des Moines here at B.
Interestingly, Gearing has laid a smokescreen for difference. Just so that it can reverse a little bit and get shots down onto B. I thought initially that was an escape smoke, but it's not.
No, I don't think so. He's been under a lot of pressure from Pete Camouflage's Colbert. Camouflage has been doing a brilliant job working the one line, and just burning Battleship down, right? Just taking health away, letting the fires burn. And now Battleship, that gives him a little bit of a respite. He's got some smoke. He's maneuvering in there a little bit while he heals. So yeah, I think it's just to give him a break.
Marin in the Yamato actually coming under fire from both Pod Nike and Eternal Titan there, and taking quite a smack down to 60k and kiting. Eternal Titan taking 15k in return. Yeah, Pink Camouflage is being super aggressive here.
Big brother, little brother fight there between Yamato and Shiki, doesn't it? Kind of feels that way.
Yeah, you think you've got big guns? Watch this.
Watch this, exactly. Had our first lead change of the match. SCCC moving out to a lead on the on their cap advantage at the moment. But it's still anybody's game, still early, only 8 minutes gone.
I can't believe how far Pink Camouflage has pushed up. On the C line currently.
Who's going to stop him?
Yeah, absolutely.
The gearing? Nah.
It's actually outside of Battleship Difference's radar range, forcing gearing to actually move out of the way.
Peregrinus is Ohio pushing aggressively down the 7 line. I'm not sure what SCCC is looking to get out of this position.
Especially as they already hold B and C.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think maybe they're trying to push the Stalingrad back, but he's going to get focused out very quickly. And there he goes. Literally a Shikishima shot from F1 ending his game.
Yeah, you've got to watch out for those long-range battleships. You've got to really watch out, especially when they're over. Like, look at the Shikishima's position right now. That means that Shiki can have its guns on one side of its ship, and basically with a tiny...
Oh, what a shot. Fuzzballs goes out in the middle of the board.
I totally missed that. The Eternal Titan in the Shiki can keep its guns on one side and is a threat to anything over that side of the map without having to worry about that turret turn that you might have to have in, say, Marin's position in the Yamato, where it's got to turn its guns to one side or the other to shoot different parts of the map.
They had smoked totally balanced up. You see him in the smoke on the bottom end of B, right? So they had Fuzzball's radar. They had chewed him up pretty decently. He was down to about maybe 6,000 HP, and after offing the Ohio, Eternal took his 6 shells and put them right into that little grouping right where Fuzzballs was, and he took enough pens in the Z and was out.
And OHBOY now turning their attentions to the Des Moines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Battleship Difference is going to last much longer, being shelled from like 180 degrees because Pink Camouflage is up in B2. Nothing.
It's only a matter of time before they bag Battleship Difference. Like,
yeah,
he can't survive in this position. He's going out.
Yep.
And there he goes.
That gives OHBOY a significant points lead and complete control of the A side. And control of most of the map. If you sort of draw a line between the two teams, OHBOY with control of probably more than about 60% of the map here.
Now, they are doing some decent work getting shells on Marcelo to keep him reset, but player 1 over there in the C-cap and his club is giving up a lot of health for this privilege. Now they can't see him, can they? No, they're guessing as to where Marcelo is now, trying to reset him. Yeah, if you're SCCC, I'm not sure how you recover from this. You're way down on HP. Your board position is not good. You're upside down, over 200 points.
You're about to lose your Kleber as well.
Yeah, he is. He's going out. Only a matter of time till they land enough shells.
Yep, there he
it
goes.
Was.
It's looking pretty dire now for SCCC. OHBOY in massive map control. They also have more than double the hit points on their remaining ships. I don't see, with Marion on 7.4k, I don't see what they can do.
It feels a little bit like SCCC did not do a great job of managing their battleship health, right? So we saw some of that earlier. Marin, not trading well with the Shiki, and then the push with Peregrinus. Something was in their head there that I don't understand. I don't know what it is, but I don't understand why you would push the Ohio into that position. It didn't feel necessary at the time.
No, I think they were just preempting OHBOY trying to take either B or C, and so they wanted to push something down in there, but pushing into that much crossfire is not a good plan. Marin actually did just get a nice shot back over to Reunited, and Max in the Kleber from OHBOY also took a torpedo, but Nest in the middle is not looking too happy.
30 seconds on the game timer. They get Nest or Marin, the game will be over, and that's all it takes. And they're going to get Marin. I don't think they can see Nest, but Marin's on fire, and Pink Camouflage has had a monster game.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it finally reached the A line. Yeah, if this was a game of drafts, he'd currently be requesting a new piece. Yep.
There it is.
Decisive win there for OHBOY.
Indeed.
Against SCCC. But don't forget, this is a best of 3, so we will be seeing at least one more game in this series. So SCCC have absolutely the ability to come back and go 1-1 to see if there'll be a decider match. So for a little bit of analysis, we'll go back to Penguin, Bogsy, and Chrysantos.
What a great start for this set of matches here by OHBOY and SCCC. I'll try to say SCCC, otherwise I'll just be stuck with SCCC. Too many C's for me. And yeah, let's take a look at how OHBOY managed to take this one and convert this into a first point in this best of 3. So welcome back, PrivatePinguin and Bogsy, and let's talk a little bit about what these teams did. I mean, we talked about how many DDs we would expect in Bogsy. You said I wouldn't expect a super DD heavy setup with potentially rather 3 than 4 DDs, but actually both teams with a very DD heavy setup bringing 4 DDs. Let's maybe start off with this until we get the replay to take a look at it.
You want to wait until we get the replay?
No. Let's talk about this until we get the replay.
Okay. Well, I mean, right out of the gate, I'm going to toot my own horn and say that, yeah, I called the Z52. I think it is a really strong play there. However, I don't think they were expecting OHBOY to just say, we don't care about B. We're sending Klebers to the off caps. Really, really strong Kleber play by OHBOY, and that deserves a lot of praise. And then also the Shiki player of OHBOY. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name.
I think it was Eternal Titan.
Was that it? Oh yeah. Really spot on with the shots there. So big kudos to you. I thought, excuse me, I thought SCCC actually began to do exactly what it is that got them here in first place in the first place, which was to first place in the first place, which was they're really good at taking a cap situation and absolutely exploiting it to its zenith. So they waited for the 2 Klebers to get off of C, and then they basically pushed up the Des Moines with smoke using the gearing so that they just made it around enough so that the radar threatened the cap, and the Klebers can't push back in. Then they just slide the gearing in, and they say, "Good luck. Like, try and get us out now, because you can't stick 2 Klebers back in without that initial speed boost." And then they managed to take B pretty handily, and I thought, well, they got this. And then they sort of just walked the Ohio in. Peregrinus's Ohio just walked in and said, "Shoot me, I dare you." And the Shikishima said, "Done. Hold my beer." So
Yeah,
Exactly.
the initial deployment, I really liked what OHBOY did, and I think the thing we'll also highlight here while we can watch the replay. Thank you, Mr. Conway. Is how OHBOY manages caps versus HP. For me, this is very impressive to see, because whenever, maybe except for the first try to cap A, they manage to don't pay too much HP while getting it, and then making the enemy bleed a lot of HP to get it back. I think this was like a really good trade-off. If we start the replay, we will see the initial deployment of both of these teams, right? With the Klebers going to A, C completely, as Boxy said, ignoring B, saying, hey, they have a set. We know what they're going to do, but for now, initially, we don't really care too much. But the set, if we stop it here, the set was able to take like 50% off that gearing. I really loved how SCCC did that with parking the Des Moines there, being able to provide the vision. And you can see how OHBOY is positioned to shoot whatever would come around that corner to threaten the gearing. But the only thing that would be visible is the Yamato. And the Des Moines is just in the back, while the set was able to say, hey, you know what? You're all behind that rock. I'll just do the farming, and got the gearing very low. But unfortunately, they didn't really manage to do much more with the set throughout the match later on. I mean, Pingu, if you want to chime in here, but I think this, like, having these two camps initially with AC, kind of building up the initial pressure, losing HP on the gearing, but otherwise not trading too much HP, was very important. And at least my take on it, with SCCC potentially being too cautious with the C cap, being able to get it back. Like, it felt like they were really slow and methodical about, okay, we need to get into C. We'll play the long game, but maybe it took too long to take that.
Absolutely. One thing I want to mention here is on the left side, I was talking with Boxy about that. I'm not quite sure why exactly they parked their Des Moines there without having a lot of backup. Just because I want to mention the Kleber play there behind the island. He was so ballsy, and he was trying to attack the Des Moines. He was not trying to, he did it, and he really managed to put pressure on this Des Moines single-handedly. And later on, together with the other ships that built a crossfire, and therefore they took the entire left flank. They were able to push, they were able to push up here with the Kleber later on. And that made it possible for the Shikishima to just get to this position here, which came in really, really handy, because right now the Ohio tried to push in here behind this island, and we had Pepega Sniper from here, and that just got this Ohio killed. And Boxy and I, we were not sure why exactly this Ohio tried to push like that. And maybe they didn't know that the Shikishima was sitting there. Maybe he was unspotted by, I'm really, really sure the gearing should have spotted the Shikishima. So I think this was a little misplay here from the other team. But yeah, this Kleber did a really great job at dealing pressure on the Des Moines later on from this position on the Des Moines. And then she just got killed there. This was literally a trap. And I'm not quite sure why they put the Des Moines there, knowing that they won't be able to support this Des Moines any longer. Or maybe they just got caught off guard again, and they didn't think about the possibility of this Kleber pushing all the way up here. And then we can start the replay again. This Stalingrad takes advantage, goes to this point, and from this point on, you have no chance ever to get back this B cap here, because the Stalingrad with the radar range and the possibility to shoot everywhere here into the cap, you have no chance to send a DD in there. So it was really, really good positioning from OHBOY on this side, and a really, really good play of this Kleber, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love that you highlight this, because I also wrote down, I just love the push on the A cap. Not just the Kleber, but the Shikishima, the Stalingrad, just absolutely knowing that they're handing us this position. Let's take it. And because it took SCCC such a long time to get back into C, by the time they're ready to get there, A was working against them. So, yeah, very, very impressive first match here by OHBOY. They have been very impressive throughout the day. And we'll have to see how SCCC is going to come back from this. Because don't forget, this was the pick from SCCC. Might not mean anything, as we've seen before with Smile and War taking each other's map off each other, and War actually coming back. But the next map is going to be Warrior's Path, which is OHBOY's pick. And we've already seen them pretty strong here. So let's see what SCCC can do about this. I have a news ticker announcement though. Apparently, the first match of FPM versus KISS was won by FPM. So, wow, and brought apparently 5 clippers. So that's a teaser. So that's a teaser for you guys. Apparently a very interesting match, and we'll see which of these teams gets to go into the next round. But yeah, OHBOY, I have to say that I wasn't too surprised of the, let's say, stronger Kleber presence, because we've seen it deployed by the Rain team very, very well against OHBOY as well. So, cool. So what do you think SCCC has to do on this map after seeing how OHBOY played it already before?
Well, quite frankly, I think the fact that the Moskva and the Nevsky are both banned, which means there's very little high velocity shells with good DPM. Stalingrads just don't quite deal with Klebers or Marceaus the way that a Nevsky or a Moskva will. So I don't see any reason why OHBOY would not continue to take lots of Klebers, and SCCC has got to figure out a way of dealing with it. If they do that, and it could mean Venezias, if they can figure out a way, they can absolutely pick up a win here and take it to a game 3.
So we got a very serious question from chat, from Kismet. Greetings. He's asking, if there's a private penguin, is there also a public penguin?
That question again. Actually, no. Oh, sure,
No?
sure. There is an account on the test server. This is called Public Penguin.
The public test penguin.
Test server.
Perfect. Yes. So teams are starting and getting into the match. So Boxy, still in favor of SCCC, or coming over to the EU side?
I mean, man, the Kleber Marceau abuse is pretty compelling. So I think I'm going to be a stalwart and go with NA just because. I'm going to get a lot of crap. I'm going to get a lot of crap if I don't.
Pingu, your pick quickly, because we have 10 seconds.
I say SCCC because of the booster.
Okay, I'm going for OHBOY. You got this, guys, but show it off and enjoy the match. Handing over to the casters.
Welcome back to Game 2 of this match between North American champion SCCC and EU's second-place team OHBOY, as we work our way through the international bracket here in King of the Sea 12. SCCC last game, dropping only their second game of the entire tournament in a convincing win for OHBOY. SCCC returning to the field with Ohio Yamato, Des Moines Worcester Stalingrad, fronted by 4 destroyers, double gearing, Kleber, and once again Fuzzballs and a Z52. Stats, talk to me about the OHBOY lineup.
Yeah, OHBOY, the EU reps here, they are going with a 3 destroyer lineup. They've got Republic, Shikishima, Des Moines, triple Stalingrad, so triple 12k radar, with gearing and double Marceau, who once again, as we saw earlier, are heading off towards that A-cap, use that French speed, team up and try and grab that A-cap.
I will have to see. I don't know. You and I haven't really talked about this much, Stats, but over the course of the tournament, at least on the NA side, we saw a decided shift away from Stalingrad. Teams figured out they became very easy to burn out. You could concentrate a couple of Nevskys or a couple of Des Moines, and usually you could burn out a Stalingrad pretty effectively. And so we haven't seen too many single here and there, maybe a couple teams run double. Did you have a similar experience in the EU bracket?
Yeah, we never really saw that many Stalingrads, maybe 1 or 2 for specific situations. And I think the reason that you're seeing Stalingrads here from OHBOY is because Stalingrad basically on this map, which is not that far between the caps, and you've got that beautiful gap in between B and C where you can get cross shots. And Stalingrad actually does have the ability to make those beautiful battleship-like cross shots with its AP. So I suspect it's specific to this map. and they're looking to get those really heavy hits on anything that accidentally just shows a little bit too much broadside across the map. But yeah, no, you're right. It's a bit risky because if you're against something like a double Nevsky or even a Des Moines, you can very quickly burn down with the lack of fire prevention with the size of the ship. So yeah, hopefully they'll be able to get those cross shots. Not that I'm biased, of course. But
You're
hopefully
allowed
they'll
to be
be
biased,
able to.
sir. Come
Yeah,
on.
I think with you being
It's
an A and me
fine.
being a U, I think it's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're always going to root for our teams.
So yeah, it looks like they've gone 1 to each cap. So not only do they have that 12k radar coverage, they've also got the ability to make those big hits. And you can already see here, Pod Nike AP out on Marin. Just because it's a cruiser, it doesn't mean it doesn't hit hard. That's 10k there on Marin.
Indeed.
So
Beautiful
you've gotta respect it.
coordinated destroyer play over at the A cap between Pink Camouflage and Marcelo Pello. Both teams picking up a cap very quickly here. 3 minutes gone. SCCC on B, about to steal C, as the double Marceau tag team over here at A has obviously bagged that cap on behalf of OHBOY.
There are some dangerous looking torpedoes heading towards the gearing and the Des Moines of SCCC, but I don't think they have range.
They shouldn't.
No,
I'll be
Marceau-
shocked if they do.
Marceau has 9-kilometer torpedoes as the original configuration that Kleber was tested
Nope.
with. Not
Just
quite.
shy.
Not quite. I think they were hoping that they would turn in a little bit more than that. Okay, so we're 1 cap to OHBOY, 2 caps to SCCC. SCCC are pushing around with the Kleber of player 1 down on the 10 line. Dangerous prospect against a Des Moines and a gearing. Turning just back up to go into a kiting position and provide that spotting.
Dev Gogo took a hit somewhere along in there that I missed. As he's getting smoked up by the gearing over here at the north of the A cap, just trying to kind of hold back the tide, make sure those guys don't try to sneak around. We saw last game Pink Camouflage's Kleber do just really mean things coming right up the 1 line. I think SCCC not wanting to deal with that again, so dumping a Des Moines over here in the hopes that they can prevent such a maneuver in this game.
Yeah, I suspect that Devagogo, I suspect it was again Pod Nike taking that shot as he just dipped in behind the island. So I think Pod is definitely there to try to counter that position. And I wonder, as that Des Moines now dug in, I wonder whether we'll see Pod Nike actually change positions. Devagogo is sitting in that smokescreen from the gearing. I think they're just waiting to see if Gearing's better concealment actually spots Pink Camouflage. Gearing probably running the legendary mod, which gives it the same detection as a Shimakaze, which is significantly better than Marceau. So
Yes.
Nest will be able to spot Pink Camouflage before Pink Camouflage spots Nest.
Marin taking a 10k hit there from, I think, the Shikishima. Sending another salvo downrange. Looks like they got a glimpse of Marcelo's Marceau, who was trying to move into the bottom end of B. He took a chunk off of Fuzzballs. I assume Reunited put his radar up, or somehow they had a gunfight here. Both destroyers down some HP for sure.
Torpedoes heading towards Fuzzball's smokescreen. Z52, we don't see very many Z52s, but when they're played in the middle of the map like this with their Hydro, they can defend caps pretty well.
Now, one thing that's interesting to note, right? Fuzzballs is kind of out here by himself. The Ohio has backed off. There's not another ship out here to help him defend this cap, really. Especially for the position that Marceau has taken. The only SCCC ship with good shots is Marin's Yamato, who is indeed, actually, he's throwing shells at Horty Wookiee, it looks like, who is kind of starting to get low over here by the C cap.
Yeah, down to 15k. Let's see if those APs... Yeah, those APs do.
Oh,
6-4. That was a lovely shot from Marin
That's
from
a
like
beautiful shot.
27, 26k. Yeah, that was a lovely shot.
It's a beautiful 9k hit, but Marcelo is charging Fuzzballs in the B cap. It seemed like they're going to try and push him out or just kill him. Marcelo getting some help now from Dark Angel Stalingrad, who is reversed far enough to throw shells out in that direction.
Wiki just reversing there while taking shells from Battleship. Difference in the Worcester.
Oh! Marcelo getting hit again. SCCC doing a better job defending Fuzzballs this time.
Still pretty even here on the points, with nearly 600 to SCCC to nearly 500 for OHBOY. Marcelo being pushed off the cap by Fuzzballs and the Ohio. Oh, unfortunate dispersion there from Peregrinus.
Fuzzball's kind of baiting Marcelo into firing. That'll open up his gun bloom, hoping to get his teammates to get more shells on him, but nobody really seems to land anything.
Yeah,
Does push him out of the cap though.
Digging that Z out is going to be pretty tricky with Marcelo being on quite low health. Sometimes teams will swap destroyers out. If one of them gets a bit too low health, they'll rotate them between the caps, but I don't think they're really in a position to do that right now.
They really aren't. Overall, SCCC not trading as well as OHBOY. OHBOY working on about a 60,000 HP lead if you look at the overall teams, but OHBOY has 2 ships that are probably under quite a bit of threat. Really shouldn't be spotted if they can help it, and that's Marcelo's Marceau and Horny Wookiee's Stalingrad.
Yeah, Horny Wookiee is in a really good position for the radar. So that 12k radar covers both B and C. But the problem with this position is that the low ends of the islands, either end of this island that Horny Wookiee is sitting next to, can easily be lobbed by the stuff in the 10 line and the Yamato over on the 4 line. So Horny Wookiee needs to be really, really careful.
Well, he's moving up a bit now. He knows from that position he'll have much better cover from the Yamato, and he'll have total cover from the Ohio. The Peregrinus' Ohio has never had a shot there, and so now he's only having to deal with possibly if they can get eyes on him. Battleship Differences Worcester could farm him for some fire damage or whatnot. But I mean that's probably how he got so low to begin with. He is back up 30,000 now with another heal going up at the moment.
So Endon in the gearing from OHBOY has just nosed into the cap there behind the island, so safe from the gearing in the Worcester, but the Stalingrad of Dark Angel has popped a radar. There is AP coming over. Yep, that gets a little reset.
There we go. We see Battleship Differences Worcester once again going for the farming HE damage on Horny Wookiee's Stalingrad. Even Eternal's Shiki is looking kind of beat up at the moment.
Yeah, they're definitely paying with their hit points here to try and hold this B, but they're not. The thing is, they are not even contesting B right now, so they're paying with these hit points, and they're not getting anything for it, really.
Yeah, it feels like they've got these 3 ships kind of clustered here in between B and C that are getting kind of low. They're not. None of them are like super crazy in terms of it's about to die, but they're on the low side, and if you're SCCC, you're probably looking to make that pick, looking to pick up one of those kills somewhere. I'm sure that they're looking for a way they can get vision on those guys and try to wipe them out.
Peregrinus actually switches to HE to shoot on the gearing of Endon sitting in the cap. That's a pretty tight dispersion. Definitely Deadeye being used there.
He has been getting some resets on Endon.
Everett pushes gearing torpedoes out down towards where Totally Balanced is. Cruisers do tend to, in this kind of competitive environment, stay in roughly the same position. So pushing out long-range torpedoes towards their current position is usually a pretty safe bet.
With the game half over, SCCC close to a 200-point lead, but it doesn't feel like anybody's running away with this game right now. Endern's back onto C contesting that, both teams sticking up a cap. But I will say it feels like SCCC, they've clawed back quite a bit of that health difference. They hadn't been trading very well early. They've made up some of that gap. It's pretty even now.
So let's just look at the how the team's currently deployed. You've got OHBOY actually pushing through the A cap, and they've pushed SCCC, or either SCCC have let them push through A. So OHBOY, I wouldn't say they've got better map control, but they're certainly owning that A cap over there. And able to maybe apply a little bit of pressure finally on B. But...
Well, and SCCC's basically let them have it, right? They've pulled the Yami and the Des Moines and the gearing off that flank. What if that's doing, though, is it's allowing OHBOY to move that Stalin and Pepe Gaga's Republique into where they can have more of an impact in the middle of the board. And the B cap is the important play for the moment if you're SCCC, because you've got to retain control of that cap. You've given up C, and, but I mean, man, look at Eternal. Eternal's gotten to like 10K. If they can bag the Shiki, that would be big points. They moved they moved Fuzzballs over so they could I thought they were going to try. They were keeping the Shiki on Hydro, but Shiki's on 500 HP.
I think, yeah, that move to Fuzzball. So Fuzzballs has been chipped down. So OHBOY do need to try and remove that because Fuzzballs is basically the keystone here to the B cap. Pink Camouflage making a cheeky little push up towards the gearing in the Des Moines. I'm not sure that was entirely
Republic
wise.
salvo. Oh my goodness. They do finally bag the Shiki, but Dev Go
goes
out
down.
Crossfire from the Stalingrad in the middle of the board.
That now means that Pink Camouflage can potentially take on Nest, but that's a full health gearing and you're a half health Marceau, so you're going to need a little bit of help.
Marin's Yamato way up on the top of the map also starting to get pretty low, down to 16k. Oh, they bag Fuzzballs. That's a huge kill in the middle of the board.
That is going to allow, although the not entirely healthy Reunited is going to be able to push in, potentially, with Marcelo coming around to support.
Oh.
Torpedoes on Reunited.
He's going to dodge him, I think. No, he's going to take one.
No, wait. That's going to be
just
one on the belt.
7 minutes to play. We just had our first lead change. There's OHBOY going out in the lead now, but they're ticking up A and B, but SCCC's not out of this.
No, OHBOY is going to get the Marceau up behind the island, get it nice and safe, get the cap. Meanwhile, SCCC is pushing the Stalingrad of Dark Angel into Charlie, opposite totally balanced Des Moines.
Something I want to point out, it feels like we're seeing a bit of a philosophical difference. Up to this point, both SCCC battleships have been in an angled away, more or less kiting position. But if you look at what OHBOY's doing with theirs, right, they were much more aggressive with the Shiki. Yes, he's out now, but they're continuing to be a little aggressive with the Republique. And at the moment, they've parlayed all of that into what I consider to be a stronger board position.
Yeah, the Republic, as we were saying earlier, flanks really well. It's really its party piece, and you don't want Sniper there on your flank for sure.
There goes Marin, up 2 ships, up a cap, 40 seconds on the timer for SCCC. Their whole tournament hangs in the balance here to see if they can make a play in that time.
Yeah, OHBOY, the EU number 2's 1-0 here. So if they win this, that's it. SCCC will be out, and OHBOY will go through to the semis tomorrow.
They're gonna push these destroyers into B. They're gonna try and see if they can pick up Marcelo. They're at least gonna stop the points, but there's no way that for SCCC to stop the A cap points. I don't think it's gonna come in time.
No, absolutely. Even with that one cap.
I mean,
ticking,
yay! So you go from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. Big deal.
Yeah, they're gonna have to block both caps, and they're gonna have to start killing ships really quickly.
Yeah, they need to kill, and it's not gonna happen.
No, Horny Wiki and Marcelo both potentials, but not in 3 ticks. There's no way.
It's not gonna happen.
Battleship difference taking a little chunk. Nope.
Playing a textbook game here, very patient, very calm, pushing when it mattered, and winning the series 2-0 here. They will be moving on to tomorrow, and we will see them again then. They have fought their way through to the semifinals. Congrats.
Absolutely. Well done to the EU team. Commiserations to SCCC, and to talk more about what we've just seen, let's go back to Chrysantos.
Congratulations to OHBOY, who just made it into the semifinals for the international part of King of the Sea, which means they do already have some money. They did win. But let's talk about how they managed to actually take this off. The winning team from the North American King of the Sea tournament and move on. So let's talk about this with Bogsy and with PrivatePinguin. So, Bogsy, what happened here?
Well, there was a lot of very, very close trading going on there, but in the end, it just so happened that one extra ship fell into favor of OHBOY there, and then that one extra ship translated into was it Pink Flamingo? Was it
Pink Camouflage?
Pink Camouflage.
Pink Camouflage.
Even though Pink Flamingo would be a great name. Think about a rename.
Once again, showing the power of a lone French destroyer against a battleship, as he literally just charged down to Yamato and said, "You're mine." So, yeah, SCCC playing very precisely, very carefully, but I guess in the face of OHBOY's, I want to say, I want to say unusual, but I guess it's only unusual tactics to me because I'm not used to them. So, in the face of some aggressive French DD play, yeah, OHBOY comes away with it.
Yes, and
Absolutely.
Pingu, like, what do you think made the difference here for OHBOY? Because it's not like it was like a super decisive win, right? But hard earned.
It was super close. I think in the end, we had a game like that before, where the left side on the A cap brought down the Republic, pushing forward, being able to send cross shots on the Bravo cap, and it's really hard to say on which point they really took the hand over the match.
So we do have to replay, so we can actually take a look at this.
Yeah.
But my feeling was that SCCC was in a really good position actually, because the way they took the caps, right? OHBOY was trying to focus on A and C. A they got very quickly. If we just start the replay, we can actually see this. So we see the two muscles going to A, and they get it, right? And SCCC was very, very careful about how to approach this cap, exactly for that reason. And they managed to get C, and then OHBOY struggled a lot to get into this C gameplay position. They have, if I pause it here, you see this over here, right? Over here, you have the gearing smoking up to the point. This is what we've seen already in the first series when OHBOY was playing, kind of positioning it here. And they did have a pretty nice answer, and that's why I love to see the booster and bring a little bit of ship variety here, right? Deploying the booster to kind of farm the Stalingrad here. And then what I loved about Marin's position, because I simply didn't expect it, being able to have the shots here to whenever the Stalingrad would push back to hit that Stalingrad. And if we restart the replay, we will see that they actually get a lot of HP out of him. But they never were able to convert him. And that's, I think, where the problem a bit starts for SCCC, being a bit too comfortable with their double cap situation. Feeling like, okay, we got B, we have a pretty a firm grip on the C cap. So we can kind of forget about A, or slowly but steadily move away. And once more, not realizing that suddenly positions open up for the Republik and the Stalingrad that will cost them B eventually. So that's at least my take on how OHBOY managed to win this, by simply being super consistent and insisting on just like, you know what, on this A cap, we'll just go and chase them, but not chase them to kill them and forget about the rest, but actually to have the positions to help our B cap. Because over here, it looked pretty dire at some point. So we can just let it run. And then
Shikishima there lost a lot of HP.
This is something I didn't understand. I thought that they were kind of moving in Eternal Titan in Ishiki to absorb a bit of focus from the Stalingrad. And I think it worked, right? The Stalingrad was able to heal up a bit, but they traded their Shiki, which is not necessary to push up that much, right? You have the range, you have the accuracy on range. You can be a bit more dynamic and flexible with that ship. You don't have to really push it into this position. But it worked out at the end, kind of. So, yeah, really well played by OHBOY. I think it's really interesting to see how they took this off SCCC, because it didn't look easy at all, right? At least from what I saw, it was very, very close until the ships started to kind of die, and then they were really in a bad position to kind of get back into the game, because then the points were against them. Whew.
Yeah, really effective crossfire trades from both teams. But because we've definitely seen OHBOY's Shikishima do the lion's share of the work in the cross-map trading. But special commendation to SCCC's Yamato for basically going toe-to-toe with that Shikishima and eventually coming out on top. But then, of course, there he is, weakened in a sorry state for Marceau. So really good map positioning by OHBOY, for sure.
I also have to say, like, all of these players played so well. There wasn't like a huge mistake on one of the sides, right? But every single player played to their very best, and then at the end, it's the small things that make the difference. So really well played to SCCC, but with the better ending for OHBOY. And that means we're going to move on to the next match, and we're actually going to jump into a third match, because KISS, the Silly Shots, the winning team from the CIS cluster, is fighting against FPM. We saw FPM earlier for one short match against 07 that they actually lost, but now it's a draw, 1-1 against KISS. And the last match they're going to play, of course, it's a best of 3, is going to be on Crash Zone Alpha. So we'll jump into this match momentarily. We're waiting just for the teams to be able to jump. Big thank you from my side for the teams, also like Rain, waiting for us, because we try to show as much as we can, right, to bring you all of the different kind of setups and impressions from the different clusters and how these teams are playing. And sometimes teams have to wait, so I'm sorry for Rain that they're waiting here a bit for us, but we do want to see this match. So Crash Zone Alpha. Let me quickly look up what they actually banned. So, Mr. Conway has it ready. Otherwise, I can just read it out. So the banned chips are the Alexander Nevsky and the Alexander Nevsky on both teams, saying, we don't want you in here. We don't like you. So this is going to be interesting. They have, otherwise, they can bring Klebers, they can bring Des Moines, right? We had Moscow, for example, banned in the last one. So do you have any special things you would draw from this conclusion here that no Nevsky?
I expect to see DDs.
And many of them.
Exactly.
Apparently, so I said this earlier, right? So apparently FPM brought a quintuple Kleber setup. And won the first match with it, but they lost the second match. So, KISS might have found a way to deal with it. I'm sure it's not the first time they saw a French DD spam and have something up their sleeves to play against it. The map we're going to see is Crash Zone Alpha, the randomly drawn map. None of these teams picked it, and also the spawns were distributed randomly. So, what would you bring on a map like this if, let's say, one of the teams would bring at least triple, quadruple French DD setup?
I think I would bring a Venezia, at least one, maybe two. I would bring a DD that is capable of outspotting the enemy Klebers, being able to disengage as well, like, for example, laying a smoke for itself, being able to torpedo to deny the area where the Klebers are moving. So maybe we can see a Venezia Shimakaze combination. We've seen this already, played by another team, trying to counter this kind of tactic together with the Conqueror, I think. Conqueror, Venezia, and Shimakaze on one side, and it worked out. So
it was actually Bancy V against Rain, and
exactly.
after facing the first Kleber spam, there was the solution of Bancy V or TWA. Depending on how you know them, they were actually saying, okay, you know what, we can bring them, but we'll put up a combination of Shimmer, Venezia, and Conqueror on the C cap, and let's see how you deal with that. And also pushing in Moscow in a very nice position on the B cap right next to the island. So there are definitely ways how to deal with it, but of course it's tricky. The one thing that I love to see about teams bringing some French destroyers is, of course, the ability to reposition and being able to have, early caps, but then reposition and kind of zoom around the map a bit and help each other in other places, which means that the game is quite dynamic compared to otherwise sometimes very static setups, where teams position themselves and they say like, okay, now have fun to dislodge me from this position and take the cap off of me. So we'll have to see how these both of these teams will be able to deal with it. Do you expect to see a Minotaur again?
Why not?
Hope so. I'm sold.
Yeah. Oh, now you're sold. No, that's easy. Okay, that's great. And I see that the team's actually starting to jump into the match. So let's get your guesses here, Boxy. What do you think? Who's going?
Well, I gotta be honest. I don't know the KISS team very well. I don't know the KISS team very well. However, I think we did see FPM, and we watched them, and they ended up knocking out 07. I know 07 fairly well, and oh Lord, yeah, I'm gonna say FPM, and you'll see why in a second.
Okay, Pingu.
Yeah, I want to see FPM win this game.
Okay, I haven't seen the setup yet, but I'm going to go with KISS. I think there will be an interesting matchup.
It's epic.
It's epic. Okay, great. So, guys, I hope you're going to enjoy this match. We're handing over to the casters. Let's watch this third match and just have a really great show. So, enjoy it. So, what did you...
Well, this one's going to be really interesting. We are joining this best of 3 at 1-1. I'm reliably informed that FPM took game number 1 and KISS took game number 2. So here we are in this equalizer. You've got KISS in green. They're the CIS first place team. FPM down the other end in red. They are the Asia second place team. I'll just quickly go through the KISS lineup, and then I'll let C-Raptor talk about the other end. So, double Ohio, Des Moines, Minotaur, double Venezia, Moskva, and Gearing for KISS. And what do we have for FPM?
Opposing them from the south, SPM fielding double Kremlin, Venezia, Stalingrad, and not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5, count them, 5 Klebers. I am inspired to break out into La Marseillaise. That's
exactly. It's not often you get to say quintuple during Gast.
Exactly, right?
I'm having flashbacks to the Bob's games here from day one. Yeah, this is they have split them up. I was wondering whether they would go with the 5 Kleber blob, but nope, they have actually split them 2-1-2. So they will be
immediately. I don't like them sending the lone guy to the middle of the board. When you see a Minotaur on the opposing side, he can clearly see this smoke screen coming into the middle of the board. He has to know what's in that smoke, right? So Moonan is taking a very big risk here with his health early. There comes the radar.
Yep, and you've also got the Des Moines and the Gearing over there with the other smoke screen.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
Like, Des Moines also will be shooting on Moonan.
They're at least going to drive him out of the cap. They haven't actually hit him yet.
No, that's
wow.
So both Minotaur and Des Moines have pretty floaty shells, so it gives Moonan, of course, Kleber is a very fast destroyer. So Moonan actually gets away there without taking a single hit point of damage.
Didn't take a single point of damage.
pretty nice. Double Kleber, FPM capping Charlie. Double Kleber down the other end have already capped Alpha.
This is already a fascinating game, Stats, because the 2 Kleber pairings on the wings have done their jobs. They've picked up the caps. But KISS has done something that we almost never see teams do on this map, and that is they have made a big play for the center. There's 2 destroyers and 2 radar cruisers hovering around the B cap.
Yeah, I think setting up this kind of B, almost like a beachhead, it's a two-sided coin, because yes, you are going to control that B cap really well, but it does open you up to being flanked if you're not careful. But the flanking force is destroyers, so it's not quite as risky as if it's, a heavy push, some cruisers, something like that. So you don't have to worry quite so much about your broadsides and things like that. So it does make sense in the circumstances.
Hanna's Kremlin just took a solid hit from Deepest Dungeons, Ohio at like 29 kilometers. That's something that we haven't talked about a whole lot, at least you and I haven't, and I'm curious to get your perspective a little bit from the EU side. There's been a visible impact of Deadeye over the course of the event.
Yeah, I would say so, especially with ships like Ohio that you would normally think of as more of a brawly battleship, although it is a bit of an all-rounder. But certainly being able to take Deadeye on those ships that are maybe thought of as closer range, just to tighten up that long-range dispersion slightly, so that you can use the Ohio both at the beginning of the game as a long-range sniper, drop those shots over the islands, get those long-range cross shots, and then a bit later on, once the teams have thinned out a little bit, you can then push that Ohio in and start to use its brawling capabilities. So it has definitely influeed things.
Look how cheeky Moonan is being. He knows there's 2 radars right there. The Des Moines radared him almost right away. He sat in that cap and denied them a bunch of points anyway before he finally bails out.
Yeah, and you'll notice that Moonan had the rear end of the ship pointing towards the Minotaur, knowing that the majority of that AP is just going to bounce off quite harmlessly. So, yeah, and I mean, if you come out of that first exchange not having taken a single hit point, you can be a little bit more risk-taking, I think. The other Kleber is actually coming back up. You've got Roselia coming up to support.
FPM playing a very technically solid game so far. 5 minutes gone. Up about 150 points as they begin to contest B and surrender control of A. Mux is gearing getting into A now as we're looking at at least the Minotaur radar going back up at B.
Yeah, so the gearing is going to be contesting against that radar. Is that in range? Just outside range, I think, of Yihua's Stalingrad's radar there. So the gearing able to cap probably pretty safely unless the Stalingrad pushed forward.
Yihua doesn't seem interested in pushing forward. I think he's holding his radar to kind of look, I'm not sure why he's holding it, honestly, but I guess he wants to make sure that he's got it in case they try to smoke push or something.
Yeah, I think it's more that you've got the Moskva, the Venezia, and the Ohio all looking at Yihua.
Yeah.
And he's just backing off around the corner. You can just, from the point of view of the Ohio here, you can just see that Stalingrad just disappearing around the corner.
Indeed.
So probably not wanting to take too much damage. Okay, FPM fully in control of Charlie at the other end of the map. Radar out from... Oh no, that's Hydro. Hydro out from Mind Blowing. The Kleber's all congregating on B, really.
Yeah, I'm beginning... If I'm Mind Blowing's Des Moines, I am not comfortable with my position, right? Because he can theoretically get pushed by any number of these Kleber's and find himself off the board very quickly. And the best he might hope for in that instance would be a trade. And it's not even a guarantee that he could pull that off.
No, I am actually wondering whether FPM at some point have a plan to take two of these Kleber's, one around each end of the island.
Yeah.
Because, okay, you've got a gearing there and you're a Des Moines, but can you stop both of them? I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree. And it looks like if you can see what they're doing with Khanhana's Kremlin, like because they own C, it's going to allow Khanhana to move up, and it looks like they might just shove him right into Mind Blowing's face. He's doing a good job of dodging these gearing torpedoes.
Yeah, I wonder actually whether Khanhana is going to be able to proc spot Mind Blowing through the island. We'll see. That's going to potentially give shots to, I don't know, maybe Roselia? Or, sorry,
Beyond the gearing, there's nothing to prevent Khanhana from going around that corner and just smacking the bejesus out of Mind Blowing because there's no battleship to cover his flank. Well, I say that. The Ohio to the south, that's Deepest Dungeon, would have a shot if he's looking for it. But it looks like Khan's going to just pull the brakes and just sit in the cap for now. He's slowing down.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he might go around the corner, but it looks like... No, he is accelerating.
Yeah.
I think that was
Kleber crossing astern of him.
I think that was maybe... I mean, I'm guessing maybe the battleship is the caller, but I'm wondering whether maybe that was a can I go?
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to do it. They're going to make this play, and they're sandwiching Mind Blowing's Des Moines in between a Kleber and a Kremlin.
Yeah,
that's what we're seeing here.
Push the reverse because Mind Blowing has to try not to give too much angle. I mean, you're going to take a massive damage anyway. Roselia taking massive damage over there on the other end of the cap.
Oh, he got point blank and got wiped out.
But Minotaur trade with the Minotaur. Torps on Khanhana.
Oh, this is going to hurt Khanhana. This is going to hurt a lot. He's going to take every single one of those. Ouch. Followed up by an Ohio salvo. And now I think Mind Blowing is going to go for the ram.
Munan missing the torpedoes on Mind Blowing with the first
set. He's not careful. He's going to torpedo his teammate. Mind Blowing's going to get the ram. This is a terrible...
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
He didn't quite.
The Kleber torpedoes did finally wipe him out. I was about to say that's a terrible trade for FPM, but they pulled it off.
At this level, you don't normally see this amount of pushing and this amount of mess.
No.
Down the other end, we've got another push going on the ACAP. We've got the Venezia pushing the Kremlin, and the Ohio going around the other side, while Plans Kleber gets pushed off.
Woof.
Yeah, that Venezia took a bit of a smack in the face there. Again, are we going to see Ram or Torps? I think we're going to see Torps first.
No, you're going to see Torps first.
I don't think it's got the turning circle.
Followed by the ram?
I'm not sure if it's got the turning circle.
Yeah, he does. He'll never get the other torpedoes into action.
No, he's going to have to come around nose in, but running two fires, I don't think, with those secondaries and also...
Oh, it's going to be tight. He's going to get it off.
Nope.
No, he doesn't.
Rescued by Yifa.
Goodness. At the last possible second.
But there are torpedoes coming from the gearing of Kiss. But Noob just slowing down and stopping there. That's going to be safe. But
the problem that Noob can't go around the island.
If we look at the whole map, you've got the Reds with significant map control here from FPM. They are on 143 on the points clock right now for an FPM victory. This is a bit of an upset if they win this, because KISS, don't forget, are the CIS number ones.
Indeed.
So Asia seconds potentially going to beat the CIS number ones. More torps out from the gearing.
What's interesting is he's going to be able to use the shattered hulk of the Venezia to shelter him from at least 2 of these torpedoes.
Of course, Kremlin doesn't necessarily know these are coming. He does now.
No, he does now.
It's going to be 3, 1, 2, 3, 20k.
Yeah. Match is the game is halfway over, and FPM has a solid lead, 350 points, up a ship, up a cap. But I mean, I don't know that I feel comfortable because they've definitely got some low ships. Plan CV's Kleber snuck away on 200 HP. He cannot get spotted.
Ooh.
The
Kremlin pushes around, gives a little tap on the backside of the Ohio. Ohio just turns around and goes, no.
It just goes, no.
Ends the Kremlin. Deepest Dungeon now in a much better position to actually angle against that Stalingrad now that Kremlin is down.
Yihua's in trouble. It's 2-1. It's 2v1, and sooner or later these guys are going to get him. Sorry, go ahead.
Gearing of Admiral Takbir trying to get back into B. They do need to get in. There's no way they can get to Charlie, though. That's the problem. That FPM can probably win just on that 1 cap now, no matter what happens.
Well, it depends on how many ships they lose. They've got a lot of low health ships, right? And they're going to lose Yihua eventually. Like it's only a matter of time. Probably going to happen in the next 30 seconds here. All the shells coming in, and so to me, if I'm FPM, they have to bag a kill of one of these ships up north. But I don't know where it's going to come from. They're running out of like the Ohio and the Venezia are just kiting them brilliantly. Rebel's not that low, and the Venezia is now in the smoke.
Okay, so it's 2 minutes and 10-ish on the points clock for an FPM win currently. But when that gearing goes back into the cap, it's going to go up to about 4 minutes. But that C cap for KISS is such a long way away right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea. If I'm Moonon, I almost like the idea of potentially charging Takbir if I've got a reload booster up, because Takbir is looking at you stern on. He cannot get all his guns into action effectively, and his help is not that close. You could engage him from an angle where the Moskva would have no shots.
Yeah, that's true. And you've got Kokonoi there in the other Kleber to support. A little bit lower health pool, so probably not worth risking pushing that Kleber in, but you could definitely support from range. Just slow them down a little bit. Try and take out that gearing before it caps.
It almost feels like if you look at how they're starting to align themselves on the board, FPM is like pull back, hold C for 3 minutes, and just pull back, because it's going to take KISS a while to kind of reorient themselves to try to break into C, and I think that's what they're doing. I think they're just going to try and hold out and win on the strength of the C cap.
Exactly. So now you can see with 2 caps even, KISS still do not win. It's 343 to 236. 6 odd minutes left on the game clock. So FPM, yep, they're just going to pull back to Charlie. Let KISS waste that clock by coming up towards Charlie. There's no point in engaging sooner than that. And then if they have to fight for Charlie, they will.
Well, they can't afford to get CVN's Kleber spotted. Moonon, I think, is the healthiest Kleber they have. No. World of Warships has actually got quite a bit of HP, but he's also the farthest away. Takbir knows he's got to get into C. You can see him heading that way, but these guys are going to be on 950 points or so before that happens. And if Takbir gets spotted, they might just focus him out. And if they kill him, that could be enough to win the game.
There's no radar, so Takbir is not pushing into a radar. And also outspots the Klebers. However, these torpedoes don't look too good.
Those look really nasty. He takes one. That's a huge problem.
So not only does that make that gearing pretty much a one-shot, it also slowed him down.
Yep.
So that's 130 to get into the C cap.
And look at Word of Warships.
Yes, the Word of Warships is coming down to intercept. They will have seen that torpedo hit, so they know exactly where Takbir is right now.
Warships is going to be spotted here. He is. He's lit on the surface now.
All he has to do, all Warships has to do is just stop the gearing from crossing the line. That's it.
Yep.
1 minute.
They've got to keep him off the cap, however they do it. And he's faster than the gearing. He has to smoke. Yep.
The only hope for them now is to actually try and kill Warships.
Oh, they caught a glimpse of Takbir. They caught a glimpse of him.
65.
He's out. That's it. That's the game. They only had to catch a glimpse of him, and it's all it took. Wow.
What a game. That was so pushy and so messy. I enjoyed every second of it. I love it.
Ton of action in that game.
Absolutely. So a bit of an upset there with the CIS number ones. They are out. So that's gonna be FPM going through.
All right. Well, guys, we've looked at that match. We're going to be moving on to our last match of the day momentarily. But for now, let's head back to the studio with Chris and crew.
Wow, what a finish there. And congratulations to FPM making it into the semis and going to be facing either Rain or BONKS, depending on the next set of matches that we're going to see. But I hope you enjoyed this as much as we did. Let's bring in PrivatePinguin and Bogsy to talk about the things that happened in this match, because there was a lot of stuff that went down. So Bogsy was like, I've seen what FPM is doing. I'll give them the win. But it wasn't that decisive towards the end. So so what made you put your money on FPM?
Well, 5 Klebears. Well, but to be fair, you're absolutely right, Chris Santos, because it wasn't. I mean, it really did at the end. It came down to a few critical moments where, I mean, we saw literally one Klebear got away with 211 HP as shells were raining down around him, and he managed to get away. We saw a Kremlin and another Klebear sandwich a Des Moines, torp the Des Moines to death, but then some of the torps went past, hit the allied Kremlin. It was a beautiful, glorious mess. And those Klebers are just so powerful. We even watched, I think, a Gearing with 5k HP trying to chase down that 211 HP Kleber. And after losing 3k HP, I think the Gearing went, okay, I can't. And he stops, he smokes up. He's like, okay, you and your 211 HP, you go have fun. So really, really powerful stuff coming in from the Kleber comp.
Definitely. It was really fun to look. It was such a close game, actually. If you remember, there were 2 situations where KISS were not able to ram kill their opponent. The first one was on the between B and C, like Boxy just mentioned. The Des Moines just got torped right in front of the Kremlin, so the Kremlin had to live another, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 minutes there. On the southern side, on A, the Venezia tried to rush kill the Kremlin and didn't manage to get close enough again to maybe finish him off through a rank kill. Everything would have helped KISS to win the match. Even the 200 HP Kleber that got away.
It's the small things, right? It's the small things. I was so mad at Venezia for trying to get the torpedoes off. It's like, why? It's like it's like a countdown you have, like above your ship is like, you have roughly 20 seconds to make that move. Otherwise, you're gonna be gone. So use it wisely. And you just want to go like as fast as possible, right? And just ram him to deal the maximum amount of damage. And I understand where he was coming from, because I'm sure he wanted to say like, okay, me ramming the Kremlin will not take out the Kremlin just because of the HP that I will deal as damage, right? So let's get in the torpedoes. But if you're on such low HP and in such a close proximity to the enemy, if you do it and you fuck it up, and he fucked it up, it might just throw the game right into the enemy's favor. And it's these small things that might make a huge difference. A Kleber surviving with 211 HP made the difference here, actually, for FPM to win this match, because otherwise it would have been the other way around. So like I liked how KISS approached this and not panicking whatsoever, trying to be methodical about it and say, okay, let's not panic. Let's, we take B, we get A. And what I didn't like is that they were so careful about how to deploy the Des Moines that they kind of left C completely to the enemy, not using the gearing for any kind of spotting. That was, for me personally, like, I understand where it's coming from, but potentially I would have tried to use the gearing on the other side to make life a little bit harder for the Klebears, especially if you deploy Venezias to kind of help with the Klebears and at least smack them a bit before they, get to just roam around and do what they want to do. But, whew, what a match. And at the end, it was like I usually like I write down, you know, like all of the stuff that is roughly happening, so I can just go back in my mind and read up and see what they did. But so many things happened that I didn't write anything except for the initial deployment stuff. It was just so cool to see. That's what I love, right? You know, crazy setups bring crazy games, but yeah, the Kleber spam was real, and yeah, I don't know. Do you think that potentially bringing something different than the gearings might have made a difference for KISS?
Good question.
Actually, I think they did really fine with their setup. It was the small things that happened in favor of the other team that made them win the battle. Actually, in the end, so they have could have totally won this battle, in my opinion, with the setup.
We
Definitely.
can actually let the replay play in the background, and thanks to the teams, of course, for providing this. And of course, you will see one team being significantly faster at the caps than the other team due to the speed of the Klebers.
Yeah.
And
They cheating.
yes, and I mean, this just to highlight this here. This is what I really liked. This move here made a lot of sense. They kind of put themselves into a position where it's really hard for the enemy to be able to counter this position, right? Unless the Kleber wants to YOLO, but it doesn't really have the torps to be able to do something about this from range. And then they were able to push them out of a consequently. But yeah, I think this promises very interesting semifinals that we are going to be broadcasting tomorrow. And the teams that we didn't see yet, right? The teams that we will see in the next match is going to be one of the teams that, of course, I know a lot of at least the EU viewers want to see. It is Rain versus the BONKS team from the NA server. And we also got some feedback that you guys would love to see the servers indicated in the names. So this is actually something we'll be doing for tomorrow, so that we add a little bit of indication for you to understand which servers these teams are from. Especially if you're new to King of the Sea, we sometimes overlook this, because we have been doing this for such a long time that we're like, this is very clear, right? We talk about it, people should know, but we understand that it's not that easy. So for Rain, as the first placed team from the EU King of the Sea tournament, right? They are the reigning European King of the Sea team. They actually won against OHBOY, so that should give you some indication of what we've seen from OHBOY so far, what you might expect from Rain. And BONKS did win against Full House, moving on to this match against Rain. Let's maybe talk a little bit about the NA team first, besides the very funny logo they have. BONKSy, what can viewers expect from BONKS?
Well, the entirety of the BONKS clan is made up of a bunch of Generation Z degenerates. And there are a bunch of high school and college age monsters who decided to take the very funny bonk bonk you go to horny jail avatar as their thing. But these guys are really good. They put up a lot of really good DD play. Although I'm starting to notice here that the sort of the torpedo soup DD meta that I feel like sort of dominated the NA server, it's quite frankly it seems to be getting steamrolled a little bit by the heavy French DD comp that is making up, especially the Asian server, but also EU and CIS. And I'm noticing also that I feel like the other servers are sort of adapting to the ability to ban ships per match. Oh, sorry, per series, I should say, per series, by going, okay, well, let's just ban all the 12-kilometer radars we can and bring all the French DDs. And as someone who perhaps was a little snide in watching the EU and CIS players saying, no, we don't want bans. We don't want to have to do that. And I sort of was like, well, is it because you can't? They have been putting up absolutely excellent matches and have seemed to have adapted to it marvelously. So, well done to everybody for getting on board and figuring out just ban the Russian guns.
No, but that's something that we also thought when we decided, okay, we would love to have this system that actually comes from the NA cluster about banning ships. We thought it looks very cool. We actually tested it in the Verizon Warriors Championship, and thought, what, let's just run it. Of course, people are usually averse to change and say like, oh, but it worked so nicely without it. Why do you want to do this? But I think everybody can see that it's a really, really cool thing to do, and
it worked so nicely. I personally want to do 2 per team per series next time.
Yeah, but I see the teams are actually starting. So let's get quickly your opinions on who's going to take this one, Boxy. By the way, this map is Rain's map.
Well, I mean, Rain is such a huge favorite going into this match. Obviously, Rain coming out top of EU, beating TWA Band CV at some point in the series. They're a heavy favorite. However, I would not count BONKS out quite yet. They're resilient, and if Gen Z can eat Tide Pods, they can beat Rain.
Okay, Pingu, yours?
I say Rain, but I like the name BONKS, so yeah.
Okay.
Prove me wrong.
Okay, I'm going with Rain because I think they really showed what they can do this one. And handing over to the match. Enjoy it. It's going to be great.
Let me tell you, we are both super excited to bring you this match. This is Rain, the EU number 1s in red here, versus BONKS, the NA number 2s in green over the end of the map. Rain here bringing Ohio, Yamato, double Venezia, double Moskva, Gearing, and sorry, I'm reading the green lineup, I do apologize. Republic, force of habit. Venezia, Moskva, now quadruple Kleber down this end with a Marceau. So effectively 5 French destroyers. It's going to be really interesting to see what they're going to do with those. I've already read it, but do you want to do the green lineup?
Sure. I feel like we just saw this game, Stats. Am I the only one? A little bit of deja vu going on here?
A little bit, yeah.
Indeed. Opposing them from the North spawn, wearing green, are the North American second place team. This is BONKS coming to the dance with Ohio and Yamato, fronted by Venezia, Moskva, and another Venezia. And then all the way out front, the pointing into the spear, we have a Gearing, a Z52 headed for B, and Todd Howard's is Daring, making revolutions towards C.
Now, let's talk about Rain's Kleber deployment here.
Oh, man. Look at this.
So, yeah, you've got Sheep, you've got Bazinga, you've got Lulu, and you've got Gangbarang all marching up in a line towards Charlie. So I feel slightly sorry for Todd Howard's there in the Daring for BONKS, who may have an interesting 5 minutes here.
Now, I am perhaps not as familiar with the EU clans as I ought to be, so refresh my memory. Rain is a French clan, are they not?
Yeah, mostly. I'm not sure if all the players are French, but yes, certainly they are a Francophone team, yes.
Okay, so this is definitely something that they, hey, man, you get to play French ships at this kind of level. They got to be all over this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen them do this kind of thing earlier in the tournament as well, very effectively, obviously, because they're here. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do with this Ford Destroyer group over here on Charlie. I suspect it will involve a lot of shells at some point, very, very soon.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
Interestingly, something I need to point out. So you'll notice that Lulu, Gangbarang, and Baz are all together at the back with Sheep in front. The reason for this is that the Sheep is probably running Legendary, so it has doesn't have the DPM that the other 3 do, but it does have spotting.
Higher spotting. Yep.
Yes.
Here it comes. Howard's having to smoke and try to salvage as much of his HP as he can out of this ridiculously imbalanced exchange. Looks like he is going to maybe sneak away on about half HP if he can pull it off. Yep.
Yeah, he does manage to go dark. There's a lot of blind shells going in. Managed to get away on 14, but Rain obviously getting the C cap there, at least initially.
Oof. Return fire from Addie's Venezia, all falling astern of Sheep.
Yeah, Sheep needs to be really careful because Sheep is, the point of the spear, basically.
Yeah.
But he needs to be really careful not to overextend and to watch those cross-map shots.
So for those that are perhaps not as familiar with some of the unique upgrades or legendary modules, as they are sometimes referred to, what does that do for Kleber stats?
So it gives it better concealment, but at the cost of reload. So basically what it does is it enables the Kleber to do better spotting, get a bit closer. It's still got the 8 commenter torps that the Kleber normally has. But essentially what it means is that when that Kleber Sheep runs its reload booster, it's bringing it up to the level of a normal Kleber. So think about it as having essentially half the amount of gun power as these other 3.
So they're basically using him as a tripwire basically to spot the opposing destroyers so that they can then, to use a term that Zath taught me, they can RoboCop him.
Exactly. Yeah, precisely. And the reason that they use something like a Kleber for this and not, say, I don't know, Shimo or Legendary Gearing is because then all the speeds are matched and so they can stay together.
Yeah, that's the key. They can all move as one unit, essentially.
Otherwise, they have to keep the speed of the slowest destroyer, and that just kind of defeats the point of having...
Defeats the purpose.
Yep.
Exactly. All right. Oh, Addy takes a big hit there.
Okay, let's move around and have a quick look at Bonks. They're pushing through A here. So we've got Battleship Nagato out the front in the gearing, doing the spotting against Dastard's Conqueror and Artorias' Venezia. Rain having to just kite away from this push. There's not much they can do. A common tactic that Rain use, just using my knowledge of these EU teams, they will take this Conqueror and Venezia and they will just kite away and they will try to pull this group of 4 away from the cap if they can.
Now, Bonks, because of the lineup that Rain fielded, Bonks came into this match with a health advantage. They retain one, although I will say that so far it feels like Rain is maybe trading a little better. Rain is just now moving out to their first lead. They were upside down a cap for a little while. It's only 5 minutes gone. There's still only 10, 12 points between these teams. So this is a very close game, obviously. It's still early. But you can see Rain now having kind of basically what amounts to solid control of the C cap, rotating 2 of the Klebers down into B to join Eagles Marceau, who snuck into B as Whale Biologist ducked out earlier. And Bonks is definitely going to have a fight on their hands.
Yeah, Whale Biologist is potentially about to be on the receiving end of a couple of those Klebers and the Marceau as it backs around the corner there. Eagle 185 will potentially have shots. There goes the radar. Of course, they know the tap was being contested, so they know that Whale Biologist was there somewhere.
Right, but Whale ducks out of range of the radar, the Moskva radar. He was only at the extreme edge of it there, and he just bailed out, so they can't spot him at the moment.
The Venezia, right at the back, Addy, actually taking a significant amount of incoming down to 18k.
Addy's been getting hammered. They haven't gotten a whole lot of work out of Addy's guns so far. You can see just by the health pools on the opposing Klebers that Addy has not really hit many shells, or at least nothing significant.
So just a reminder that if you look at the top of the screen, you can see the team's health pools, 370 to 417. But don't forget that because Rain came in with those 5 destroyers, they're starting on significantly less hit points in total.
Yeah, they've got to trade better basically to maintain any kind, to earn an advantage in that department. Whale Biologist does duck onto the corner B, finally halting those points gained with his Hydro up over here. About a 60-point lead for Rain here on the strength of those caps.
Yeah, it's going to be, so it's 1 cap apiece at the moment, so they're going to be ticking in unison, so that lead is not going to increase currently. But Rain are really starting to focus on B now. And I do wonder whether Bonks will try something to get around the back of these 2 Klebers that they've left at Charlie. You can see Todd Howard's there turning back up towards the cap.
I think, I mean, I'm not sure if they know where the other 2 Klebers that have rotated south are, but certainly it would be a great play for them to find a way to do that. Their current deployment makes it tough, though, and so does Addy's current health pool.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see here that Rain have actually pushed a Republic kind of into the middle of the map, which is quite unusual, but essentially still on a flank, because although it's in the B cap, pretty much most of the Bonks team is on one side of Malamu here. There are torpedoes from the gearing going towards Malamu's nose. Sorry, stern.
I looked over a minute ago, was surprised to see Malamu in this position. I think he's going to dodge all these torps. He might sneak one in the stern. No, he's fine. Post, but no cigar.
Republic with the reload, the speed booster, able to accelerate pretty well, despite being a big ship.
Post only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear weapons, as they say.
Exactly. Okay, Azure taking a little bit of SAP, but mostly able to angle effectively against Addy there. So Rain still with the points advantage, maintained at Around 60-point advantage there.
I feel like Bonks is playing this pretty well. The health difference is almost even, though. They beat up Balbonk way down here at A. He's on about 12K. He can't really afford to get too slapped around. Looks like they're going to try and push Whale just off the B cap for a little bit.
Yeah, if they can keep pushing those two destroyers out and just tick a few more points here and there, because both the Z and the gearing are both going to leave here, which is going to give them a few ticks. I'm just wondering whether Lulu... No, Sheep is actually kiting away. I was just wondering whether Lulu might be preparing to push round on the daring. Sergeant Hattie manages to thread those torps quite nicely in the Ohio.
And they've pulled Malamu out. They're sending Malamu to C.
Yeah, I wonder whether they smell some kind of rearguard action here from Addy and Sergeant Hattie.
Well, they can see Hattie moving in on the cap, so they're obviously pulling something back to help oppose him. Game's half over as we cross the 10-minute mark. About an 80-point lead here for Rain, but Eagle 185 getting pretty low.
Problem with Rain turning around to defend Charlie is that leaves Gangbarang in the Kleber in the middle a little bit vulnerable. You've got Thighs there in the Moskva.
He's actually taking shots at... No, he took a shot at the Artorias.
Yeah, I thought he was shooting Eagle for a second.
Way on the back of the map. So did I.
Yeah, Zuki needs to be really careful here because that Venezia could potentially smack him.
They're doing a really good job of beating up Dastard's Conqueror as well. Like, he's still got a decent chunk of HP, but, I mean, you look over, you see a Conqueror at, 35, 40% HP. That's noteworthy. All the action around B here at the moment. Although C, I think, is definitely going to heat up soon.
Yeah, I think Bonks are just starting. Yeah, you've got Venezia, Addy just smoking through there. No doubt holding fire just to make sure there's no bloom to deal with. So that he can push through. Now let's just see what this Venezia does. I was kind of expecting him to push the cap, but he's not.
Gangbarang backs off of B with 2 destroyers in B. That's going to allow Bonks to pick it up very quickly here. I don't think Gang's going to get back onto this cap.
No, you might be right there.
Looks like Bonks is going to back B. That's going to allow him to start slowly closing the gap here. 8.5 minutes to play.
It's not a very big gap either. And
no.
Actually, they do currently win on points with those 2 caps. We're seeing Gangbarang going around on Thighs here in the Moskva.
Yep.
Rule number 1 of rushing
Thighs knows it's coming.
Rule number 1 of rushing is make sure it dies. Let's see if Gangbarang can deliver.
It's got to try and knock out some of the torpedoes and hope it works.
Moskva not very quick to accelerate. I think all those torps are going to land.
He's going to take them all. And that's it. Wipes him out. Brilliant charge there from Gangbarang. Rain goes up a kill.
Okay, let's see where they... Go on.
I was going to say, they trade control of B for a kill. That's a great trade for them.
Absolutely. Let's see where they send Gangbarang now. I think going around on that Z might be a little bit dangerous.
Yeah. If I were whale biologist, I'd just put my Hydra up and be like, yeah, bring it, bro. Now, his Hydra might be down.
Yeah, I think it's on cooldown right now because it was on when he was in the cap, so...
Nope,
it's still up. It's still up. I think it's coming towards the end, though.
He is. He's coming out right now.
Okay, so Gangbarang probably saved the reload booster for specifically this situation.
Let's see.
But the trouble is the gearing is there as well.
They do finally back Azur's Moskva.
Yeah, Gangbarang is
he's kind of outnumbered here, but they've rotated the gearing over to help out. They are going to be able to get Gangbarang. Just a question of whether or not how much health. Whale biologist has a lot of HP. He's trying to get in there that smoke, but Hydra should keep him locked up.
Yeah, I don't think that trade, unless one of these torpedoes lands, which of course it probably won't with the Hydra running. Whale biologist.
They trade kills, but Bonks is about to take the lead on the strength of that cap advantage. We said earlier they traded the cap for a kill. That wasn't a bad play at the time, but things have not gone well since then.
No,
as Bonks moves out to the lead.
Rain having to use the very low health Eagle 185 Marceau here to actually now to block the cap rather than the more healthy Marceau.
That's chancy because, I mean, they can't run him down. He's faster than the gearing, but It only takes a couple of shells to make a big
Yeah.
impact.
If the gearing comes around the island and he gets spotted, before he can go unspotted, they will have killed it. So yeah, that's going to be super risky.
Now, BONKS does have some very low ships. You see here, Turret Bonk trying to stay in the game. Looks like he's not going to succeed. Way down here on the J line. And he doesn't.
Now, Baz there with the kill. Baz still mostly healthy here. I'm kind of expecting them to rotate Baz into the B cap if they can. Now that it's just the Yamato, because of course Yamato is much more easily spotted.
Super close game. 5 minutes to play here. Rain on a 100-point lead, but it is not over. BONKS still in a position to win if they can bag a kill or at least drive Eagle out of the cap long enough to take a lead.
It's going to get really interesting really quickly because the points are getting really high and they, of course, don't go down very easily. So over 900.
Can you catch sight of Eagle?
Can you see the points
on him?
Can you see the points clock ticking back and forth between the two teams?
Yes, that's how close it is. They get some shells on Eagle. They don't kill him.
Okay, Eagle on 1,000. Apache under fire from Venezia and Baz.
Oh, they do finally bag Hattie's Ohio. That's a big kill. I think is Howard going to get back onto the cap? He is. In a moment, that's going to halt Rain's points gains.
Yeah, Rain, with that top cap, Rain would win in less than a minute, but with that daring blocking...
But right there, they don't have that option right now.
No, BONKS' Yamato is probably going to go down here to Venezia.
That would end the game. That ends the game. There it is. Woo! A lot of back and forth. But Rain claims game one. Yeah, well played to both teams.
Yeah.
Rain claims game one. They go up in the series, and we'll head back to the studio, and they can talk about this. This was a fun match.
Absolutely.
What a match, and at the end, how close it was. Well played by both teams, BONKS and Rain, fighting for the chance to move into the semifinals. And let's discuss it with Boxy and PrivatePinguin and see what they say. So, Pingu, we did see the Kleber setup. We are not very surprised, but BONKS had a pretty good idea how to work with that, right?
Yeah, we're not surprised, definitely not, because exactly on this map against another team in the EU tournament, we have seen such a tactic from Rain, played by Rain, in the past, and it worked out pretty well for them. It was a close battle, I think, back then as well. They did really, really good. BONKS did really good in trading their HP. They had an HP advantage from the beginning, of course, because of the massive amount of enemy DDs there. But they managed to hold this advantage until one moment, and that moment was the rush of the Kleber on the Moscow in the middle that got caught off guard. I've spoken with Boxy about this, that Rain tries to manage their HP on the Klebers in a way that they have at least one Kleber left to make such an aggressive move in the end, and they did it. They killed the radar cruiser with a lot of HP left, which was really, really good. But then the Kleber got caught by the SAT-52. What was a really, really good play of BONKS there. So it was super close in the end.
Yeah, but the thing is, so I love this move, and you could see with Gang Barang just saying, you know what, I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this. You know what? I'll just go around, take out this Moscow. It's getting annoying. He's kind of fucking with our game plan. So he moves around and takes him out. And then I'm happy to see the replay. And then Conway and me were sitting there, and I said, okay, he's going to go into B. It's such an easy move, right? B is uncapped. It's currently ticking for BONKS, so just go in there, and you don't have to risk Eagle, and you just get the cap, and then it's on BONKS to kind of play this game, but you have the advantage. But then I don't know what happened, and Gangbarang said, and you could see him just standing there at the edge of the island, it's like, should I do it? Should I not do it? And I'm curious to hear what happened in the background. Did somebody say, you know what, go? This worked well. Just go and snack the SAT-52. But he didn't go into the camp. So he actually went for the SAT-52. And against a gearing in SAT-52 that have smoke and hydro, not a great choice. So what do you think happened there?
Well, I mean, obviously, Penguin and I were both sort of saying to ourselves, this Moskva is dead in the water as soon as one of the Klebers figures out that he can just YOLO it. Obviously, as Chrysantos pointed out, I think in the last match, we have a god's eye view of the match. Things are much more apparent to us. So you have to remember that these folks are working with what they've seen, where they last saw it, and where they assume the unseen things are. So sometimes they can be a little overly cautious, but he did end up doing it, and it obviously worked. But I think it's important to point out that this is a really difficult strat to deal with. Clever spam, it was the bane of one of the clan battle seasons. We've seen it work exceptionally well already a couple times now. I think that BONKS did a really exceptionally well done job of sort of, you sort of just have to, it's like herding cats or something, where you're like, okay, give ground here. You have to let the Klebears separate themselves so they can't mass their firepower into critical moments and knock down your cruisers, knock down your DDs. Like almost happened to that. I think it was a daring in the very beginning.
Yeah.
They did a really good job of going, okay, back off. And then once we saw that we did C, Rain took C, BONKS took A, and then BONKS just said, we don't have to take B, we just have to keep them from taking it, and then we'll wait until they get spread out, we'll take B. And that was really close. For a while there, the points were literally ticking back and forth over who was going to win, and it just came down to trades. And again, Rain really, really did an exceptional job at managing the HP on their Klebears very well. So I'm excited to see if they try it again. I want to know if they keep going with the French fries.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to highlight is actually what Rain did on the A cap, because I really liked it. So initially, I'm just going to reset the replay here, and I just want to showcase the route the Massot is taking. By taking one of the riskiest moves you can make in the beginning, by going straight up into the cap from the north, spotting that Moscow. We'll just see it here in the replay. It's like smack. Actually, Conway was sitting next to me. He's like, did they disconnect? Why did he lose so much HP? It's like that Massot just went into this position, kept it early on, just for the sake of, okay, we'll take it if we can get it. But then they were able to trade down here in such a nice way, with the Venezia and Concrete just kiting away and step by step withering down the enemy targets here. Because at the end, when we I'll just keep it playing in the background, right? But at the end, we were in a position where what Boxy said, right? Both teams are basically ticking back and forth, fighting over B, and trying to win the battle there. But what actually killed the game for BONKS at the end was the low HP pool of the Venezia and the Yamato, plus the Moskva not being able to push up anymore, and Rain just killing them. That's like the Conqueror, the Venezia. It's an annoying thing to do, right? You kite away, you kind of you don't really have that much impact on the caps. But their job is to distract these guys and make them pay for every single meter they want to get closer to anything except for the A cap. And I think this is what, at the end of the battle, made the pendulum kind of swing towards Rain. Because the C battle, very interesting, and I love how Rain managed to redeploy, and then how BONKS countered it. That daring. I don't want to be that daring. The daring had such a tricky game to play, right? Always on the edge of getting spotted and potentially facing 2-3 Klebears plus the Republique, and still managing to always do his job, hydring the torps, because the torp spam on that Ohio was really crazy. So really well played by both teams, but I think at the end, Rain snuck it out, this win, probably not as comfortably as they wanted to, but by bringing down the A cap and just being able to finish these targets off. That's at least the way I read it. Which means that Rain was able to convert their map pick, Trap, and now it's BONKS' turn with Northern Waters, the map that they pick. So what do you expect is going to happen here, Boxy?
Well, I don't expect a full Kleber spam again this time. I mean, it could happen. I could eat my words here, but I think that this map needs to be played a little bit more elegantly. I'm gonna get so much shit for saying that, but I think that this map it has so many strong points that can be used to hold off something like Kleber's rushing you. There are so many positions where it's not as open as one of those diagonal maps that I just love to make the signal. It's not a trap. It's not a Crash Zone Alpha. This one you have to be more careful, and it's easier to close off the lanes on the flanks. So I do suspect we'll see some really ideal flankers like a Kleber, like a Marceau, something like that. Maybe taking the island on the one line. Penguin had pointed out several times his relish when he sees a Kleber push up that one line up north or down, and basically turn a flank by itself as a destroyer. It's very exciting to see something like that and just how strong one of those DDs can be. So I suspect we'll see a little bit less DD heavy comp and a little bit more cruiser oriented comp in this map.
So a question from my side. You are, for example, BONKS, and you've watched what Rain is doing, because they are going to be in this tournament, right? And they had a week to look at this. Taking a look at the ship bans, and maybe Mr. Conway can bring them up. Rain banned the Alexander Nevsky for obvious reasons, right? It kind of interferes with the potential for them to bring this Kleber composition. But BONKS banned the Stalingrad, not the Kleber, not the Marceau, not any other ship, but specifically the Stalingrad. And I for me, it is like interesting ban, because you could bring a Moscow, for example, to achieve something similar, and not to kind of at least get the Kleber out of the way if this is a strategy you don't feel very comfortable with. So at least from what I read into this is that BONKS actually feels quite confident in being able to counter Klebers, because they know that Rain did this strategy. They know that this is very popular. So yeah, I do believe that BONKS should have a really good strategy for the next map, and to be able to run it. What do you think, Pingu? Do they have like something specifically set up to counter this, or are they just going to run like whatever strategy they have set up for themselves?
To be honest, I think because we had the first map Trap, this was the map of Rain. They didn't do that bad actually. BONKS almost got the win there. I don't think they try to change their setup now, because we will see the map pick of BONKS. I really think they stick to their tactic. They won't react. In my opinion, they won't react.
This is for me, like I haven't played competitive myself in ages, but it's always for me the philosophy. So you kind of have to have your own plan, right? If you build your plan around countering somebody else's plan, you will lose, because you don't really have a strategy yourself. So you have to have a strategy, but you also have to have kind of like a Swiss Army knife at your disposal to be able to say, okay, we know roughly what they're going to do, and we need to have something in our toolkit to be able to handle it, no matter whether it's a, quintuple Kleber or something entirely different, if it's like, for example, a smoke train. Now, after I said this, the team's actually ready to jumping into the next match. So, Boxy, we'll start with you. Rain or BONKS?
I'm going with BONKS this time. I need NA to represent, so I'm throwing it out there to the world.
Okay. Pingu.
I am with Rain again, of course.
I'm very curious what BONKS is going to do. I actually give it to BONKS. I'm sure they have a cool strategy, and they seem confident to deal with the French DDs. And we'll now hand over to StatsBloke and Sea Raptor and enjoy this match together. So have fun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Warshippers of all ages, welcome to what could be the last game of the day here, as we bring you game number 2 of this match between BONKS, the NA second place team, as they take on the EU champions. That is Rain. From the North Spawn in green, BONKS fielding Ohio, Yamato, Double Des Moines, Venezia, Moskva, fronted by Double Gearing and whale biologist Z52. Stats, what about Rain?
Yeah, fairly familiar lineup from Rain here. If you've been watching the EU tournament, they've actually been running this quadruple Kleber division quite a lot. So they've got Conqueror, Kremlin, Double Des Moines, Moskva, and then that quadruple Kleber division. That they, once again, they run this typically with one out front with Legendary to do the spotting, and then 2 or 3, in the case it's going to be 2, behind to do the shooting. But they are actually sending this time Gangbarang over to the A cap. But I suspect that Kleber will be rotated back as soon as it's capped, because there's no way the gearing is going to get anywhere near it before it's capped.
I keep hearing La Marseillaise playing in the background everywhere I look. It's just that little tinny sound in the background. It's right there. I can't shake it.
Exactly. Yep. And
BONKS going for a pretty even split. Gearing Venezia, Ohio, Moskva headed over to C. They're going to let Whale Biologist handle the B duties by himself. He will be by himself. There is no one to oppose him. Very clearly, Rain does not care about the B cap at the moment. as Yamato, Double Des Moines, and Gearing headed over to A. But of course, Gangbarang will absolutely get to A and probably pick that up before anybody gets in range to do much about that.
Sheep in the lead, probably legendary Colbert has dipped in behind the island there and see.
Oh, Conqueror.
That's your someone just got whack noise.
Yes,
oh, yeah.
Balbonk.
Yep.
Balbonk took a Conqueror salvo at like 21-ish and change, 20 kilometers. Even at an angle, he still ate a good 25, almost 30,000 damage.
Was that HE or AP?
No, I believe it was AP. I believe he came
legal?
Loaded. Yeah, I know, right? I will make it legal. But I think Malamu came loaded for the AP, hoping for exactly that, hoping to catch a cruiser sleeping and surprising them with that first salvo out of his guns. Because everybody expects a Conqueror to fire HE.
Exactly. If you're in the middle of the map on this map, which has got really open, midsection, and you're in something like a Stalingrad or a battleship in the middle with your AP, you look at the positions of these two flanks going over towards A and C, and they're all going to be flat broadside to you as they traverse. So.
Malamu does it again. More AP on Balbonk's broadside. Only lands about 8 or 9K that time. Not nearly as big a hit. As this sheep takes a torpedo from the Z52 in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's not disastrous. It's not that much damage, but yeah, sheep being the one that's going to be out the front needs to be really cautious, having lost that health.
3 minutes gone. Rain already taking up a lead on the strength of the A and the C cap. Whale biologist pushed off of B by Mr. Evasion's radar from the Moskva.
Sorry, there's something that happens on this map quite regularly, which quite often ends in disaster, and that is Azuki in the Des Moines is pushing down in the gearing smoke, getting this Des Moines to this island. I have seen this fail maybe 90% of the time, but normally there will be some kind of cruiser sitting on the corner of the cap there, but there isn't.
But there isn't, and they have no way to spot him in that smoke cloud. There's no radar. So he should be okay. He should be clear to get to that position because they have no way to punish him until he's out of the smoke. Now, you can bet that Dastert's Kremlin is sitting there salivating at the idea of this shot. So
Yeah,
it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to spot the Des Moines when he comes out of the bottom end of the smoke.
Yeah, Rain will know exactly what's in that smoke screen. Dastard is indeed aiming over towards that direction. Starting to move, Dastard actually, probably expecting those torpedoes that are coming. And choosing to try to avoid the torps rather than getting a sure shot.
Azuki out of the smoke. As he exits, he fires, getting spotted, but the island blocks the line of sight. Azuki out, now actually shelling Dastard for free from behind that island. Now, Lulu on the other side of the map also took a big hit, I think from Sergeant Hattie's Ohio.
Yeah, getting that Des Moines to that island that's super important because that means that this Des Moines is going to be really, really hard to get rid of because it can. Although it's still at kind of a dangerous angle, he can kind of wiggle up against the island, and there's no risk from the middle right now from any big guns.
He might be hard to get rid of if Battleship Nagato rotates back and plays the A line. The trick is you've got to protect the Des Moines back door, right? Because otherwise they're just going to drive Gangbarang right up the A line. He'll come around the corner and assassinate him, just like we saw the Kleber do last match with the Moskva.
Exactly. So now that Battleship Nagato has capped, I suspect that's exactly what you will see. Looks like Des Moines is running Hydra.
Looks like he's already going that way. His Hydro's up. I mean, Azuki's thighs, his Hydro's up, so they know they'll be able to see the Kleber coming. No, he's going to turn in. Maybe.
Yeah, probably, I'm guessing they'll just put Gangbarang in the position to charge and then just wait for that Hydro to go down.
Yeah, it could be.
Des Moines
is pulling up short.
Des Moines of Azure is also moving up. Yeah, so Azure is leaving the cover of the island. So as Gangbarang goes up and rushes, if Thighs decides to go forwards to escape, Azure will be there to catch.
Right.
Kleber of Sheep has just pushed into B, exchanging shells with Whale Biologist in the Z52, running for the island.
Z52's Hydro looks to be offline. Sheep's getting up a lot of HP for that position. Down below half now. He's still spotted in there. but nobody seems to have shells on him at the moment.
Bear, of course, does not have a heal, so this hit points is all that Sheep is going to have for the rest of the match. Okay, here goes Kleber. Here goes the rush on thighs.
Expected this. We suspected it was coming. Battleship Nagato is back there to try and help.
It's super
Suzuki's moving
difficult.
up.
It's super difficult to push something that's running away.
Oh my goodness. Lots of shot. He's getting a lot of help to defend against this. Gremlin, there's an Amoy. Oh my god.
That is why Azure was pushed up.
That is just textbook assassination.
They are trading.
Gonna cost Gangbrang his ship, no question.
But now that means that Azure has the island. Gearing not quite as good at torp rushing as Kleber is, so Azure a bit safer.
Well, and they're going to shove Dastard into the A-cap, and with Apache's Yamato pulled back to the side of the island, there's basically nothing that Bonks can do about that particular position.
So that is 2 caps in possession of Rain, with a cap possibly going to be flipped, although I'm sure Gearing will try and keep Dastard reset. Whale Biologist is probably going to reverse back into the B cap to block that at some point, and I'm guessing that Todd Howards is going to try to get into Charlie, although that's going to be kind of difficult with Baz sitting there.
Whale's Hydro is back up. He's got Sheep locked up on Hydro. That's allowing the Des Moines from the north of A, and I think it's the Gearing or somebody else is dropping shells in there on Sheep. Going to be an uncomfortable position for Sheep. We watched several North American teams use Z52 to this exact. There he goes. This exact advantage in the middle of the board. As Bonks picked up their second kill, they're up a ship now, but pushed quite a bit back off all the caps. Rain still with about 150-ish point lead as we're getting close to the halfway mark of the game.
So Rain have to make a choice now. So the Whale Biologist is going to reverse back into B and potentially take that. But Baz is there. But also the Gearing of Todd Howards is heading towards Charlie. So Rain have to make a decision. Do they take Baz and try to contest B? Or do they take Baz and try and contest C?
Yeah, they're down 2 destroyers, which starts to limit their options of what they can contest. And I feel like if I'm looking at things from the Bonks perspective, I feel like A is a write-off, right? It will take far too much time and energy and health surrendered to root Dastard out of A. So just let them have it. Pick up B, pick up C, and then basically invite them to come play your game while you do it.
Exactly. We do have a large points lead here for Rain, but we have actually seen that many, many times during many King of the Seas actually evaporate pretty quickly as the caps change hands. You know, these teams are very experienced with just sitting back and waiting for an opportunity to push back into the caps, and then once you've got the enemy team sitting on all 3 caps, you don't have any points income anymore. Bonks Ohio taking quite a lot of damage here from Baz and others. Evasion also cross map.
Well, and Dastard is reversing, looking for this shot. He's about to back into the gap between the twins over there. In fact, Hattie and Dastard, I think, are about to trade salvos.
Yeah, and I don't think this is going to go very well for Hattie. Dastard is considerably better angled. Here comes the AP return from Dastard.
Dastard, I mean, Hattie gets nothing. Dastard gets about 6 or 7K there. Hattie's going to try and find some place to hide, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, with Malamu's HE in the air, this could actually be curtains for Hattie.
Hattie is healing, but he does get a fire off. Yep.
Luckily, only one can probably heal through that fire.
Bonks picks up B. Whale Biologist finally successful. That'll start narrowing the gap a bit. But they're over 260 points behind. It's going to take them a lot of time to make up this gap. They're going to need another kill somewhere. And in fact, if you look at the timer, even on the strength of the 1 cap, Rain has enough of a points lead to hold on just by hanging on to A.
Rain actually did win on a single cap in a considerable number of their battles coming through to the internationals. So this is a pretty common playstyle for them. You know, try and get as many points as you can and then just back off.
I feel like Bonks is going to have to do something with the Yamato. It just feels like he hasn't been very effective in this position. I mean, from where he is right now, he doesn't have a whole lot he can shoot. And he's turning his engines on, so I guess maybe they feel the same way.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but I don't know.
I think at this point in the battle, a battleship having so many hit points, okay, Apache may have run a heal or two, but
Right.
having so much health left is usually an indication that the battleship's maybe not quite been in the right position.
Now they're trying to do a decent little job of cross-torping Dastard here between the Z and the gearing on the north end of the A cap. Looks like Dastard is going to take one in the stern from the Z. And he's got gearing torps out in front of him. He's probably going to take at least one of those.
Yep, here come the torps from the front. Dastard is well angled.
Look at that. He's actually going to dodge them all. No, he's going to dodge them all. I thought one of those gearing torpedoes would catch him, but not so much.
Yeah, the problem with torping the nose of a ship is that it's basically down to random chance whether one of the torps is aligned with it or not.
Yep.
Okay, 3 minutes 50 on the points clock for Rain, with Apache's Yamato, as you said, pushing down, trying to put a bit of pressure on Rain.
BONKS has time to make a play, but they kind of need to get on it, right? I mean, you said 3.5 minutes. They've got time, but the more time you give Rain to kind of set up to receive whatever cunning plan you've conceived of, the more time that they have to thwart it somehow.
BONKS pushing on Eagle 185 here on the 10 line. Just goes unspotted as that SAP comes out. That takes him down to 5-3, but he's now unspotted and running for the corner.
BONKS looking for a kill. They know they need one here. They need to put some pressure on Rain.
It looks like they're setting up to rush Dastard, maybe. They've got Nagato.
I think so. Nagato's going to go for the gearing rush here to try to take Dastard off the board. And it's actually not a bad play because Azure's Des Moines position is not good right now in terms of being able to support Dastard from there.
No, Azure right behind the island.
Dastard's guns are even looking the wrong way.
Gearing, not the fastest destroyer in the world, and Kremlin's guns rotate very quickly, although they are pointing the other side of the ship right now.
Dastard's trying to get his guns around, but he's going to take several of these. Looks like at least three. Three on the broadside.
There's the rest for the kill.
There it is. They are going to bag Dastard. Up 2 ships now. We're going to have a lead change in a moment. Oh, I see. They're bringing Apache around to punish Azure. So a well-timed, like coordinated push here on the point of BONKS. Looks like he's going to leave them in control of the A cap potentially.
With the points being so high on both teams and pretty much equal, that's going to mean that Rain have very little time to actually react to this. They have no chance of getting to Charlie with Eagle 185 being all the way down in the corner. So they have to make a move for B.
Oh, turret BONKS just took a massive hit. And now he's out.
Nagato's pretty low as well.
Oh, they can't afford to surrender those points. Oh, is Nagato radared in there? He is. No, they can't see him, but they're fishing for him.
Blind shots.
They know he's in there. Now they've got him. There's the Moscow radar. They'll get him now. They're going to make up... Oh, no, he's gone dark again. They're going to make up these
blind
points.
Shots? Yeah, Baz is trying.
Azure is they're going to keep making blind shots.
Little bit long. Evasion takes torpedoes and goes down in the middle there. That's not good. But they trade with the Kleber and the gearing.
Woo! 5 minutes to play. BONKS making a late push, desperate to get back into this game. Down 30 points, but they're the only ones sticking up points right now because Apache is sitting in the A cap, and it's just him versus Azure's Des Moines.
Yeah.
His next salvo should end this conversation. Here it
should
is.
do. That's gonna make the points dangerously close to 1,000. It doesn't.
He misses it. It all dropped short.
Yeah, so Yamato has now turned nose into Des Moines. So Des Moines was able to do significant damage to Yamato, but not anymore.
They're trying to...
If the Ohio wasn't there, Azure would be able to ram, but that's not an option right now.
There we go. Yeah. They do finally bag the Des Moines. That pushes BONKS up over 900 points, leaving them in sole possession of the A cap for the moment. They're bringing Sergeant Hattie's Ohio, and they're going to try and double team this cap with the battleships, it looks like.
Yeah.
There's the Kleber getting on to B.
Yeah, Baz has to push in, and basically BONKS ruling out any possible push into Charlie by just charging forwards. Eagle can't possibly get past them to Charlie, and they absolutely have to do that.
Nope, they can't get into Charlie. Goal was to do as much damage to Bazinga to try and give Whalebow just a leg up in this inevitable gunfight that's going to occur here in seconds. Whale puts his torpedoes out.
Great shot cross there from Bonks.
Baz slowing
goes
down. There it is.
That's the equalizer.
Indeed, Bonks with the come from behind win ties the series up at a game apiece.
Fantastic match there. So we will be seeing, for the last game of the day, we will be seeing a 1-1 tiebreaker between Bonks, the NA seconds, and Rain, the EU firsts. So while the teams just wipe their brows and prepare for that tiebreaker, we'll go back to Chrysanthos.
What a match, and with this, Bonks is back in the game, and now it really depends on who's going to take the next map, because that team will make it into the semifinals that will be broadcasting tomorrow. But let's get in Boxy and talk to PrivatePinguin about this map and why. Oh, look how happy Boxy is. It's like, oh, NA represents. Perfect. No, but it was a really fantastic match. And what do you think made the difference here for Bonks to take it off of Rain?
Well, I mean, I don't know whether it's just the fact there was only 4 Clebers as opposed to 5 this time, but I mean, I think they really learned just how close the last game was and why it was so close, which was you have to kill those Clebers. You have to kill the Clebers. You have to damage them at every possible opportunity. If they want to take something, you have to make them pay for it. As you guys were describing in the last match, which I thought was very apt, was, you know, you take something and then you sort of say, come get it. Because if you want to go in and take a cap that's already been taken, generally you're going to trade HP to do it. But absolutely extraordinary play from both teams. Really good rushes, really good positioning. I think honestly that came down to probably just the timing of Bonks' Yamato and the gearing coming around to pincer the Kremlin. It just happened to come out at a time when the Des Moines, I think it was Le Azur's Des Moines on the one-line island just happened to not be looking. He was repositioning himself to be able to support that Kremlin like a good teammate, and it just happened to work out that Bonks came away with that. So they figured it out, and good on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this was so many things happened in so many different areas. So we're currently we actually get we just got the replay. So in like 30 seconds after Mr. Conway plugs it into our system, we'll actually take a look at it. But Pingu, what's your comment on this game?
It was a really close one, and I have to admit, Bonks did a really good job in countering or sticking to their tactics, to the original ones. Right now we can see the replay, and I just started. They send a Z52 to the middle. Other than OHBOY, the team of Rain, they just picked their Moskva to stay there and push out the Z52. We have seen on the left side the Kleber took the early cap, but had to return to fall back because there were more ships incoming, more enemy ships. And I want to point out right now, this position, we have seen this position in another game, but this time we do have a smoke train to this island. So this Des Moines is supported by another Des Moines and a gearing, which is important later because this Kleber tried to regain control of this island, which was really fun to see. I think it was a YOLO rush, definitely, because sure, if you go and engage this Des Moines, you don't survive this if there is a gearing, if there's a Yamato. But Rain did this because they tried to get control over the B cap. So we can just move on with the replay, and we can see right now the push of the Kleber on the Des Moines on the side and the push of the Kremlin, and the other Des Moines coming in as well, so they can support the middle cap. I really liked it. In the end, I think it came down to the better aiming, the better trading of the both battleships, Yamato and Ohio, because they were able to deal a lot of damage on the Des Moines on the right side, on the Conqueror, which forces both ships to go further back and not being able to support on this side. So yeah, really well done to Bonk.
Yeah, BONKS, like what I really liked about them is, well, they handed some control over to Rain, and we talked about this earlier, right? You fight for caps, you need the caps to win, but caps usually cost HP, and if you just keep this running, what I liked that initially Rain looked like having like a bit of a stronger opening. They opened up on the Moskva very nicely. They got back into the caps, then they managed to take out the Moin over here, kind of opening up this entire side to support the B cap, right? And then you would have support here on the set, which kind of helps you to defend it, to defend the Kleber that is sitting down here against the set. But I really liked how BONKS repositioned and how methodically they went to actually go back and grab C, grab B, and then decided, okay, in order to be able to convert this into win, we'll need to deal with A. And they saw the issue with the quadruple Kleber setup and losing the Kleber on the A cap, which means there's no DD to actually contest us. So why don't we just turn it around? What happened to us on the last map, right? And we'll just take out the Kremlin because there's nothing that will support it. And what surprised me is that Rain struggled to actually take down this Ohio here. The Ohio was super low, and props to that Ohio for positioning himself. I mean, the Ohio is not like a super sneaky ship, right? But being able to kind of abuse the fact that the Klebers had to be quite far away, nothing else is able to spot him, to kind of regain HP to be able to fight on. Because if they would have lost that Ohio, as Pingu said, it dealt a lot of damage throughout the match, and not having that battleship would have made a big difference here. So, yeah, I think overall, really, really well played. And BONKS managed to push Rain into a position that usually towards the end of the match, Rain would be a team to be able to just jump on the caps and kind of be in that situation that they have the caps and make the enemy team push in. But now they had to kind of YOLO in and, do what they are supposed to do. The kitty cat. I was just wondering, like, why is Conway laughing next to me? Did I say something funny? And then I realized, okay, there's of course a kitty cat, which
Every time, yeah.
needs the attention just like any other cat and fully deserves it. Boom. So yeah, really well played by BONKS. And now we're going to head into match number 3 on the final map. And of course, this map, I keep repeating myself, but I just want to make sure people understand. The third map was picked randomly. It is Warrior's Path, and also the spawns are drawn randomly, so none of the teams have an advantage. And oh boy, I think we're going to see Klebers here. I'm sure at least to a certain degree, because we've seen them work very well, at least in the fight over the A cap. What is there anything specific that the NA teams like to do here, Boxy? One thing that stood out to me is on this map, you would also very oftentimes see a set 52 on the B cap. Would you expect this here again?
Yeah, I absolutely would. I believe I saw them do that in in the finals for NA. I've also noticed that the NA teams really like to do smoke trains on the east side. I feel as though the smoke trains, generally speaking, have been less effective when there's no Alexander Nevsky available. Oddly enough, so I'm inclined to say that with the 12 km radars that are solid, like the Moskva, you're just not getting around that corner generally quickly. We saw SCCC try to pull off against Oh Boy, and while the Wooster did a lot of damage to a Moskva, or it was a Stalingrad that was sitting there on the corner, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, and it wasted a lot of time. When those resources maybe could have been spent somewhere better. So what I'm hoping to see from NA, basically here from BONKS, is sort of, again, let the Klebers come to you, back off, sort of then let them fan out and spread out to the point where you can focus them a little better and deny them the ability to really, really hit that critical mass with the reload booster.
What do you think, Pingu?
Yeah, definitely. I think we will see maybe a double Kleber on the A cap, like we've seen in the match with Oh Boy, double Marceau, going really, really fast, taking the first cap and trying to surprise enemy DDs. But I don't think there's a surprise moment right now, because BONKS kind of knows how Rain plays, which lets me think about maybe Rain doesn't need Klebers in this match. Maybe they come up with completely different ships, throwing them off, BONKS off.
Yeah, potentially. I mean,
think we have to see.
Yeah, the thing is that what we've seen Rain do on this map, for example, was also use the smoked up Nevskis pushing up the 1-2 line and kind of pushing the enemy away. So I think which is of course currently not possible because of the banned ships. If Mr. Komi can just push the banned ships button to show which ships were banned. We don't have Stalingrads here. We don't have Nevskis. So both teams are very limited in the long range radar department in terms of ship choices they have. They can bring a Moskva, but that's it. So I'm curious to see what BONKS is going to do, but I think it's crucial to be able to block whatever push might be happening on the 1-2 line, to not be in this position that we saw earlier today, right? With OHBOY being able to just push up that line and then having really good shots on the northern part of B, while on the other hand, not losing C too much with the potential cruisers that are set up there in smoke. So yeah, it's very, very interesting to see, and I don't see what the prediction campaign actually said earlier, but I think it was there I see it. It was actually I think like 1.2 million versus 300K for BONKS. BONKS proved everybody wrong and said, you know what, guys, we are here for a reason, and we'll show you what that is. So this is an all or nothing match. And the teams and this means the teams are ready in the background. So you get to say, who do you think is going to win? I think it's going to be a huge surprise from both of you, but I'd still ask you. Bogsy.
I think that Rain is going to take an early lead, and then I think BONKS is going to send him to horny jail.
My totally non-biased opinion is that Rain will take the win, of course.
Well, I think both of you have good points. I do think Rain might be slightly stronger here, but with the ship bans, we will see. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. We'll be handing over to StatsBlock and C Raptor for the last match of the day. So I hope you will enjoy it, and we'll see who makes it to the semifinals. Enjoy, and see you on the other side.
Who decide who goes through to tomorrow's semi-finals and ultimately potentially into the finals? It is Rain in red, BONKS in green. Rain, of course, are the EU number ones. BONKS, the NA number twos. They are 1-1. Rain are here in red with Montana, Conqueror, triple Des Moines, Moskva, so 4 radars, double Gearing and Kleber. So they've dropped that massive Kleber lineup. So we'll see how they do. C-Raptor, you have the BONKS lineup?
I was just getting my lungs all warmed up for La Marseillaise again, and here we are. Sad face. Opposing Rain from the North spawn in green, and we have BONKS with Ohio Yamato triple Venezia. We haven't seen that this much to this tournament. A single Moskva, Gearing, Z52 once again, and Todd Howard's in a Shimakaze.
Yeah, we've seen that Z52 used on that B-cap many times on several different maps, actually. So Whale Biologist has certainly been super, super useful in this Z in previous games in the series. So we'll see how that goes against Gangbrang in the Kleber.
BONKS is not the only NA team that has really embraced Z52 for certain maps, and it's a thing that I've kind of pondered for years about King of the Sea, right? Like Z52 has got all the tools to be a really superb cap contester on certain maps. On certain maps, she's just not any good, but on certain maps, she is. And we started to see more teams kind of buying into this King of the Sea. Certainly Star Brazil over on NA, and then of course we've seen it now both out of SCCC and BONKS just today.
Yeah, I think particularly on those maps where you have a cap an island actually in the cap, particularly in the middle of the cap, where that hydro, which is quite a big hydro if you think about it, you know, it's 12 kilometers across from side to side. It's gonna enable you to actually hydro any destroyers that push in, but also screen torpedoes for any cruisers and things that are sitting nearby. Okay, you've made someone's been whacked sound. I missed it. Where is it?
No, the Yamato blind fired Gangbrang. That was who's Yamato? Is this probably Marin? No, Apache. He blind fired Gangbrang and took about 4K off of him.
Nice. Right
there at the beginning of the match.
Big grin for Apache. There's actually torpedoes coming from Whale Biologist. Gangbrang, of course, will just accelerate. It's a Kleber. That's going to be no problem.
Yeah, it's just a Kleber.
Yep. Another destroyer probably would have taken one of those, but Kleber able to just move out of the way.
Moskva radar followed up by Montana HE from Dastert pushes Whale Biologist back off the cap momentarily. He does take a little bit of pain here from Gangbrang and the Conqueror. That's Malamu also got shells coming in, but Whale takes a little bit of chip damage.
Now, at this kind of level with these kind of teams, with Rain going ahead a few ticks on this middle cap here, even if Whale Boiler just comes straight back, could potentially win them the match, because ultimately these teams might walk up on the points, you know, hand in hand. And having that early lead is, it's not an insignificant thing.
No, it's not insignificant, and it's something that we on the NA bracket we saw 07 successfully execute. I forget it was the last King of the Sea or the previous one, but basically in an era where many teams had migrated to double destroyer lineups, they consistently brought 3 destroyers, game in, game out. They might swap them up a little bit, but 3 destroyers, and every single game, 1 destroyer went to each cap without fail, and it was simply a matter of forcing the opponent to react to the fact that if you bring 2 destroyers, you're going to start behind us on points, and then it's on you to do something about it.
The 2 Rain Des Moines in the smoke here underneath the A cap are going to have to deal with this wall of torpedoes that are coming from Todd Howard's. But Sheep just scouted the outer edge of them, I think, so they will know they're coming. One of them is probably running a Hydro. Yep, they just don't even have to move there, they just slot into the gaps.
I'm going to be really curious to see how BONKS deploys and what kind of work they get out of the triple Venezia lineup, because on NA we saw some teams very commonly run a single, sometimes double Venezia, but triple was not normal. We actually had some matches where Venezia was the ban, right? That was the banned ship.
Talking of Venezia's turret bonk is about to take 2 torpedoes potentially from the gearing. Yep, that's 1, that's 2. Landing on the same spot, maybe a bit of saturation coming into effect there. Shells out from Azure in the Des Moines onto Bonk, who I assume just damage controlled. Yep, you can see the DCP running there with the new animations.
I love those. Makes our lives so much easier.
It does make it easier. Rather than having to go, did he? Did they DCP?
Did he?
No, they definitely
I don't
DCP'd.
know.
You can see it running.
Yes, no, it absolutely happened because we watched it happen. Looks like they've got Todd Howard's radared again.
Need to be really careful here. Todd is heading towards this island. We've seen destroyers come unstuck here, trying to like kite away and getting stuck.
He's trying to reverse now. He's got a gap in this gearing salvo. It's just a question whether or not he finds it or not, because he doesn't quite yet know those gearing torps are there.
Yeah, dodging in reverse is not quite so easy.
No, it's not. I've made many mistakes with my rudder dodging in reverse.
Okay.
5 minutes gone, and Rain out to an early lead here. They own the A cap and the B cap. BONKS finally bagging the C cap to stem the bleeding a little bit.
Shimatorp's second wave just arriving, going past the gearing now of Rain. Yep, no problem at all there. And both Des Moines, I think, are safely... Yep, they're both safely outside, no problem. Gangbarang in B actually shelling over towards the gearing of BONKS over in Charlie.
I think for me right now, the single biggest surprise of this match is that they've successfully kept the Z52 of all ships out of B.
Yes, absolutely. I think well, just is going to really want to try and get back into that cap, but it's the combination of the Moskva radar and then, but also Gangbarang's torpedoes just constantly going towards that corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kleber can just do little circles, and that makes the reload significantly faster with the 2 sides.
Some of it is, in my opinion, that Whale continues to reverse into the cap. Whereas if he had gone bow in and kind of dived into it earlier, he would have had an easier time getting in. But the fact that he keeps trying to reverse in means that they'll catch him, he runs away. He can get away easier, but it makes it harder for him to get into the cap. It takes way too long to reverse and actually get onto the capture area.
I think you're right. I think maybe he'd be better off actually going up, doing a circle, and coming back in nose first and just running for the island.
Yeah. At this point, I think so.
Okay.
They do get Todd Howard's into A, though.
So Whale Biologist will see probably that torpedo go past the nose, and will then know it's safe to you can just reverse now. So...
his hydro is up, so he's good.
So Whale Biologist... I'd be surprised if he doesn't reverse all the way to the island, to be honest.
Now, Gangbarang may be in a bit of a pickle. Is he going to sneak away? Barely again.
Barely.
Right under the keel. Woo!
Okay, Whale Biologist is completely safe from the torpedoes of Gangbarang now. Able to just carry on reversing back, but of course Gangbarang will block. Gearing against Shima.
Oh, they've caught Todd Howard's out in A with a couple of radars, at least one radar from the Des Moines. He's barely in range of Willis's. He's going to sneak away. They're gonna chip some more damage off of him before he does.
Yeah, this double Des Moines is pretty dangerous for this Shima. It's only 10 kilometers, but they've got the smoke screen from the gearing to be able to push up.
One of the weaknesses of the BONKS lineup that we're starting to see is that they only have one radar. They're totally reliant on the radar and whale biologist Z52, and that's the only forced spotting that they have against these rain destroyers.
BONKS actually pushing Hattie's Ohio into B.
I saw this, yeah.
I wonder whether this is to free up whale biologist. Because
Could be.
Hattie can just sit behind this island here.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're Gangbarang, what do you do? You just charge this guy, right? I mean, what is a French destroyer like better for lunch than an opposing stationary ship?
Yeah, I think whale biologist is probably gonna go towards the island where Gangbarang is, if he's not already inside radar range. I think he is, yeah. Hydro range. Which is enabling Battleship Nagato in the gearing to be able to drop shells over onto Gangbarang.
It's a very, very even game as we're getting close to the 10-minute mark. Game's about half over. No clear advantage to either team.
No,
Rain on a lead, about 100 points. Go ahead.
Rain do have the points advantage, but it's one cap apiece, so that advantage is not going to increase currently.
Nope, it's actually going the other way because Fox finally does bag B here. It took a while, but they got there.
But with Gangbarang so close to the cap, they're going to be able to keep blocking that cap if they want to.
Maybe. It's a risk because Gang's been taking fire from Addie's Venezia as well as Nagato's gearing while he's been on Whale's Hydro. And I think Whale's Hydro is down at the moment.
Artorias firing over towards Addie up on the 10 line. That range, Moskva not quite as dangerous as Stalingrad, but you still need to respect it. It's pretty accurate. Okay, Rain just basically stepping away from Alpha there. They've got the gearing still floating around underneath the cap after capping. The gearing and the Shima probably running the same detection. So they will be, if they ever spot each other, they spot each other at exactly the same time. Sheep running another smokescreen down for Azure to push back towards the cap because Rain will now expect Todd Howards to push back to try and counter cap.
Gangbarang now back onto B, contesting it, holding the lead open for Rain at about 50, 60 points, it looks like. But Gang getting shells dropped on him from Apache's Yamato yet again.
Yeah, as you say, like there's only so long that Gangbarang can actually do this.
Yeah.
Because every time that Klebera versus back, a couple of shells, a few thousand hit points. You can only do that maybe 3 or 4 times more.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of just periodically, every 15 to 20 seconds, they drop shells in there for Gangbarang. Now, that particular salvo didn't actually connect any hits, but I mean, if they're full pins, that hurts on Yamato shells.
Meanwhile, Eagle in the gearing over on the C-cap is trying to just dip in and contest against Nagato from BONKS. But Azuki Thai is making that quite difficult sitting on that corner.
They are really all in on killing Gangbarang. Nagato just dumped torpedoes down the channel there, assuming, I guess, thinking that Gangbarang might pull forward a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Gangbarang doesn't have to go very far forwards to be in danger of taking those, and those are pretty long-range torpedoes, so they definitely will reach.
Yes. I'm actually curious if they want to try, if they will try and time it with Z52 torps to kind of push him out there, but they don't.
Yeah, Gangbarang actually running all the way off the island there, so definitely a risk with these torpedoes. There is a nice gap. Gangbarang does not know that they're coming just yet. They'll be spotted any moment now.
He's going to have to turn to avoid these. It looks like he does have a gap.
Should be okay.
Yep, he's good. He's got it.
Good plan there
Masterclass
from
in
the
ship
game.
handling.
Okay, let's...
Still
take a look at the points. So we've got 724 points for Rain, 6 minutes 54 on the points clock. And Bonks just behind, 842 on the points clock, 654 points.
Still a very even game. Lulu getting very low over on the 10 line. Can they see him? They can. Hattie just took a salvo that didn't land. Lulu's trying to heal up. Lots of fire going down range looking for Lulu.
It's the kind of game...
Bonks wants this kill, man.
Absolutely. This is the kind of game where it's so close that both teams are kind of just waiting. Rain, obviously, you're on the defensive. But if Bonks just walk into all the caps, they can very quickly change.
Oh, they continue to have... Oh, my God. Nagato takes a massive hit from the Conqueror HE. They do bag Lulu, but it might cost him Nagato. Nagato's position was there to keep Lulu spotted. They do get Lulu, but Nagato's going to limp away on barely 1,000 HP.
Last few blind shells coming in, trying to find Nagato in the smoke, but not managing to do it. But I think if Nagato gets spotted again, that's going to be it for the gearing.
Once again, be contested. Rain clings to their lead, 20 points. They're the only ones kicking up points right now because they own A and they own C.
Yeah, Whale Biologist narrowly missing some torps there from Gangbrang. I wonder how many torpedoes these two have exchanged, because they just keep... it's like playing tennis. One will throw, and then the other one throws.
They just put Akazuki's Mosva into C, but he's going to find himself just under a hail of HE fire from Malamu's Conqueror that he won't be able to sustain this position very long, I don't think.
Yeah, that's going to be a risky proposition with Malamu sitting there. I mean, 27k is a lot to play with, but if you start running, say, a double fire, and the HE pen is going to do quite a lot as well.
Addy takes a torpedo on the 10 line. They're trying to push Addy up to I think to get the kill shot on Eagle over here in his position. Either wait for him to get spotted or force him out with a radar.
Yeah, if Bonks can trade the Venezia for the gearing, because of course Malamu will shoot Addy once, because they'll see the smoke screen coming down the 10 line. So Eagle is absolutely in danger, because Eagle has to either run forwards into the Moskva or is going to reverse into Addy. But then Malamu will get to choose who to shoot at.
Azuki's going to go out here in moments. He's getting shelled from several different directions. Lots of HE. Now Gangbarang brings in the Calabera AP into the fight as well.
Yeah.
I don't think Bonks can hold this C position. There's Addy coming up just out of the smoke, directly astern, assassinating the gearing.
So let's look at Malamu's position here. So Malamu aiming, at Venezia. Nope, changing back to Azuki.
Whoa.
Shells
So
out.
close.
It's AP.
4 minutes to play. Bonks has a 60-point lead. At the moment, they are the only ones ticking up points, but it is not a comfortable lead or a comfortable position at all.
No, C is definitely looking quite dangerous here with Azuki on 4.7 and Battleship Nagato in the gearing on 1200. Even Addy down to 18k there. And very much in danger from Malamu at this range. Malamu taking another shot at Azuki in the Moskva. 3-2-1-9.
You know, I got to say, even if Bonks loses this game, they are leaving it all on the board here. They are just taking every risk that they think is necessary to win the game. They're going to lose Aki right here. They do.
And Rain have pushed universally across, so the only cap that they're not in right now is Charlie.
Well, and they can't get into Charlie right now, and Nagato is going to bag that. There goes Addy. Charlie's going to be able to, Nagato's going to be able to bag Charlie, but man.
Todd went down on A. Baobon took a torp. So Rain just pushing through A and also blocking B here.
Rain keenly aware of the game clock. 3 minutes to play. They cannot end up on the bottom side of points at that time. And when it's close like that, a single kill can flip the clock at the wrong moment. We've seen it happen in King of the Sea. They don't want to take that risk.
So Charlie goes to Bonks, which makes it look like they are in a good position here. But of course, as soon as the gearing of Sheep caps A, you're going to see how long is left on the points clock. It's 4 minutes.
They're gonna have to kill this Kleber. Like, Gangbarang has been in this position all game. They've got to get him off the board. They're blind firing Nagato in the smoke. They do get Dastard.
Oh.
That's a big kill. And they get Gangarang. Oh, big kills for Bonks.
This is so close. It's 742 to 736. The Torps are going to continue and hit Torius, I think, maybe.
2 minutes to play.
Nope.
Bonks on a 6-point lead here. Both teams ticking up exactly the even number of caps. I think they're maybe trying for the Ohio here. For the Moskva.
They really need to get Artorias. If they can get rid of this Moskva, that Bonks have B. There's nothing that can take it away from them. They have C, and so there's not enough time really on the game clock, which is 1:30.
Oh, so close.
I think
Artorias
struggling to move against the island here to get past this torpedo. He does manage it, but Z52 AP being
if they
pretty
can bag
effective.
Artorias, this will be a huge kill. Bonks clinging to a 16-point lead. They need this kill. They're going to get it. There it is. They're going to lose Hattie, but they're going to retain. But they're going to retain their ship lead. Bam, right there. So they're ticking up points faster. With 60 seconds, Bonks has a 30-point lead, and that is it. And there's no way. There's no ships. Rain doesn't have any ships in position to get on the caps and slow this down.
The only ships they can kill are not going to be visible. That's the problem. Malamu could easily kill the 2 destroyers, but just not going to see them.
They have to kill a ship to flip the lead, and there's no one they can spot. They can see the Venezia.
30 seconds remaining.
Oh my goodness.
I am literally
Balbonk takes a hit, but it's not
holding
enough.
my breath.
I know. It's so close. The Venezia is literally the only ship they can see. That's it.
But
15 seconds.
Venezia is so tanky, though. Even to Des Moines, it's going to take way longer than
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Bonks is going to knock off the EU champion here, and they are going to move on to the semifinals.
Oh, what an upset. What an upset. So we had an upset in the other direction earlier with the NA number ones going out. Now it's the EU number one's turn.
Indeed.
So commiserations. I didn't think I was going to be saying that. Commiserations to Rain. But GG, that was an amazing series. Thank you to both teams for that best of 3. That was very, very entertaining. So well done to both of you. But congratulations to Bonks, the NA number 2s. They will be going through to the semifinals tomorrow. And to tell you more about all the stuff that's going on over the finals stream tomorrow, we'll go back to Prague.
What a final match, and congratulations to Bonks, just taking it away from Rain. The reigning, at least EU King of the Sea, but not the International King of the Sea. So really well played to both teams, and well, let's get down to the nitty-gritty with Boxy and PrivatePinguin and dissect a bit what went wrong here for Rain and why they got to move on. Oh, Boxy, are you still alive?
The NA server is never going to hear the end of this, is the problem with these guys. Congratulations to Bonks for a well-earned victory there, and congratulations to Rain too, because all 3 of those matches were absolutely exemplary. They were fantastic matches, really, really good trades, good positioning. Nice YOLO plays when the occasion arose. It doesn't get any really better than that when it comes to high-level World of Warships play. So,
yes, definitely
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, one of the best matches that we've seen today, and just the back and forth was fantastic. So, Pingu, how sad are you about Rain being out?
I'm not actually sad. I mean, those teams. Wow. No, it was a deserved victory because both teams are super, super even. We've just seen it, and Bonk just made it there. I mean, it was a super, super secure gameplay from both teams. We've seen this, I mean, like 10 minutes into the battle there, where damage was dealt like only 50 to 100k damage. They had a lot of HP left there. But then in the end, I don't know, there were some really, really great plays. There were some really, really good torpedoes, especially in the middle of the B cap there that sealed the deal. they just played so well, both teams, and yeah, congratulations to BONKS there.
Yeah, absolutely well deserved. Rain put up a really good fight, but at the end, winning is all that matters, and that means that BONKS is going to advance. I know it sounds so harsh, but that's just how it is, right? You can be the closest game ever.
Is that
at
is
the
that
end?
another nugget of wisdom from
Yes,
Chrysanthos'
yes,
mom? Is that
absolutely. Exactly. It's absolutely this. My mom would say this. Yes, it's about winning. You should put up a good fight, of course, but at the end, it's about getting to the next stage. We do have the replay ready, so we can actually watch this in the background, actually the foreground, while we are talking about this. But I really liked how BONKS managed to keep Rain at bay. I was surprised to see when we start this that the Kleber was allowed to kind of like, okay, yes, they're going to rush B, but the set then being very, very careful with trying to contest it. It took them such a long time to get the set into position and kind of contest it in a way that you would expect the set to get B quite early on. But I really liked how they positioned themselves on A against this very difficult to handle double Des Moines plus gearing smoke division with the Shimmer that is dancing with death.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire match. Like, you don't want to be the Shimmer player with the gearing potentially spotting you all the time, and then a double Des Moines opening up on you with, radar whenever they want to.
When it comes down to one of these matches where, obviously Rain for game 3 deciding to go with a slightly more traditional, less DD-centric strategy where they send 2 groups of cruisers to get smoked up and sit there and smoke farm. And BONKS essentially did something similar, given the fact that Venezia's can sort of disappear whenever they want to with smoke. It really was interesting and also really nerve-wracking to just watch these walls of torpedoes go back and forth between the two. Both teams doing a really exceptional job of making sure they were always at the correct angle to be able to most effectively accelerate and dodge a torpedo. You could tell that just by how few they actually took, given how many were launched. Finding those angles, especially over at the C cap, where those little tiny angles matter so much to be able to shoot, across, shoot down through the, I guess, what would you call it? Not ravine, the pass there between C and B. I can't say anything other than this game really displays what high-level World of Warships competitive gameplay looks like.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I fully agree. I love that kind of like underdog fight that Rain had to fight on C and the constant back and forth with Lulu in the Des Moines always just getting chunked, of course, as soon as the Moscow would push the radar button, but still trying to contest and being able to actually get C at some point. But that fight on B, but the fight between B and C was just so... I don't think I've seen a fight like this in a very, very long time, if at all. Between 2 DDs being there, and then suddenly BONKS deciding, what would we need in there? It's an Ohio. which
it surprised us, yes.
Yes.
Because
sorry,
you can.
No, I was surprised to see the Ohio in there. Because you would want the Ohio probably to be in kind of like a different situation, because probably like 2 of your turrets are going to be lost, and you kind of put yourself into a spot that you're very hard to get out, which can be a good thing, but can also be a bad thing, right? In case the Kleber would have decided to do something. But Gangbearing lost a lot of HP against that Z52 in these very small, short-time engagements. I have to give it to the set from BONKS, really making that count. Like, whenever he got the chance, like chunking off a little bit, and then over time getting that advantage to be able to take him out.
Definitely. Boxy and me, we were really, really surprised. Right now in the replay, I can see from where the Ohio moved into the B cap, because we both didn't see from where he came. This position is actually came really, really good in handy, because there was a possibility to use this position to shoot on the Des Moines. We've seen it later on, and these few shells hitting the Des Moines were all it takes to take down Lulu Snail there. I'm not quite sure why he lost a lot of HP in the middle of the battle. I was on the A cap. I didn't see, but as I came back, the Des Moines was like on 10 to 15k HP down. I think the gearing was so close to the smoke train here, the enemy one, that the Des Moines just fired and got spotted. I think the Moskva was too far away, and therefore the Des Moines just stood there broadside, took a lot of damage. But in the end, I think the MVP here is the gearing with its torpedoes going through the islands, right on this position where the Moskva and the Kleber just said. And the Kleber did such a great job at dodging these torpedoes early on, because it wasn't the first torpedoes coming that way. But then it was just simply too much dealing with the ships behind this island, trying to make pressure, and it happened so much in the middle that the Kleber just were not able to dodge. And the Moskva as well dodged the first torpedoes of the gearing, but then took some of the Z from this direction. And Ohio pushed around. So many things happened there in the end, and the points flipped forward and back for the other team, and oh my gosh, it was really, really close and enjoyable to watch.
I mean, both of these teams made it so hard for the other team. Like, I don't envy any of these players. For example, when we just let this replay play, once the Venezia decided to push down the 10 line, and the gearing is like, okay, what am I going to go into? The Moskva plus the gearing, or the Venezia in my back? But I'm going to stop here because there was one move that I found very interesting, and I couldn't really understand why it happened in specifically that fashion. And that was I think it was Dastard pushing up in the Montana here. And I think this was one of the shots that was missed actually when we were talking about the match, because that Montana it got nuked. Just looking at him move forward, and I think it was here in this moment when the Yamato, like just jumping back, it's like, here's a Montana. Here's no Montana. You can see bam, bam, gone. and that was just like really good positioning. And you can see how well BONKS paid attention to every single move, positioned their ships to counter whatever Rain is trying to do. And then that's how they won the match. So, yeah, fantastic game. I'm super, super happy to also have this tool here, over here on my other side, where you get to see this. And if you want to use it, you can actually use it on specific Discords where this bot got deployed. Hopefully, we'll have it on the official Discord soon, TM. But if you want to use it for now, head to the Dark Lab Discord, where you can find this by one of our community members, and not your father, with this very cool tool.
The name.
The name, exactly. He's not your father. Luke, do you want to jump in? Talking about not your father. Yes.
Yes. Yes, congratulations. Very, very. God, what's happening up here again? It's terrible. But no, very, very well played by BONKS there. Rain is sulking in Horny jail right now, I'm sure. But that means that they go forward and have a chance at the prize pool tomorrow. But I think we should bring in our casters, because I think they did an absolutely fantastic job throughout the day, bringing you the action. And I think we should say hi and then probably bye to them, because they've been talking a lot. Like to keeping everything running. So welcome back, guys.
Nice to be back.
Thank you. Indeed.
That was quite the series at the end.
Yeah, thank you for the dream. It was a pleasure.
The end of that match, of course, I'm rooting for EU, of course, because Rain, and like I can hear Sea Raptor also holding his breath, and that was super exciting. So thank you to both of those teams. That was amazing.
That was a stellar match.
It's like, honestly, this is the best seat. This seat right here is the best seat, because it's the front row. You've got control of the camera, so I can look at whatever I want to.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm super privileged, and I hope that Sea Raptor and I did a decent job for you guys of casting those matches. We certainly had a really, really good time. So Sea Raptor, it's been a pleasure casting today with you, and I can't wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, it's been a pleasure, sir.
Go. I was just gonna do more gushing praise. You talk, Sea Raptor.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just gonna say this is the first chance Stats and I've had to work together, and I've been working with Lord Zath over on the NA side for 3+ years. We've done, I think, over 250 games of King of the Sea together like this. And, working with Stats is like, it's like we've always been doing it, right? So it's nice when you can kind of mesh with somebody that quickly, because it's not always easy. And I think sometimes that's something that maybe isn't appreciated, but I certainly appreciate it. It made my job a lot easier. We got together yesterday and spent about an hour just chatting, and I think things went pretty well today. But some of these games, man. Yes. Oh man, what fabulous games we had today.
Yeah, I was quite happy that I had less technical issues to deal with today, so I actually got to spend a lot of the time watching the games happening, and it was quite good to see. But no, I honestly, I just wanted to say one more time, I think you guys did a fantastic job. There was a lot of insightful commentary. You did a great job highlighting all the things, and yeah, like, did absolutely fantastic. Best casting.
Thank you
Very much.
Yes. So, guys, this is of course not the end of King of the Sea because this was only day one of the international finals, the semifinals, and then of course the big finals, the grand final. We will see that tomorrow, same place, same time. If Mr. Conway,
I can bring up the schedule quickly, but the
means
schedule. Look, we'll come back to all of you guys. I just want to quickly show people so they have visual representation. We'll be right back, right? So this is what it's going to look like tomorrow. We're going to play the first semi-final of Oh Boy, which is the EU second place team, of course, versus Asia, from Asia, which was Asian first team. Oh Boy, our last EU representatives there. And then the second semi-final after that with FPM versus BONKS. Then we will take a short break where we will have some news for you, some interesting announcements from our partner Verizon as well, something new for you guys to play with, and we're also, I think we're going to talk about two new ships, one of which I think is going to drive people slightly nuts because it's amazing and people have been waiting for a long time. And then afterwards we're going to head into the grand final. Which is going to be a best of 5 between the remaining two teams, where they battle it out to see who takes home $15,000.
Yes. Wow, I mean it's always interesting to see the different teams clash, but this time we didn't actually see like a huge gap in terms of like gameplay and strategies deployed by the different clusters. So you can kind of see, like the global competitive community moving a little bit closer, the kind of things that work for them, and also adopting the ship banning system. But we of course would love to know, what do you guys think about this? What kind of things would you like to see in the future from King of the Sea? Because we always try to keep improving it to have the best experience for both the teams, but also the viewers to have amazing games. And I think what we've seen, at least what we've broadcasted today and last weekend, and what we've seen on community channels in the group stage, it's definitely the case. But still, let us know what you think about this, whether you like this whole ship banning system. Should we maybe ban more ships, maybe less ships? Let us know. But overall, I feel it definitely helps with variety and diversity that we see in these competitive teams and matches.
Yeah. Also provides like a little bit of like automatic balancing for some of the compositions that might be a little bit too strong in some situations.
Maybe we should add a chat option where chat can ban one ship in the middle of the it's just like, it's interesting. You know what, guys? You guys are too happy with that Kleber or too happy with that Marceau. It's gone now from the tournament.
It's interesting to hear you say that. First of all, I agree with you, but it's interesting to hear you say that simply because for the longest time, like we've been running ship bans on NA for several events now. I think going all the way back to maybe King of the Sea 10, maybe even 9. But the EU side of the event has been traditionally very resistant to ship bans. And yet here we are today, and it seems, what I'm hearing, what I'm feeling is that you guys are maybe a little more on board with it.
We always love ship bans. It's the people that have to play with the ship bans that don't like them because.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And I have to admit that initially I was also a bit opposed to it because I understand that teams come together, they spend a lot of time in scrimmages, right? And they try to prepare and they have their setups, and suddenly saying like, hey, you cannot use these two ships that you always wanted to use and you kind of prepared, can kind of like ruin a little bit of time they put into this. But I definitely see the benefit that it provides, and we've seen it on the NA broadcast before, and I've seen like what it did to the Verizon Warriors Championship, and I just love the effect. So if you asked me, I would say let's ban more and just see how teams react to it, because at the end of the day, these players are the top players we have in World of Warships, right? They've played for a very long time. They know all of the ships, and they are the kind of guys who can say, okay, you know what? You don't want me to play a Petropavlos? No problem. I switch to this ship. You ban this ship? No problem. I will still be able to be the best. Yeah. And kind of, be that best player, not just in one ship and one setup, but just the best team with the best players in whatever ship they need to bring. And if it's Krasny Crimson.
The thing is, right, even though it might take a bit more prep time for the teams and they'll be a little bit uncomfortable in some situations, right? Like we can clearly see the same teams are being successful with these ships, right? It doesn't make it like it doesn't suddenly mean the good teams won't win. It just means, like they're going to have to work a little bit. Everybody has to work a bit harder for it. It makes it more enjoyable to watch. So I'm all for ship bans. And I believe there was already a survey on the King of the Sea Discord, and the EU players actually liked this time's banning setup.
sometimes you have to force people to their luck. I don't know how else to say this, but it's great to see if you take a look at which teams are now in the final stage, right? And it's not like it's 3 NA teams because they're used to this kind of ship banning system, ruffle stomping the rest of the servers. And it's also the EU teams did very, very well at this point, right? They adapted very quickly, and I think these players have it in them anyway to be able to adapt. And it's going to be interesting to see how tomorrow will go.
Indeed.
As one of the 2 designated NA reps here, I just want to say that we did it first. You guys are just coming out right. High five, C Raptor, right here. Where am I? High five, buddy.
There we go.
Other
There
side.
it was.
Bang. We're glad you guys got on board and decided you liked how it felt, because the ship bans really are a cool feature. So
They're a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yes, and a big shout out to Stewie, one of our EU coordinators, who wrote the amazing tool that facilitates picks bans, makes it easy for everyone to find out who's banning what, when, and where.
You want me to show it quickly over Pingu's face?
You can, but if people are interested, if you want to have a look, you can always access it, and it's live and it's available during COTS, of course. Just bans.kingofthesea.eu.
So I'll just quickly show this here, right? So you will.
It's
sorry,
no
Pingu.
problem.
Wait, do we
Poor
have?
Pingu.
No.
Oh, you can't. We can't go full screen. Okay, we'll maybe show it to you tomorrow. Poor Pingu. It's the only screen I have available on this PC. Otherwise, I would put it over my face.
Let me out.
Okay.
Let me out.
He's banned in the banning screen. No, but it's a really fantastic tool where it actually shows you can click on any match that is happening, and it has all of the ship bans. It has all of the map bans. It tells you which team did what, which is a fantastic tool. And I can't applaud enough for all of the people who are working on this in the background.
Yes.
All of the volunteers, spending their free time and effort and helping with this.
There'll be.
You get a list.
There'll be. Yes,
The long
tomorrow.
scroll
Tomorrow
of the
there'll be.
hallways, like,
Tomorrow we'll
I
do a
want to
list of
thank
shout
these
outs.
300 players. And
Exactly.
we'll stream until 10.
Yes, we'll do that together tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay,
at the end.
See, I'll give you guys already a shout out now, and tomorrow Mr. Con will do the big shout out.
But
But
if
no,
you- okay,
really,
go ahead.
if you see these guys, adjudicators, the referees, the organizers, also the streamers and the teams, there's a lot of time and effort being put in by everybody to put up the show. And I hope you as viewers, we enjoy this as well, being able to sit here on your couch or PC or wherever you are on the toilet, we don't judge. And you get to enjoy all of these really, really nice matches and see the best players fight each other at the oddest times. Like, I don't want to, I always feel bad for NA and Asia being kind of forced to play at very early or very late times. And
Yes.
also on the EU server, because all of this is being conducted on the EU server, and pings might not always be the best. It's not that impactful on World Warships, but still, great to see that it doesn't impact them enough to have apparently a disadvantage with 2 Asian teams being in the top 4.
Yes. I think, should we, that little teaser we talked about, should we give an initial teaser?
Oh, we could.
So
we
chat,
could.
right? This and obviously our viewers as well. Somewhere in the ZF6 dockyard, we've hidden a bonus code. That's all I'm saying today.
And it's been almost 2 updates that this is out, and you haven't found it yet, which is
We're
for me very
disappointed.
surprising, because you guys, whenever we do like some kind of hidden bonus code activities, I have no idea how you find this stuff. Like, sometimes there's like this hidden treasure of some bonus code hidden in some kind of special scenes or in the port, and people just figure it out.
I could see StatsBlock's gameplay view,
I'm totally not
and he
looking for it right now.
and he's totally already looking and seeing if he can find it.
Exactly. If you haven't figured it out until tomorrow, because we'll have an eye on Reddit, right? You will share it anyway. But if you haven't figured it out tomorrow, we can give you another like little tip.
Well, it might not be exactly in the dockyard, but it's related anyway. You guys, you see what tomorrow, and then if you don't figure it out by tomorrow, we'll let you know.
Sending people down the rabbit hole.
Yes, down the road hole. Exactly. Okay, well, if nobody else, does anybody else have a big point to make? Otherwise, we can, I think, slowly wrap it up.
I mean, we should still get an introduction to Private Penguin's cat, because she definitely wants to be here.
Once again,
Yes, of course.
the cute little Ella cat. That's how she's called. It's a she, right? She's
You
called Ella, and she's 6.5
Oh,
years
can
old.
you can you hear it?
Yes.
Can you hear
hold
it?
it closer?
Not anymore, but with the purring was
Not
perfect.
anymore. Okay.
I think it's the voice activation threshold or something. Yeah, but just let me point out, right? If you die in your apartment, she will eat you.
Okay, that is close enough.
Conway,
She would
question-
never do
So my
this. She
question
would
for you
never
is,
do this,
Conway.
I hope
Conway
so.
has a rabbit. Do you expect the same from your rabbit?
I doubt it. It's vegetarian.
That's what you think. I've seen movies, man. I've seen movies.
Yeah, until you stop feeding it, then we'll see.
Okay, I think this shows that we're at the end of this broadcast.
Yes.
Thanks to everybody. We'll just make the round. Let's maybe go from Boxy first, and then just go down the line. You will figure it out. And, say goodbye.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to watching King of the Sea 12. It's been an absolute pleasure casting NA for you, and then also being a talking head here on Internationals. This has been an absolute pleasure. So come back tomorrow, see how it ends.
Yeah, thanks for having me, I guess. It was a pleasure for me as well to be able to cast this tournament for you guys, and I hope you will tune in again tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right, gentlemen, it's been a blast. I will see you all tomorrow, guys. We hope you tune back in. Stats and I will be bringing you more play-by-play as we get down to the very end to find out who's going to win all of that money. Of course, every team that plays tomorrow goes home with something. They've all
Yes.
earned that a minimum. It's just a question of how much do they go home with, and that is what we're here for.
Absolutely, it's been a genuine pleasure to bring you these matches, and we've got more to come tomorrow. There's going to be 3 best-of-3s and a best-of-5 for the grand finals. So we'll see who takes home the big prizes. Can't wait. I'll see you tomorrow.
Perfect. Well, then, thank you very much, everybody. We'll be super hyped about tomorrow and have you all here. We'll be here, same place, same time. If Mr. Conway wants to bring up the schedule, we can quickly show it to you. If you want to take a screenshot, you can do it for yourself. But yes, tomorrow, 13:20 is the first match, which means we're going to start probably around 1300 with the pre-show talk. You know the drill by now, talking a little bit about all the things that are happening and about the first match. Whew. Okay, Conway, do you want to say your last words?
I think we're just gonna, usually we do our own little talking bit, right? But I think we've talked enough.
Yeah.
I wish you all a fantastic rest of your Saturday. Get ready for tomorrow, and good luck to all of the teams. I know it's gonna be a stressful day, but we're all looking forward to seeing you perform tomorrow. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Bye.